Yeah, and I don't even know you. Hope you let me. Got so much to show you. If you let me, girl, you flowing through me. So electric. Yeah, I'm wishing that right now won't ever stop. You got me falling in love, my darling, but I ain't see you before. Will you be there for me when I'm calling you? Is it you? You got me falling in love, my darling, but I ain't see you before. Will you be there for me when I'm calling you? Is it you? I'm calling you. Hey, I'm calling you. I'm calling you. I'm calling you, darling. Damn, never saw you coming. Now you all I see. Yeah, 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 yeah. Damn, asking myself, could you be the one for me? Yeah, yeah. And I don't even know you. Hope you let me. I got so much to show you. If you let me. Cause girl, you're running through me. So electric. Yeah, I'm wishing that right now won't ever stop. You got me falling in love, my darling, but I ain't see you before. Will you be there for me when I'm calling you? Is it you? You got me falling in love, my darling, but I ain't see you before. Will you be there for me when I'm calling you? Is it you? I'm calling you. Hey, I'm calling you. I'm calling you. I'm calling you, darling.
The absolute obliteration of Fnatic at the World Finals will go down as one of the most disappointing moments in Fnatic's history. After being the first Western team to make a World Final in 10 years, Fnatic were unable to deliver up to the expectations Europe put on them. Watch today's match history to learn from their mistakes and to grow for Europe.
Being placed down into brushes, Balon walking over one of those. Again, this Rakan has been banned out twice before. Now that it's finally on the Rift, what is it going to do? Is Balon in a bad spot? Hylissang is going to walk forward here. Jackie finding a little bit of damage down into Reckless. It's Balon who's in some trouble more than anyone else. Ignite going to be going down. Balon still trying to get himself away, but first blood over to Fnatic, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered.
And who does it go to? Caps in the mid lane on Victor. On top of that, he got a slide
sack of gold
from his Kleptomancy off of the auto for the kill. So he's super cashing in. The game doing everything it can to try and get Fnatic and extend this series.
And the MVP here is the ward they put down at level 1. Balon doesn't scout it, as you were pointing out. Long cooldown on that one, Kobe, at level 1. No ability to get out. They chase him down. Rakan had so many base stat nerfs that he is just a slice of paper. That paper is taken down, and that's a nice advantage for Fnatic.
Yeah, Balon was a little bit greedy there. He didn't want to immediately flash over the wall, wanted to save his summoner spell, but him walking back allowed the travel time there for Caps to come over and get all that money.
And you can see on your screen right now, this is Soaz's 69th game at Worlds, tied for the second of all time. Kobe, you mentioned how this guy has experience dating all the way back to Season 1. That's what you're talking about. As Hylissang gets thrown up into the air, Balon gonna lose about half his health here again. Reckless also taking a couple hits in this bottom side trade. But Fnatic are off to the best start they found themselves so far this series, as the Shy finds himself a favorable trade onto Soaz, who returns some damage there with a machine gun, and they'll back away.
Seeing Soaz just try to stand tall because he knows the bot lane is where most of the action is happening, and there is always the chance of a return play onto Balon, who is, of course, eminently squishy early. It's why Guardian is now the go-to summoner.
Yeah.
Keystone here onto the Rakan, just to have that extra shielding to allow the 2v2 trades not to be as one-sided.
I would also say that even though Caps cashed in and got so much money off the level 1, he has to be a little bit worried about Camille ganking towards the mid lane since he used his flash. Bottom lane right now, though, is where the action is.
Speaking about ganks, it's Broxah going in. He's finding the counter-strike instantly. Hylissang trying to get away. He's going to be in some trouble. No flash available means Jackie Love's able to clean it up as Broxah tries to escape here now as well. No flash available. He will leap strike over to his AD carry, but Fnatic lose one.
Ability to leap strike to a friendly, one of those unique things about the Q there from the Jax. They invest quite a lot, IG, to make this play happen. Flash and teleport comes through from Rookie for just a single kill. Stun doesn't register, although Ning, he's hunting for another kill.
All he does is wait for the counter-strike to be used on the Grom. There it comes, Ning goes in, stun lands, counter stun coming out from Broxah, but remember the man does not have himself a flash. He does have a support nearby, and Ning may have bit off more than he can chew. Balon does show up to make sure there's no sort of a counter kill coming through, but IG is aggressive.
Yep, the bottom lane pushing in allows for this invade, and they know that Caps doesn't have a flash, so his rotation over did not have a lot of threat behind it either, as he had to walk away after that. Meanwhile, top lane, still trading away in the classic Aatrox Urgot matchup.
Let's talk about the camps down here. This is buff to buff. Red buff into blue buff. Big camps is what Jax does best with the attack speed steroid. Comes bot lane, doesn't have his auto attack counts, just Q and E here for the gank. Able to come down and invest a lot, but with the teleports coming in and Ning being bottom side, that play, of course, was halted very quickly.
Oh, but now Caps is in some trouble. Throws down the gravity well, trying to get himself away, down to 50 HP, still gonna be kept alive. And Caps will make it out.
Caps lives in the mid lane, doesn't even use the cleanse there. 3 members of Invictus Gaming come for him, but he defies all.
And it's so important to repel pressure in an early game that's been much kinder to Fnatic than Game 1 and Game 2. Never found the perfect time for a cleanse, didn't need it in hindsight. That'll bail him out till his flashes back up. But speaking of flashes, Brox is coming here. And
Broxah wants to go in. It's Soaz starting things off with a flash into Disdain. Broxah still has Counter-Strike ready to go. Needs to get the stun down onto the Shy, and Soaz will find kill number 2 for Fnatic.
Jungle Jax has so many different gank paths, can even extend his engage range with a ward, can do lots of unique things. That's why Broxah is getting respect bans in the semifinals. Nice to be finding some of those targets. He needs them as he only now pings level 4 with a top side scuttle.
Cheers go out from the crowd as they see life returning to Fnatic here in game number 3. A must-win game for themselves, already facing match point.
And returning to the state of the series as well, because we want to see a level up here. Even if this game 3 does go the way of IG, for it to be more competitive than the outings we saw in game 1 and 2, to get the fire out of this crowd here in Incheon would be awesome to see. We thought this would be another big 50-50 like Fnatic versus C9 was set up to be in the semi-finals. Fnatic haven't been able to get over the hump. There still is plenty of firepower here for IG, but the level 1 start has so far heralded a much better time for Fnatic.
The level 1 start into the active early game from Broxa. Ning now trying to get himself into the bottom lane. Remember, no flash available for Hylissang, who is going to be chain CC'd now. The stun comes in, and Hilly's in some serious trouble. Ning also going to be taken pretty low here, but not low enough for it to matter. 1v1 in the mid lane as Rookie nearly finds himself a solo kill, but now Caps can retaliate with force. The damage will not quite be there. The storm slows down as you walk away from it, and Caps can't find it. But now the rotation is coming in. The Shy wants to try to make something happen here on the Caps. Ulti's gonna be used. Broxa comes in to try to stop this. Gravity field goes down. Caps is eliminated by the electrocution, and the Shy makes it a 3-2 game.
The passive auto attack from Aatrox, such a lethal part of his kit, and it does find the kill with the electrocute proc from the Shy.
And we shouldn't be surprised about auto attack cancels on a Riven main when he jumps onto Aatrox. He finds Soaz in lane, actually has to flash.
Yeah, that's not a situation you get away from if you don't flash away from that one. Good heads up there from the Shy staying alive. But we've got ourselves a very close game now as Hylissang will not find that death sentence. Reckless is level 6, Jackie Love only level 5. Explains why Fnatic would want to go for a fight there, but no initiation means they're just farming up.
And what I want the fans at home to take away from some of the early plays here, as the hook does go wide, is that the play calling and the target selection from IG has been so smart. They go bot lane, not interested in Reckless, his flash is up, turn it onto Hylissang, they know his flash is down. The capitalization on the roam timing by the Shy to go from top lane to mid lane and look for a kill. Those sort of play calls, those adaptive play calls rather than reactive play calls, have been the tenet of IG today. Not IG all throughout this year, but for the maturing squad, they are finding little counterpunches, and actually now, this game is all tied up in terms of goal.
In addition to that, those bottom lane plays created by Invictus Gaming, they spent the time to give the last hits over to Jackie Love 2 on the Kai'Sa now to propel him towards the completion of the Storm Racer.
Bottom side, Hylissang will hang out in this brush. So, maybe there's a death sentence or a flay to find. Balon still not level 6, and the death sentence just shy. It's a heartbreaker there for Fnatic to not be able to get that one, but it doesn't mean that IG can make a counterattack just yet. You can see the Galio hanging around that bottom side of the river, looking to maybe go in. It's Balon grabbing himself a 2-man knockup as Fnatic get themselves back now. Lantern bringing that 80 carry back to safety as Jackie and Balon will also disengage.
Yep, a lot of cards were shown there. Fnatic back off because they saw Rookie rotating down through the river for a possible Galio ultimate. Now they've turned their attention towards him in defending this control ward. Little do they know, Ning is waiting over the wall.
This could be a very explosive 2 versus 2 if Ning has his way. Rookie taking a little bit of damage there from Caps from that Q that we talked about so much in the top lane matchups, but Caps will just continue farming up here as it looks like Balon will also join the party.
In spite of what we might have expected, it is actually the Q augment first here for movement speed to try to avoid ganks rather than the E augment that's been picked up by Caps. So much less about pushing klepto trades and also sidestep on Galio when he goes aggressive with the Hero's Entrance or even just with the Justice Punch is what he's prized on. And so far, it's been pretty comfortable lane, but no meaningful CS lead for the Victor.
And IG have just been pressuring Caps so much so far. And it's something that I mentioned in the Cloud9 series that Fnatic dominated so heavily. Caps had a lot of room to breathe. He was not pressured excessively, and he had phenomenal performances. IG are saying that's not the game Fnatic get to play today. They're having people hang around. They don't want Caps to feel like he can play the game he wants to play. And we'll see how they continue moving on with that as Hylissang moves into the Drake pit just to drop a ward over the wall. It is Infernal first. We'll see how the teams want to fight over that one as Void Seeker from Jackie Love makes its way onto Hylissang, who instantly loses half his HP.
Look at the expenditure of wards from Invictus Gaming around the bottom lane. It is littered with control wards. Investments from every single member. Here we go, though. Hylissang lands a hook.
Hylissang wanting to go in. The box is going to be dropped down. Hilly can't get himself away, and Jackie will pop the plasma to go on a killing spree. Soaz, in the meantime, trying to find himself a fight against the Shy 1v1. The chains come out, the ult goes through. Soaz trying to get himself back now. The Shy is going to be revived even if he drops. Soaz gets himself back, has already used the Fear Beyond Death. Rekkles will continue trying to hold the line in the bottom lane, but it's already first turret going over to IG.
And those control wards at entrances meant that Galio was able to rotate first. That's why they could re-engage on the fight. The percentage play is to play around your vision, and the global that has easy access to bot side. So that's exactly what IG do. They pick up the kill, the turret, everything falls into place, except for Broxah trying to take advantage of some recall timings in order to sneak an Infernal Drain.
Well, the ward from IG in the pit, we'll see him making that attempt as Rookie comes back into the mid lane and instantly takes off half of Caps' health. Red team securing themselves the Drake, it says on your screen, and that is at least something for Fnatic, who have not got themselves any Drakes up until this point in the series. Ning tries to go over the wall, but may have gone too far forward. Tries to go into the Hextech ultimatum. Cap's gonna be caught out, goes into stasis, keeping himself alive. Taunt gonna be used, finds its way onto 2, wins the 4 over the wall, will not find the kill as Jackie goes in, looking to find the damage onto Caps, won't quite be able to do it. Rekkles barely getting away now as well. Hook down onto Ning, the feathers are recalled, the damage is through, and Brox has found himself one. Soaz is taken down as the Shy makes it an even trade, but Caps is looking for more. Hylissang grabs the CC down on the IG top laner as the Caps tries to get away. Jackie Love goes on a rampage. The shutdown onto the Shy. It is a bloodbath as IG lose 2 and Fnatic lose 3.
What a chase through the jungle. They're still looking for Hylissang. This chase isn't over. He's running down towards the bottom lane, but there's nowhere to go.
He's running the wrong way. Rip. I don't think there's any way out of that one. They'll give the money over to Rookie. Oh, Hylissang, it's a slow, painful kind of death. And nope, Ning swoops in. Meanwhile, Jackie, he's unstoppable underneath the turret, and Caps cannot get away.
And it's a delayed ace for IG by the end of it. Fnatic were playing out their skins, trying to find the first kill, but the moment the Shy could get going, as we'll see at the tail end, things turn. But we'll start here on the Ace of Predator replay with how the fight started. Ning has to evacuate early. The threat is too much as Caps is turned onto by him. But with the front-to-back team fighting here, definitely wasn't necessarily IG favored at the start.
Look at Jackie Love into the back line, forces Caps' flash, and out to the other side of the fight. Then Soaz sees the kill. He goes in and finds Ning, only to be answered quickly by the Shy. 1-for-1 top laners at that moment, but the chase is not over as Invictus Gaming runs straight through the jungle to finish it up.
The Shy happy to push forward with no ultimate, knowing the rest of his team would back him up. Rekkles head in hands in the replay understands that even though they played that pretty well, they got the first kill. The health bars being low and the Shy having his flash up meant that the innards were exposed and the reward was 5 kills.
I mean, this has been an incredible year for Fnatic in the European LCS. It was their return to the throne, taking back first place after G2 had owned it for so long. However, this year on the world stage has completely belonged to the LPL, them winning every international tournament.
And it was RG up till now.
Yep.
That were able to find those wins. IG coming up short again, except in the regular season. But now they're the ones who have stepped up to the challenge here against Fnatic.
And if IG do go on to win, they would, of course, complete that LPL clean sweep of international events. And you look at IG, and in hindsight, after a win here, you might say, okay, but of course they can make those adaptations and win. They have the talent to do so. But the adaptation LPL team was always RNG and their ability to warp games and allow Uzi to be that primary carry. Our IG were guilty of having very skillful players who would win the game the same way. Win lane, win game was always their approach, and adaptations were the reasons they couldn't actually pick up that big trophy domestically. The adaptations over the course of Worlds, smartly using Duke, and by the end, the Shy, as the meta has evolved, are the reasons they've looked so good. As Fnatic, they're looking for a gank.
They want to make the play onto the Shy, but he also wants to turn things around. A lot of damage comes out from him, quickly goes into the Resurrection. 200 HP again, but now brought down. And Ning walks into a really bad spot. He'll be taken very low, but Rookie comes in to save him. The double kill's already gone over to Reckless. Can they find anything else? They're trying to get away, but the shutdown goes over to the side of Balan and IG. Fnatic bringing the reinforcements as Hillsong tries to buy some time. Caps and Soaz make their way into the fight, but Jackie's already dominating. Rookie's able to find the lockdown. The damage comes through. It's Jackie Love! Caps will be the last man standing, but he will fall with the rest.
There are yellow pings being spammed on the map by IG, but Rookie says not done yet. He continues to go forward on Galio, finds a kill on Illisang, and then flashes in to set up the other two for Jackie Love to clean house. Rookie definitely stands tall.
And you kind of losing the shuffle. This begun with the Shy being 3v1, taken down, and then Ning messing up his hook shot, and it was a 2 for 0. Remember, this is a 3v3 at best to start off this play after the Galio joins. Balan starts to group up. It's only Galio and Rakan, but skill expression on Galio is often almost impossible. He can be very binary as a champion.
Look
and
at
yet
that.
Rookie always gets the maximum out of his toolkit. He sees the Fnatic carries group up and flash taunt later. Suddenly everything falls into place for Jackie Love.
Yeah, I believe on the review, those pings were just to alert everyone of the presence. Rookie says, yes.
Hey, watch this.
2 more kills are headed my way. And honestly, so well deserved from this guy. He is considered by many to be the single best League of Legends player at the entire tournament, and he has definitely shown up.
Well, mid lane, it's Hillsong, who's now finding himself collapsed on by IG, and Jackie Love 8-0-3, 17 minutes into the game on this Kaisa. The Shy still looking to extend the fight. Will be taken into the Resurrection. Can he get himself away? Soaz wants to find something, but Balan's able to go in with CC. Shut down over for Reckless. Rookie looking to find some more. It's Ning locking down Caps, and Soaz will flash for his life.
The slaughter here for IG. They can't find everyone, but able to disengage, but they continue to play make, and I love that you bring up Rookie. Someone we haven't had to discuss too much this series, because it's been Ning who's been popping off. It's been the supporting cast that's been having big games. This is Rookie's homecoming back to his native Korea. His only Korea title was in South Korea, in Busan, ironically, when Katie Rolls to Arrows won OGN Champions Summer 2014. No titles since then, despite his reputation as a top 3 mid laner. His next title might be the World Championship back in his native Korea.
And as Proscurin said, that would make it all worth it. The time he has spent, the amount he has invested in his career with the Chinese scene means that he could very well make it all worthwhile today, as Invictus Gaming will grab the second Infernal Drake of the game.
And that time can't be trivialized, because a lot of Korean players went to China and went to the LPL and then bailed out. They said, okay, I need to go back to Korea to win. KT Rolster is founded upon that concept in the last 2 years. But this is him sticking the course, learning Chinese, and then watching his teammates level up around him.
And this is Invictus Gaming. Once they get the lead, they turn it up to 10. Full power here, not letting off the gas pedal. Riftail used once again, and they're taking it all the way to the inhibitor turret.
IG is a team that has broken into the base before without needing Baron. 2 times against G2, they just kicked the door and they said, we don't need Baron, it's not important. And they might just look to do it here again, as they're already onto the tier 3 turrets.
Sometimes they don't even need turrets, Captain Flower. Sometimes just dive triple turrets against them and go for plays in there anyway. They definitely don't need an invitation to go for further aggression, but they control so much of the map. And spare a thought for Jackie Love, 9-0-4. Double legendary already here. His items are piling up, and the pain for Fnatic is as well.
There's one thing for sure, it's that Invictus Gaming style fully encompasses what we've seen at this year's Worlds Tournament.
Absolutely.
Individual outplays, aggressive movements, very, very quick games. And this one, they're making it look very similar. Infernal Drakes have been evened up. Invictus Gaming do have a substantial gold lead, and they're already trying to move Vision into Fnatic's jungle in preparation for Baron, who hasn't even arrived yet.
Yeah, it's a 17-7 lead. You've got a 9-kill Kai'Sa. Baron's not even on the map. IG is going crazy this game.
I'm amused by the fact that Ning has a Kindle gem. He might just say, well, I got a 9-0 Kai'Sa. I guess I'm building a Knight's Vow on Camille. Why not?
No reason not to.
There's no reason to. He understands that this is very much Jackie Love's game to control. And that means that IG, they start up the Baron. It's 20 minutes and 17 seconds in. What can Fnatic do?
All right, Fnatic, they got to look for it. This is their hope. Their backs are against the walls. The Baron is dropping down, and they have no vision.
You've got to stop it here, but Belon's able to go over the wall. Broxah goes in! He steals the Baron and keeps Fnatic hopes alive!
Just when it is darkest, Broxah gets over the pit. He gets the Baron. They kill the Shy Fnatic.
Shy's gone down. Rookie's into the middle of 4, but now here comes the cavalry. It's IG looking to find the kills. Balon's taken down. Rookie and Jackie in retreat. A double kill over to Reckless. And Fnatic will find their shot.
They will not let this World Championship slip through their fingers just yet. Fnatic fighting are able to just pull themselves back within reach.
And this Fnatic is the one with the grit, is the one that will continue to fight back. Watch this still, I believe 70 health. Pops over, comes in,
God.
70 health, no smite used by Ning. He smite auto attacks it to death. And from there, the Shy actually dies because he popped his ult earlier, and that means the Galio ult is for naught.
Yep, they catch him as soon as it times out. Caps has a very well-timed laser. Didn't want to pop it too early for the revive. Invictus Gaming then try and collapse, as they've done before, to clean up the extra kills, but it won't be the same case this time around.
And that's some really good positioning from Soaz, who was eating all of the damage from the 9, now 10-0 Kai'Sa. Wasn't able to spread that lead to the backline. That means that Xayah actually out-damages the Kai'Sa because the setups were just more favorable for Fnatic.
And this is what we talked about with Soaz being subbed in. This could mean a more reckless-centric composition. One where he's the big carry, where he's doing the heavy lifting. And man, he's flexing those muscles with damage outputs like that. Soaz has the Righteous Glory, looking to find his way onto the Shy. Wants the disdain for that throwback. It's Fnatic with a 4-man collapse. IG will push into the rest of the map, as they'll have the Shy buy as much time as he can. Caps is already sent back to the base to try to clear some waves, as the rest of Fnatic will head back now as well.
Those sort of plays are fine when you have the Baron buff and you can't be caught out in a couple of different locations. They will lose an inner turret, but after winning a team fight, having minions push in this area probably means more farm to Fnatic rather than as much woes as if the map was in the state it was before. They now have more ability to push out and actually reclaim control over things like Raptors and their sides of the jungle. Now, this hasn't brought the game to parity by any means. They are still 5,000 gold behind, but the ability to fight back and make those smart reactive calls from Fnatic are keeping them in the series.
While the game may not be even, this is the first time this series where we've seen Fnatic really hit back. This is not just a sign of life. These guys are going to go down swinging, and that's exactly what you need to see, and it's all on the back of the superstar jungler Broxah, again, making the play for his team.
He has definitely had huge plays on the world stage, but they need to remain focused. Even though you get excited in the game with a huge play like that, they need to take the necessary steps here in setting up their vision so that they don't get hit with this incredible engage that Invictus Gaming have. So Fnatic, they're trying to pressure up on the top side, get some turret damage for themselves with this Baron buff in time, while also laying defensive wards through their red jungle.
And it's honestly been the first time where it's been relevant to take a step back, zoom out and say, how do IG play out team fights rather than just, okay, they're crushing in multiple areas, the team comp's not necessary. Like you say, IG have Camille ultimate into Galio, a very reliable engage tool used around the world. Fnatic can run them around the map to decrease the potential of this play, but maybe they're going to meet each other head on.
Broxah wants to go in. He's going to be taken very low, though. IG already looking to knock down that tier 3 turret. Broxah's in some trouble. Has to pop the ult just in case Jackie wants to go crazy. The Shy finds a little bit of damage down into Caps, but the inhibitor is the target. With Broxah still low, Fnatic can't make their counterattack just yet. Hillsong wants to hang out off to the side, see if maybe he can find something. Caps grabs the laser, but it's Belwan into the back line, looking to find everybody. Here comes your Hextech ultimatum into your Galio ultimate. Ning's gonna be taken low, goes into the stasis. Jackie's legendary. They've already found the kill into Soaz, they've already found the kill into Caps. It's the solo laners down, and IG are pushing for the win. Hillsong is taken very low, and it's still 5 members of the LPL squad alive.
Flash up onto Rakan, the re-engage gets some of the carries. Reckless still alive, but can they keep this game up?
It's an impossible defense at this point. Brox and Reckless versus the world. Reckless goes on a rampage, but Ning is still there pressuring onto the turret with the rest of IG. Reckless is down, Brox is away. IG are on to the Nexus. The LPL has never won before, but that will change today. The Crownless are finally king, and Invictus Gaming are your 2018 World Champions.
I hate seeing European teams lose, so that does it for today's match history. Let us know what you thought by tweeting at LEC, and we'll see you next time.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I see the stars come out tonight. I see the bright and hollow sky. Over the city's red black sky, and everything looks good. I am the passenger.
Austin is hoping all of his dreams will come true too. Not just for him, but for his biggest fan, his granddad.
I'm Alex, I'm 26 years old, and I'm from Market Harborough, and I've always wanted to be a host.
Hosting has always been an important part of Alex's life. His granddad used to be an LEC host.
Hey guys, it's me, Quickshot. Wave at camera.
But now he's retired, and Alex is living the dream for the both of them.
I mean, my granddad, growing up, he always wanted to be a host, you know, and his dream became mine. And seeing him kind of do it, you know, he did a Worlds or two, he did okay. It was inspiration to me. He knows I have the draft factor.
With experience in hosting prior, Alex is hoping that landing a spot on Electronic could cement his name in the League of Legends scene.
I mean, I've been hosting long enough now that like every day just becomes like a death segment. You know, there's always a question to be asked, there's always a follow-up, there's always a rock unturned. I do cringy segments at the top of every show if you need me to. I put on my clown shoes 1 foot at a time, just like everyone else. You know, life is like a death segment, and the LEC, you know, that's pinnacle, that's prime beef, and I want to get involved in that. You know, I just don't think they know that I know, that they know, that I know that I'm the best fit for the LEC.
Your story really touched me. That was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I just want to make sure that I get your name right. Is it Alex?
Yeah.
Alex?
Alex sounds even cooler though.
Oh, that's perfect. And you want to try out for the electronic band because you think it'll help you be a host?
Yeah, I think I could be the very best, like no one ever was. That's an anime. I know Freddy likes anime. So. Okay.
Oh, that's so good. So what are you going to be singing for us today?
It's I Want the LEC Back by Electronic. You guys know it, right?
It's a confident.
Yeah, you do.
You sure you can handle that? That's a little tough.
I'm sure it'll be great. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Perfect.
He's got paper.
Why does he have paper?
I don't.
Shut up.
My nights are empty.
It's a bit off.
Missing you every day.
Does he know the lyrics? I don't think he knows the lyrics.
I wish that you'd come back. Come on, guys, you know the words.
No.
To me.
No.
It was every weekend, bring me nothing but joy. I need to get my life on track. I want. Wait for it. I know this bit. Wait. Here it comes. I want the LEC back so I can spam in the chat. I want the LEC.
Okay. It was really good. Very, very good attempt. Solid, serviceable, just not quite what we're looking for. I mean, Betty?
I mean, you didn't...
Didn't do what? What's that?
The fact that you don't know is part of the problem. You know, you don't have that. You
so
don't...
practice clicking.
Yeah.
Got it.
It's there's just a lot missing.
What's wrong with
Alex? It's the lyrical talent just isn't quite there.
Lyrical talent.
It just felt like you weren't embodying the song. That you couldn't just hit the notes that we had to hit to make that a hit.
Lyrical. I put on my fancy shoes that cost rent, and I'm sitting here, you know, in all my fancy clothes. I didn't even think I needed to sing. I can do the dress and, you know, commit to the cringy segments. You know, I can be cringy just like you guys. And I thought it was all auto-tune.
Excuse me, what? That unfounded
that's great.
We don't know.
Okay, it's not
we
auto-tuned.
have never once
it's
used
not
auto-tune.
auto-tuned, guys. That's great. So Dracos is going to give us a live performance right now. Come on,
Hey! This is not what this show is about. This is how can you let this happen? This is it's fine. It's fine. It's clearly okay. I've done this before. No.
I'm just. You'll be fine.
Come on. No,
you'll
you
be
can't.
fine. You'll be fine, Dracos.
Oh no.
You'll be fine.
You got that? I'll go up.
Oh no. LEC. Yeah.
welcome to Berlin, Germany, home of the best League of Legends and singing. There's a close fight at the top of the LEC with 4 teams tied going into the week. We'll see who separates themselves from the pack as Origen and Mad Lions kick off the action. In Ready Check, we'll talk about the new talent on the LEC stage, and I'm not talking about me, and get some hot takes on patch 10.3. Where we say goodbye to one of the most hated champions of all time. You celebrating Party Poppers, Frosk?
Yeah, because thank God this guy can't play a Collie anymore.
I still play her top lane, okay? She's still a great top laner. I'm sure we'll find a way.
For some reason, I'm out of breath. Hang on a second. Let's slow this one down.
Was it all that singing, Alex?
Yeah, you know, it's about the diaphragm. I didn't have the... I didn't practice.
About breathing.
Yeah, I could do it better next time. You need to get the breath right, but hang on a second. Now, before we do get into the standings, we do have some key roster updates for you coming into this week. Schalke, for example, are keeping Lurox in the jungle and adding Inax as their starting bot laner. We wave goodbye to Forgiven. Short but sweet. Kind of like you, Veddy.
Yeah, I would equate it, except the difference is I think I'll be back in the LEC relatively soon. I think that Forgiven made quite a powerful statement with his most recent tweet saying that what he wants is not what the organization is willing to give him. Therefore, until they're willing to find some level of compromise, he will be sitting out.
Right.
And I think that it is a very bold statement to make from Forgiven's perspective. I don't think that he's had the strongest split. Whether he believes that's on him or the team around him, I still think that the situation that he's put himself in is a very dangerous one. And I hope that Inax is something that can bring a change and a healthy one for the team environment.
Frosk, is the idiom "a poor workman blames his tools" an expression that resonates here?
If you look at social media, absolutely.
Right.
That seems to be like, I don't feel the need to pile on here because I feel like Twitter and Reddit have blown it up enough. I will say that kind of looking forward, if that's the glass half empty, the glass half full is that right now you're bringing up academy members from a squad that is undefeated right now. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure for Schalke to find their big win, but if anyone can do it and you needed to change something in this roster, bringing in Inax is the best step to make.
Okay, so keep our eyes on Inax, and perhaps this is that breath of fresh air that they've been looking for. You know, changing something is better than changing nothing when you take a look at the standings, because as we turn our attention to them, this is where the G2 hype train does keep on going. It's chugging along at full strength. There is absolutely no brakes on it. Behind them, though, there is a close fight between 4 teams, all looking to get an edge this week. Who's feeling edgy?
It kind of feels like if you asked who was the 3rd place team, even though we have so many teams tied right now in 2nd, that the first name out of people's mouths is going to be a team like Origen. So they're still not quite sold success on the Mad Lions, on Misfits, on Excel and Rogue. It feels it's G2, Fnatic. We know it's going to be Origen, and then it's kind of a toss-up on who grabs those last spots.
Yeah, I think I was surprised by how things have shaped up after 3 weeks. I was expecting Excel and Rogue to be higher, and the fact that Misfits found surprise wins against the likes of Origen was definitely a big win for them. Right. And like we're going to be talking a lot more about it through our Ready Check, but the fact that things are so close at the top of the standings is definitely making for an exciting week 4.
It means that our middle of the pack is actually like quite meaty. Normally, especially if you look at some of the other global leagues, it's kind of like top 2 and then there's a massive drop off.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying there's not a gap between G2 and Fnatic, but it does seem to have a lot of competition between those 6 teams kind of sitting right in the middle of the screen.
But how much do we care about this whole 18-0 dream? They're 6-0 now. It seems so very far away, but I mean, this seems to be a conversation you guys like to throw around with the G2 boys.
G2 is a team that I think doesn't really care about the 18-0. It's like a nice, happy thing that they'll take if it's available. But they're a team that's won MSI. They made World Finals. I think they've proven themselves enough. And I think the 18-0 in the split would just be a nice icing on the cake. But every time we say this, G2 then goes, I think Garen top is a good idea. And I think we can play Annie jungle. Like this
sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem.
Right. Yeah, they're never, until I see it, G2 are never going to get the perfect split. I just don't think they have the laser precision focus.
Consistent focus is necessary. Okay, well, understandably, G2 can sometimes rest on their laurels at the tippy top of the standings. But last week, our eyes were on the legends of EU. But now it's time to put the spotlight on some of the newer faces. Vedius, why don't you give us your rookies to watch?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about some rookies in particular that stood out for me on the Mad Lions, starting with Kazi. He's a new name, and he's sort of made a bit of a name for himself already with some of his social media antics, but the guy has come in and he is feeling aggressive. His laning phase is not the most dominant because his support likes to roam around the map, but the moment you get into the mid to late game, this man comes into his own. His social media presence often replicates his playstyle, getting in your face, playing fast, playing aggressive, and he seems to be an AD carry that you can rely on. I think that he is a player worth keeping an eye on as we progress through the split, because I think that he has a lot of expectations on his shoulder, and he himself is looking for that Rookie of the Split award. Next to him in the bot lane is Kaiser. This is a player that I think many people will have never heard of coming into the LEC, but he's someone that I think is showcasing what is capable in terms of the support pool here in Europe. He's a player that loves to roam. He's a former Zed and Talon 2 trick that transitioned down to the support that loves to impact the map wholeheartedly and by trying to make plays. I think he's someone that can deepen the pretty shallow top talent support pool that we have in Europe, and he's a player worth watching, especially this week. Last but definitely not least is Razork in the jungle for Misfits. He's a player that at the beginning of the split could not land an EQ on Jarvan. Now he is solo carrying games on Gragas. This jungler has made large strides in the first 3 weeks of the LEC, and I think that he is a core part of what is enabling Misfits' success, developing that synergy with Featherven and helping enable Misfits to have a much stronger early to mid game. I think he is a player that can offer a lot to the growth and development of Misfits from here to the rest of the split.
So what you're telling me is Zed talent support, because that's what I'm hearing. I'm getting very excited.
Yeah, I was quite surprised to hear this from Peter Dunby. He was talking about how this guy went from just being a Zed talent 2 trick, but how he takes a lot of those skills and applies them to the support role, constantly looking to roam and impacting the rest of the map.
But that's the name that I wanted to hear, Peter Dunn. Shout out to Peter and the coaching staff that formerly was Splice, now Mad Lions. They have a great reputation of being able to find new talent and foster it into the next chapter of LEC phases.
It does seem to be a completely separate skill set. You know, like you can have a certain mechanical ability in the game, but your understanding entirely separate. I see there's independent individuals who do seem to have an affinity for seeing potential in players, and perhaps that is something we'll see more from as we focus on Mad Lions as their adventures do continue. However, there is somewhat of a wave sweeping the nation, and its new wave is hitting the LEC. And at the helm, we've got Mad Lions and Misfits Gaming, who are fighting in the top with lineups full of rookies. Now, this is impressive, especially considering some of the things Amazing's been saying. He talked with Law on the sofa saying it's a completely different world out there. These rookies, they see the game differently.
Yeah, and the synergy seems to be coming together for Misfits as well. It feels like that they're a lot more on the same page compared to what we saw in the first few weeks, and they're finding big wins. It's important to recognize how these wins are coming about, and I've been someone that's been a little bit skeptical of this Misfits roster. You were there with me when I said I think this is one of the worst performing teams that we have here in Europe, but I have to change that opinion and redeem it because you can see that the baseline exists. This team is good enough that if you make those mistakes, they are quick to punish you, and they are very good at snowballing that lead once they've got control over the game.
And it's kind of this this blueprint of when you bring in so many fresh faces, you're hitting a hard reset and you're teaching them how to play a baseline of this is the type of League of Legends that you play at the LEC professional standard. And then kind of once they're at the baseline, which I think you're starting to see Mad Lions and Misfits reach up to, then it's about the individual ceiling of the pieces. You know, what can a guy like Razork really bring in the jungle? How good is his potential there? And so that's what's really exciting to me about these squads. It's that right now they're cruising towards playoffs, but not until summer we probably won't see the highs that they're really capable of.
Now, this is probably a tough question, but do you think that there's any benefit to a rookie's perspective, you know, being molded into how this is how you play the LEC? Welcome to your tutorial. Can they bring anything? Is there any beneficial, you know, things that they can be pulling from the rookie, or is it all just sit down and learn?
I think in the current meta, especially for Europe, last year a lot of our mantra was break the meta, and that was really brought on by G2. But I think when you're just injecting new voices, new thoughts, new perspectives and philosophies about the game, suddenly you can get a guy from solo queue who is a Zed Talon, you know, 2 trick formerly on support. And it sounds really ridiculous, but sometimes that's how you find those creative picks, is because a guy that says, no, I've practiced this in solo queue, I know it can work. And he doesn't have the, you know, the constant loss to be like, I probably shouldn't raise my voice. He's like, he's fearless. He doesn't know what he should be afraid of.
And And I think that you often get a big drive factor from a lot of young players. It's something we're going to be talking a lot about today, especially when we get to hear from Kazi versus Reckless. But young players coming onto an LEC stage are always about trying to prove what they're capable of. They want to showcase that they are the next Reckless, that they're the next Perks, that they can be the next superstar that Europe has. And you only have to look at Mad Lions and you see some of the potential that we've already got. Kai's are bringing out things like the Bard already. The fact that so many conversations exist around Kazi. There are so many players on these young rookie squads that bring a lot of enthusiasm to the league that force some of the older players to have to keep up, but also stay motivated with this caliber of talent.
And as we do move across to Mad Lions, kind of the final point that I think encompasses both of them is that these teams, Misfits and Mad Lions, are not better than our top teams, but they are good enough to punish our top teams when they mess up. And that's why they're so competitive in the standings right now. It's that they have met a certain threshold that if you do give them an inch, they'll take the whole arm off. So they are still fairly dangerous. You need to respect them and take them seriously.
And both Frosk and I are extremely aligned on this opinion. And Mad Lions have the opportunity to prove us wrong this week because they're going up against both Origen and Fnatic. It's going to be harder for our Mad compared to Misfits last week, who did get a big win against Origen, because Origen's like, okay, no experimenting this week. We're going back to what we know works and what we know is effective, and we'll see how Mad can stack up against the expected top teams that we have in Europe.
So just going to kind of pull you back to a point you just made there. Are you kind of, not discrediting, that's not the best word. Are you kind of sweeping the Misfits victory versus Origen as OG were experimenting and Misfits, you know, were their consistent selves? Are we kind of, that's how we're sweeping this under the rug?
It's less, like, don't get me wrong, the win that they got was important, and you need to acknowledge that you don't win through playing poorly. They won because they are solid, and they're good enough to, as Frosk says, punish the mistakes of these top teams. In Origen, they made one too many mistakes last week, and Febiven took that game by the horns, and they did not let go.
And Gyoto, I mean, we took to social media afterwards. Frosk, I believe you were observing this earlier, that, you know, he has commented himself saying that was experimentation. There's no there's no elaboration there.
Way around it. And it's kind of the difference between if someone throws, you still have to be able to catch the ball. But Mad Lions and Misfits aren't actively stripping the ball away right now. It's kind of like the easiest way to think about it.
Yeah, and in terms of where this peaks, I'm thinking, you know, grand scheme. This split, no one's expecting Mad Lions to be, you know, battling the top 4 necessarily consistently throughout the split. But what are your expectations for this, 7 rookies in the Rift?
Well, what's interesting to me is that they're showing a lot of the same tendencies of Splice, and that a lot of their drafts are set up to neutralize. Take their SK Gaming draft, for example. SK like to go forward, so Mad Lions drafted a completely, like, disengaged style of composition, and that makes sense when you have strong voices like Peter Dunn and Mac behind them who are teaching them that old Splice, now Mad Lions system. But the thing is that this team will be completely different. It could theoretically be a Trident-style team where you can carry from every single lane. You have a carry top laner, you have Humanoid in the mid lane, and you now have Karzi, who's looking to make Rookie of the Split, and that completely washes away the identity. So it's just a matter of, can you learn the fundamentals of LEC professional play fast enough? And then once you do, what's your twist on it? Like, how do you say, we can be carries everywhere?
I love that. Okay, so you've got to, not only have you got to get the fundamentals down, then you've got to decide who you're going to be. We're all making that choice. I still don't know. I think I'm the guy that wears the funny jackets and doesn't wear the suits and looks a bit silly. Either way, tomorrow the rookies of Mad Lions will be tested to the limit as they face the full weight of that Fnatic legacy. Let's take a look.
This week's match of the week is Mad Lions versus Fnatic. We get to see Reckless facing a younger mirror of himself.
So first I heard about Reckless when I was around 13, and I was always like, ooh, this guy is so cool.
When I came in 2014, I felt like I was so much hungrier than everyone else. We really want to get to Worlds this year, and I want to prove myself.
I get more pentakills, of course.
And now I'm playing in the sim.
Flash in the melee range of an Aatrox. Here comes a big roll of time. That's a play with style. Well done, Karzi. Oh, Karzi! Karzi! Style. A suplex back. That is the price of free.
I like playing on a big stage, and like I int and I start laughing because I know everyone sees it and everyone flames me.
For Kazi, it's about proving that he can compete with the best, but for Reckless, it's about showing the world that he still has the skill and ability to sit on top.
It's a mistake if I don't try my absolute best every day, because otherwise I'll be overtaken, like most of the old schoolers now are. I want to be like the outlier who just keeps on performing every year.
Oh, comes in from Elisang on the back, coming through the Ignite, taking down first blood for Fnatic. Gibbons in trouble. We wanted the 2v2, but he's not going to get it. Simple going to land on Forgiven can't even play League of Legends.
I think he's working very hard. I also think that he still has the drive to be the best.
Reckless gets a double. He's looking at escape for more. That's a triple. Rogers on the card.
I think we will see him for a long time.
We've just taken a look at the Baron. Down to 50%. The equalizer goes down. There's another. That's a golden shadow. He's not down yet.
Someone like Carsey, who's born 2002, if I don't have the same hunger as I did in 2014, which he does now naturally, he will probably have it in my number, and I obviously don't want that to happen.
My goal is to beat Reckless because then I will get the Rookie of the Split, most likely.
Believe it or not, this is the matchup to help determine second place. The winner of this will cement themselves in Europe after week 4.
Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up.
Came from the ashes, but he rises up. Reckless with one very, very powerful perspective of wanting to stay on top after so many years at the tippy top of his game. There's so many that have fallen by the wayside with similar beginnings, and yet this greatness continues to manifest for Reckless.
Yeah, Reckless right now is in one of the best performances that we've seen from him for a while. Admittedly, his game against G2 was not the strongest performance, but I feel like that was only a blip compared to what we've seen from him so far this split. And it clearly showcases that he is just as motivated and just as strong as he was all those years ago. And that's what I think is so amazing about having this contrast between the two, because you kind of get to see where Reckless was versus what he is now. And that enthusiasm, that excitement to prove yourself and be the best is pretty much everything that Carzzy embodies, and he gets that opportunity against Reckless in that matchup.
And it manifests itself in very specific ways. I think last week we were talking a lot about how Carzzy has a tendency to die a lot, but he has one of the higher DPMs, so he's outputting the damage. And that's really all you have to recognize here, is that he is not a KDA player. He's not going to play it safe and disengage from a fight or look at something and think, that's lost, there's nothing I can do here. He has the mentality that says, no, I can actually be the turn here. He will step forward, he will output as much as that he can do, and it's like, take all the crazy shots. Make it so that you're so used to doing the ridiculous, insane things that one day it just becomes normal and natural. And then that is how you become iconic.
Yeah, and an icon, of course, behind me as they will be taking to battle a little later on. Mad Lions, of course, stepping in first. It's not just the new talent, though, that has been catching our eye this week. Instead, we've also got patch 10.3 that's been hitting the Rift, which does mean a departure of a long-time friend, or a friend of some, an enemy of others. But Akali is right down in the bottom there.
Yeah, expectations are that Akali will be removed pretty much entirely from the drafts right now. Many pros are saying that she is a lot weaker, even after the small hotfix that she did give. But also we've seen a lot of small buffs to many mid lane champions. And Frosk and I have been talking a lot about how we think that it could expand the mid lane pool. Not necessarily increase Azir, Ryze, and Corki to like the sudden pinnacle of first picks, but we may see a little bit more variation due to some of the nerfs and buffs that have hit the pro scene.
In terms of pro play on 10.3, it feels like the Senna nerfs were kind of the biggest ones. So Aphelios is going to rise up as the supreme like bot lane pick. And then we're also probably going to see some mid lane Ezreal has been motivated and kind of whispered about. In terms though of does 10.3 dramatically change the meta? In my opinion, no. I actually think it's more so the prolonged exposure on this meta and the pros' familiarity with it, as well as the inspiration that we're seeing globally. In the LCK, they're playing things like Tryndamere. They've got the weird lanes coming out of them. And I think that's more so going to be an influence if you see a huge shift in drafts rather than the buffs and nerfs on the wall.
And I'm seeing buffs and nerfs. I'm seeing that buff category. I'm seeing Sedge and Yuumi. I remember Jankos was like finally happy with Sedge. So is he upset now? Or?
Well, I think that Sejuani will not quite be an S-tier jungler, but I definitely expect her to be relevant again. I think that some of the changes that happened to her will make her impactful. And I think that as we've already seen some Yuumi in the LCK, don't be surprised to see some creative teams come up with a couple of Yuumi comps in the near future.
A couple of creative kitties perhaps to look forward to. But the LEC players have tons of opinions about the game, and everyone was thrilled when we called them in for a pop quiz.
Pop quiz, I can't wait.
Buff, nerf, remove.
Buff, Zed. Then maybe Zed. I think he's still pretty fine, but he could use some help.
Buff Zed for sure.
I want Xerath buffed. Champions like Xerath, for me, are one of the most skilled champions in the game to play. So I really like seeing them in the meta.
Buff Ardent.
Pyke needs to be buffed.
Buff Singed because I'm the only player in the LEC that can play him.
To buff Silas Jungle because I think he's the most fun champion, and I find the latest changes to him. It changed his playstyle, and I think it's less rewarding for being skilled at the champion.
But yeah, I don't really need any buffs because I'm fine with like most of the champions. I just need nerfs, like a lot of nerfs. So for example, yeah, the whole jungle role is very imbalanced right now.
Nerf Lee Sin.
Lee Sin.
Lee Sin.
Lee Sin. Actually, I don't know. Maybe Lee Sin.
Lee Sin?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's too strong now.
Because he's just like unbalanced, you know.
Lee Sin, because this champion is absolutely broken.
Well, Lee Sin is just disgusting right now. I feel like if his cooldown on Q isn't negative, then maybe he'd be a little bit balanced, like a small amount.
First of all, I think Lee Sin should be buff.
Lee Sin?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's already OP, but I like the champ.
Disgusting.
Akali, but it's already nerfed, so good to know.
Nerf supports. I feel like supports have too much gold right now, and they're just like so strong. I don't understand why support killing me.
I guess he just can't handle that when he loses, it's actually his fault because he's getting out jungled.
Nerf Akali.
Remove Akali.
I would probably go with Akali because I permaban her in solo queue.
Remove Akali.
Akali would be removed.
Remove Akali because I hate the champion. I think that she's too imbalanced for 2 years in a row. I really would like to not see her ever again in my life.
Range support champions removed.
All of them?
Yeah.
So Janna, Soraka, Karma.
Yeah,
everything.
Ornn, like that champ deals so much damage while being so tanky for no reason whatsoever. Like, and he gives 6k gold to his team, like whatever.
Removed Zoe. This champ's like disgusting, just like, I don't know. I get so triggered when I play against her.
Remove Zoe because there's nothing more fun than watching Zoe use a summoner spell and gain 400 bonus damage from her W and passive. That is a truly enjoyable experience every single time I watch Zoe bob ultimate forward, miss her bubble, miss her Q, and then flash ignite me for 600 damage.
And basically any of the recent AD carries that have been released, so Aphelios, Senna, probably remove Aphelios, and then nerf Senna. Fast, please.
All right, well, fortunately, that video was recorded before the Akali ban, so they got their way. No more Akali to get upset about, but I like that one. We've got Frosk and Vedi joining myself. What do you make of that one, guys? Is there anything that you would add to that list?
I would.
Nocturne.
Nocturne.
I'd buff him, yeah, definitely buff that one for sure. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see much Nocturne today. We do have some fun games though, and I'm quite looking forward to that one at the end of the day.
What do you mean you don't think Misfits versus G2 is going to see the Nocturne top come out?
I do think that will be a game to keep your eye on because we get to see how good Misfits stack up against G2.
I'll tell you which game I'm looking forward to. It's that fourth one. Schalke Rogue. This is the first Schalke with no Forgiven. They've got nothing to lose, everything to gain, and that's exactly when the wins happen.
It's great too because it doesn't matter if they win or lose, because if they lose, you're just sitting, you're staring at Forgiven's Twitter and you're waiting for it to go off. And if they win, you're staring at Schalke's Twitter and you're waiting for it to go off.
Yeah, Schalke are starting their Valentine's Day the same way I am. Null Zex. I'll tell you that much for sure. Our first game is a pivotal fight at the top of the LEC with Mad Lions and Origen fighting for sole possession of second place. So we know number 2, we know number 1. It seems so clear, Vedi.
Yes.
Please, God, say something other than that.
Yes. So the thing about this matchup is I think we can safely assume that Origen are still the favorites. When you look at them on paper, they seem to still play extremely well. They have strong laners across the board. And as we've been saying throughout the entirety of Ready Check, Mad and Misfits fill this category of if you disrespect them, if you play poorly, they will punish you. But right now, they don't quite have the laners or the experience to be able to be proactive enough to take down some of those top teams that we still have.
Sure.
Now the thing is that if you are facing across from Origen and you read Andre's Twitter where it's like back to scaling compositions, because the issue is that Origen tried to go for some early game snowball looks. They were doing things like the Lee Sin, the Syndras, the Elise, and the Kianas, and there just doesn't seem to be, I think you used the word collaboration, Vedi.
Yeah.
Collaboration between Nuke Duck and Xerxes right now, or Xerxes and Destiny. It just seems like the synergy's not there, which I think is one of Origen's key issues and why they're not pushing tempo or pushing pace as well as they should have. So if you're Mad, you're like, I'm going to grab every scaling piece I can.
Yeah,
I'm going
I
to
think
get
it's
the
a battle of
Gangplank.
the scaling.
It is.
I think that it's going to be interesting to see what Mad's approach is to the draft, because I've actually been pretty happy with a lot of their drafting throughout this split, and we even get to see some of the creativity with things like the Bard in the bot lane, and I think their draft against G2 at the beginning of the split would have been strong enough if they weren't against the likes of G2. And so I think that they showcase a lot of good strategy, a lot of good planning, a lot of things that we would mention about Splice from last split, which just goes to crediting the coaching staff behind them.
There's a new wave in the LEC, and it might crush the opposition this week. So let's get into the action. It's OG versus Mad Lions.
Thank you very much, Machine. I'm Dracos, joined by Ender. We're getting ready for our first game between Origen and Mad Lions. My colleague has come from an audition for Grease 2.
Oh yeah, how'd economics class go, Professor?
Okay, touche, that's fair. All right, it's Origen versus Mad Lions. One of our most exciting games of the day, because it is a proving point for Mad Lions, as well as kind of Origen, a proving point for both teams, honestly, because as great as Origen have looked in some of their games, it's also been, I'll say yikes in some of the other games. I think that's a lack of eloquence on my part, but that feels like it encompasses everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of conversation around the Origen. You know, do they just have to go back to scaling? Can they play these types of mid-game acceleration compositions? So coming into this week, I'm now wondering, do Origen, like they maybe said on Twitter, go back to the basics that were working for them in the early weeks, or actually try to go for some of these styles again where they do have to push the limit in the mid-game and try to push the game forward and come away with a win?
That's going to be a big question. Ender in the draft is going to answer most of that question. That's the nice thing, is we'll know right off the bat what exactly they want to do depending on what champions they're going to pick up. Remember, it is a new patch. It's a new week. Akali is dead in the grave. Long may she rest.
See, people talk about the Akali. It's like, we never saw the Akali last patch either. She got banned every game, so.
And the question for me, as we gear up for our first game, Ender, is definitely, does Soraka just replace Akali on that permaban list, or do we see some more variance in the pick and ban here?
That's the thing. Alfari has played against that Soraka in the hands of Wonder. Didn't have a whole lot of fun in that matchup, and Arome has played it himself too, so that is definitely a pick that I am looking forward to a lot, especially if you are trying to scale up. Soraka seems like she may honestly just be one of the best champions right now in the game, in the late game, because she reaches this sort of point of critical mass where you just no longer deal enough damage to cut through her raw healing power.
Well, in a game that's all about scaling too, that's just going to be all important. Now, additionally, we have seen the Gragas as well as the Jarvan, two of the premier junglers, even on this patch, being banned away. Rakan as well, taken away specifically from Kaiser. Big sign of respect. Heard from him on ReadyCheck earlier, or heard about him on ReadyCheck earlier today, but has been a guy who is making a name for himself here in the LEC.
Yeah, especially on those types of champions that can often roam towards mid lane and get involved there. The Rakan, a good choice to take away from him. That's sort of another thing here for Origen. How well can Nukeduck work with the rest of his team to sort of snowball through that mid lane? Because we've seen through different iterations of Origen, Nukeduck be a very big source of power for his team, say last spring, right? Or he was absolutely dominating here in the league. In Summer Split, wasn't able to find that same synergy with his teammates, and that was a problem point for Origen. So that is yet another thing we are going to be isolating and looking at in this first game.
And already, oh man, I'm excited about this one. Soraka banned away. Never again will I have to watch the ambulance on stage. Now the Nautilus as well. Mad Lions, of course, kind of freed up to ban one more champion as the Akali is no longer mandatory. I'd be curious to see if anyone plays it today. I think it's highly unlikely, but you never know what people have been experimenting with. For now, the trend will continue. First pick priority on 80 carries. Aphelios is going to be the priority for Origen. Senna, of course, nerfed pretty significantly on this patch.
Right, and when you sort of compare Aphelios to Senna in terms of overall nerfs, Senna definitely got hit with that, especially to 80 carry Senna. The soul drop rate got hit pretty substantially there, whereas the Aphelios only lost his unlimited range on the Calibrum Q there. But of course, Yuumi is back in meta, of course, got some big buffs on this patch, sort of increase her play rate. I also think she got hotfixed too, so she got a little double love tap on this patch as well.
Look, and I love it too because additionally you have Shadow on your screen there looking over to see OG's reactions as they lock in the Yuumi, just to see how tilting, how frustrating this can be. Have to see how the rest of the composition rounds out, but for now, you know, support that scales very well mid to late game, sets carries up for success, and you've also got Humanoid on a roaming champion, and additionally a champion with a lot of dashes, so we're probably not going to see some of the same inconvenient deaths from him this time around, but OG say they're just going to double down on the scaling, so we immediately get a GP and a Leona to complement the Aphelios in the bot lane.
Yeah, so right now Origen have a lot of range, a lot of non-committal CC engage in terms of both Gangplank's and Leona's ultimate. I also like taking this GP early, not just because Alfari is very good on it, but a lot of people consider GP to be quite favorable, a matchup into Aatrox, and if you remember last year when we saw a whole lot of Yuumi, Aatrox was one of those champions with inbuilt healing in his own kit that could absolutely dominate if he got a Yuumi on top of him as well. So we'll see how Mad Lions build out the rest of this comp, because Yuumi works super well with those sort of backline divers that just want more target access.
And additionally, I like now that we have a LeBlanc and an Ezreal on the side of Mad Lions. In general, I'm quite skeptical about Ezreal as a champion, but one thing I will say is that Gangplank has been the bane of every single AD carry in the meta, because every single one outside of the Ezreal has been dashless. So having a champion that can get out of that cannon barrage alongside the LeBlanc means it's going to be a lot harder for Origen really to set up.
Right, and this will be a very different look of Ezreal. If you've been watching some regions around the world, if you've been watching solo queue as well, this is very likely going to be the lethal tempo Ezreal. We've seen it in mid lane, but with LeBlanc picked already, you assume that will be down bot side. But with some buffs to his base attack speed and the growth per level, lethal tempo has become a solid rune choice for him, because of course Kleptomancy that he dominated throughout all 2019 on is no longer an option for him.
And it's interesting as well with the shifts to Ezreal, we're also seeing less priority on the jungle here in the draft so far. Very often it was just first three was an AD carry, a jungler, something else. Sometimes it was LeBlanc, sometimes it was a support, but now huge shifts on 10.3.
Hey, it might be Sejuani time. She got some nice little buffs there in terms of attack speed for her early clear. So with an Olaf ban there as well, a lot of these early game junglers getting removed. If you think about actual tank junglers and if you want to bring them into a composition, well, I think Mad Lions have a comp that could work well with that. Of course, Origen too. I think Mad Lions maybe want a physical damage jungler though, or a lot of physical damage there with the LeBlanc in the mid lane to sort of pack a better 1-2 punch, and that's what you're going to get with the Rek'Sai there as well.
Well, when Rek'Sai not picked off the board, so Zerg's going to have to dig deep into the pool there. That's 5 jungler bans. 6 off the board.
I love it,
into
actually.
account the Rek'Sai.
I love it.
That's a good scaling pick.
Yes. Okay. Here's the thing. Karthus last patch and throughout the entire preseason actually lost a lot of win rate. Even though the timers went down and Karthus was always one of those junglers that cleared so quickly, because there is now more experience back in the jungle on 10-3 as opposed to 10-2. I've been trying out the Karthus. He looks really, really good in this meta, and it means that you have AP damage now when you go for a tank Ornn.
This is such an incredible team comp from Origen. I love seeing Ornn in a lane that is not top lane. Excited to see what Nukeduck can do with it. We've got a Cho'Gath to match up against Alfari. LeBlanc going to be toe-to-toe with the Ornn. Two very different compositions in terms of what they're trying to achieve. Beautiful engage options on the side of OG, and on the opposite side for Mad Lions, the LeBlanc, the Ezreal. So many slippery targets backed up by the power of this Yuumi.
Yeah, they're super slippery, but there's almost so much CC on the side of Origen that it's still going to be really hard to play out these team fights. So for me, when I'm looking at Mad Lions comp, I think they unlocked a little bit earlier into the game on 1-2 items here. I expect to see Shadow get very active in the early game. This is one of our more creative junglers when it comes to trying to find gank opportunities or invade. So work with Humanoid in mid to see if you can sort of open up the map a little bit before the scaling power of GP, Karthus, and the rest come online for Origen.
And of course, very difficult to force a large advantage against Origen in the early game. For while they're not necessarily our most aggressive team, they are very smart about how they play the game, very cautious, very safe, very calculated. So finding those openings, finding those weak points may be difficult. Good news is Rek'Sai obviously a lot more of a proactive ganker than something like the Karthus. I imagine we'll see a lot of power farming from pretty much every single OG lane.
Yep, it's gonna be a Barbary here for the side of OG. Scale up towards late has to be the name of the game. So as long as they go back to what had worked for them in the first few weeks, this looks like one that OG have a very solid 5v5 built for and continue to work on some of those basics.
Two teams once again fighting near the top of the standings, looking to cement themselves just a bit ahead of the other one. This week is going to decide a lot for every lineup here in the LEC, and time to see how game one plays out. And here we are, zooming onto the Rift. It's the Karthus versus Shadow on the Rek'Sai. Xerxes, of course, one of the big innovators here. Hasn't necessarily had as many opportunities in the last two jungle metas to get really creative. It has been a bit stale, but bringing the Karthus back always does feel a bit fresh.
I really like Karthus on this patch too. Hey, look at that.
Hey, it's Nukeduck's 300th game. I honestly forgot this was coming, despite the fact that we planned it ahead of time. But shout out to Nukeduck, 300 games, a huge legend in the mid lane. Obviously hoping still to find that first championship.
But is this his first game on Ornn too? Because we always talk about the Nukeduck champ pool.
The Nukeduck
300
champ
games,
ocean.
it might have just gotten even deeper, people.
That is the one thing that has always felt very true, is the infinite champion pool of Nukeduck.
I think he won't retire until he plays literally all champions. So as long as Riot continues to release new picks, like
we'll have Nuke Duck
we're going to
forever.
have Nuke Duck.
We're going to have a 60-year-old Nuke Duck on stage going out
Get
for
his
the,
walker up
for the
on-
latest
Oh, no.
19 champ, 17 hit passive. It'll be a good life.
I just got confirmation, by the way. It is his first Ornn game. As OG look for an invade, I really like this. Karthus is level 1. Very, very powerful, especially up against the Rek'Sai. So while you consider usually Rek'Sai has a really strong early game impact in this type of matchup, to split the map and to potentially deny a red buff from Shadow is obviously going to be a problem for him.
Now Shadow for now, grabbing the blue. Can just move over. The information is all there, however, and usually Shadow very smart about this. Good that he uses the sweeper. Make sure that he at least knows that Origen know exactly where he's going to be going.
And the important thing here is not just necessarily trying to deny a red buff here for Xerxes, but the big thing is actually making sure Shadow is stuck on this bottom side of the map. Because if you actually look at some of these lanes, the Cho'Gath lane against GP is one that he could try to look to set up against early on, whereas bot lane with an Ezreal and a Yuumi, it can be very hard to gank. Even though right now Destiny and Upset are pushing out, what they're going to try to do is fully bounce this wave into the turret so it resets when the next cannon wave comes in, and then they can look to play safely until they know that Shadow isn't around them anymore.
And I'm really curious to see how exactly the Yuumi affects Mad's strategies, because Kaiser has been a bright point for this team. Very solid and very consistent about these engages. Gonna hold that thought, though, as Shadow trying to clear out the card camp. We will be forced to back away. Upset and Destiny actually going to be happy to inherit a lot of this gold and experience.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, so much, actually, this is a really big change. On 10.3, so much of the EXP and gold on Krugs got pulled out of the large Krugs and just inserted into the really tiny Krugs. So it's a big deal on this patch that you actually do Krugs. They're the most effective camp on the map. Do Krugs all the time, kids. Trust me. But mainly because you want to finish them off, too. So the fact that Shadow wasn't able to finish them actually denies him quite a bit.
Yeah, because last patch it was just kill the big Krug, maybe kill a medium Krug.
It was like, don't even go near them.
Yeah. Now Xerxes moving to the top side is just going to be a Krug for Krug trade at this point in the game. And in the meanwhile, in the mid lane, also very calm. So very static game. I think level 6, we can expect to see a little bit more action, especially once Cho'Gath gets access to the ultimate. But the Yuumi Ezreal lane, not going to kick things off. You said 1, maybe 2 items enter. Well, up until that point, while Ezreal is very strong before the first back, I can't imagine we're going to see a lot of aggression from a champion who builds Tear of the Goddess first.
Yeah, well, that's sort of the weird thing about this Mad Lions comp is that while they do have some like quite a bit of damage and they have really high agency individual characters, you know, like the Ezreal and the LeBlanc can do a lot of things on their own, they don't have super reliable engage tools, right? It's going to be a Cho'Gath probably with Righteous Glory eventually, with a Yuumi on top of him throwing out the it's a final chapter, last chapter, one of those. Final chapter. It's something like that. But that's pretty much their only way to try and initiate a team fight. And Origen should be able to, with all the range in their composition, just drop down sort of like a Karthus wall and walk away. That's kind of the hope for them. So Mad Lions are going to need to get creative with how they find these fights in the mid game.
Yeah, and I think just very different from Mad Lions. And the good news is if they can pull this off, it's going to mean a lot. Oh, Shadow going to be forced to walk away. Cannot really walk into a Karthus at any point in the game. Obviously still does a ton of damage no matter what the champion looks like in the jungle.
Yeah, and right now, Xerxes has almost an entire level lead over Shadow. Shadow just ticked to 4, whereas Xerxes is about 85% of the way there. Already got the recycle on the Raptor camp from Shadow, and now has his own topside camps coming up as well.
Oh, and now Shadow just walking topside, trying to generate a little bit of pressure, but is going to get caught out here. The wall goes down. Going to be forced to burrow right back over, and this is so good because it's delaying Shadow. It's continuing to keep Xerxes in an advantageous state. 34-21 is the CS. Xerxes now is going to walk in, get a little bit of extra CS. This is a jungler's dream. Alfari might not be happy about losing that CS, but Xerxes certainly is.
Shadow is so unhappy right now. He's like, not only did I get messed up with my level 1 plans, Xerxes got all my camps, now Xerxes is just leeching EXP from top lane as well. So Xerxes absolutely living the life at the moment, and just trying to get to level 6 as fast as possible, because that's the other problem for Mad Lions here, is that if they don't make something happen before level 6, well, you probably can't make anything happen now either, because there's not just one global on the enemy team comp, there's 2, and there's a teleport in the mid lane. So you have Karthus ult, GP ult, you have to worry about Ornn roaming as well, because from what we see, Nuke Duck has been able to get push in mid too, so Mad Lions' options are slowly dwindling.
And it's interesting to me, too, how Mad Lions have drafted, because Karzi's always the guy that I look at to really step up, really to put up the good numbers here. 645 or 7 damage per minute, 33.7 damage percent. So this guy is no doubt a big carry on the team. Does also die a bit. Obviously something we can criticize for him. Now, the Ezreal's just a very different champion. Outside of like really poke-focused compositions, he's not going to have that same impact. And Kaiser, a big playmaker, is on Yuumi. Also not going to have the same impact that we're used to seeing from him. So it's going to have to be a completely new look from the entire Mad Lions bot lane if they actually want to pull up with a win.
Yeah, this is a duo that can very quickly take over a game if they're playing sort of at their peak and you can't find any initiations onto them. And to their credit, there's a lot of predictable engage, right, with the Ornn, with the Leona too. So Carzzy should be able to dodge away from a lot of that. But when you have them all sort of coming at you at the same time, GP slow there too, you're going to have to play absolutely perfectly. Otherwise, you're just never going to be able to put down any damage because you're going to have to play too far away from the rest of the fight.
And so far, so good in the laning phase. So checking on mid lane, though. Nukeduck and Humanoid trading back and forth. No MR quite yet for Nukeduck, while he does have a nice fat health pool. It's not enough to get much else done, and this is brutal for Shadow.
Yep.
Humanoid's walking down, but this does not look good for him. Ornn coming in as well. Humanoid gonna have to dash out to safety. Chains connect. But you got to see OG. We talked about Mad Lions' composition having so much agency, but right now it feels like with OG pushing out these lanes, contesting just about every objective in the jungle, and Xerxes really always being where he needs to be, there's just not a lot for Mad Lions to do.
Yeah. The important clarification there is that on paper, there's a lot of individual champions with high agency. When you put the entire team composition together where you don't really have a reliable engage tool, you're staring down the barrel of like 2 tanky, beefy frontliners and tons of engage options on the OG side. When they group up, it's very easy for OG to have the upper hand and force Mad Lions to walk away from them.
I like that Xerxes is just consistently walking into these lanes and taking both a little bit of gold and EXP. Love
it, Humanoid.
Still stepping forward, still feeling confident.
Xerxes has no mana, so this isn't a fight they can really go for.
Yeah, both of these champions are so comically slow in everything that they do that this is a free LeBlanc montage if they stick around in this mid lane.
Nukeduck is sitting on Ignite too. Didn't quite catch if he used the TP to get back to lane. I don't think he did. Spot lane.
Pullback is there. CC and the follow-up on the Gravitum. Carzzy now looking to try this one. Has a lot of safety. Destiny gonna flat forward. Is it gonna be enough to take down Carzzy? The ultimate coming out from the Karthus. Doesn't even need it. First blood for Upset.
There's a fight in the top lane too. Alphari just 1v2ing onto Shadow and Arome. They're gonna lick their wounds and back away.
Doesn't even burn flash either.
Yeah. And remember, Xerxes' ultimate was not just used to try and get the kill in the bot lane. He's really sad about that, by the way, but also damage down in that 1 versus 2 situation for Alphari there. So OG win out in that 2 versus 2 down bot side, and now Carzzy doesn't have a flash, lost his teleport as well, which, keep in mind, Yuumi can no longer connect to you on that, so it's not quite as powerful as it once was with that duo, but bot lane already off to a rough start when it should be one of the big carry sources for Mad.
Now, Xerxes pulling through there, but we can take a look back at how this one played out. I love the confidence from Destiny here.
Yeah, and Upset, he has red guns. That's sort of the DPS in-your-face gun, as well as the blue for the CC. So roots him up there and then just chain CCs him. In all honesty, Carzzy can't do a whole lot and is also running low on mana. So as soon as Destiny flashes forward right there, there's not really much for him to do.
No, nothing. And just excellent play there from Destiny. Have to call it out. Purple gun, technically ender.
Purple gun.
There's a lot of colors. You gotta get your colors right, too.
You're like close
enough. There's 5. You've lived your entire life with a rainbow of colors. You can remember 5.
Why couldn't they be like more distinct, like bright neon orange?
Bright neon orange. I agree. Yeah, putting purple and blue and also red, a little bit troll. I agree. Visual clarity. Alphari, though, potentially going to be in trouble one more time. He's already survived 1, 2,
There's 4 people on the way, though.
Mind. It's a 4v1. Okay, Alphari, with no ultimate available, does technically have the flash. Most he can hope for, I think, is to trade his life. Walking, actually just going to walk past Humanoid. Humanoid missed the first chain. He now has to use the ulti chain to lock him down. The flash away as well. The final chapter, they're burning everything to kill Alphari. They're going to get it done, but what are they going to give up in the meantime? Because top lane tower is getting taken down. The Herald has been summoned, and Mad, I think, lost out big, committing so much to take down Alphari.
Yeah, well, Mad were in a really difficult position right there because, of course, OG had initiated the swap, so they got the Herald, so Mad had to make a play happen. The fact they got the kill was what they came for. They desperately needed that themselves. The question is, can they actually push in time to get this tower? And I don't think the answer is yes on that one. Top lane tower already goes down with the late Herald placement from OG as well to get the maximum value out of that charge. And while yes, they should be able to secure this Drake for them, OG in a very comfortable spot. OG are more than happy to trade up in overall gold as opposed to kills or the potential scaling of a Cloud Drake here too, because as long as they have better items than Mad don't really stand a chance.
It's going to be so very difficult for Mad to win out in a lot of these mid-game skirmishes. LeBlanc's going to feel a lot better once Ludens comes in, but she's playing into an Abyssal Mask, which means nothing's going to happen in that 1v1. You can see Nukeduck. Obviously, Humanoid doesn't fire back anything, but even the Ornn without a single damage item is still hitting hard. Shadow in trouble, gonna get locked up. Xerxes just gonna walk forward and grab that one. Easy picking. Shadow just getting picked apart this game.
Yeah, I think OG sort of took the gamble right there that Mad, because they were so focused on going for the dive in bot lane, had never actually got Kaiser to leave. You know, Yuumi can't roam and put down vision, so they just walk straight up into the enemy jungle. Now they've split the map once more, and they're able to push without any response from Mad. Nukeduck solo pushes this wave topside as well, so it's not like Mad can make a response play themselves. OG are forcing Mad to basically never take an optimal trade.
Burning once again, 2 members pressure all the way here on the top side of the map. Nukeduck definitely has overstayed. Trying to dash out to safety, but will be able to grab that one for Orome. Doesn't even need the feast to finish it off. In the meantime, Origen not getting a lot done, so that is a positive exchange for the side of Mad Lions.
Well, OG still pushing down bot side, so that's
True.
3 turret plates already for them. These are solo plates as well for upsets. Well, yes, Mad Lions, they need the kills. They need all they can get right now, so we're going to give them credit for that. This is not like it's meaning they're trading up a whole lot in terms of overall gold or experience.
Which is a difficult thing, because once again, scaling, to no one's surprise, in favor of Origen. Now Ezreal getting closer and closer to that 2-item point you talked about. LeBlanc finally does pick up the Luden's Echo for herself, but it does not get easier from here. Carzzy, no doubt, safe alongside Kaiser, but how effective can they be at actually pulling something out for Mad? Oh no, Humanoid. If he goes back there, he's just gonna get stunned. He's gonna get locked up. GP all now comes in. There's no room for this LeBlanc to play League of Legends. Point and click him down. The Requiem gonna finish the job.
Killing him from long range right there. OG gets the tower with ease. And this is good to see from OG, because even though they are playing the comp that definitively outscales in this type of a match, OG are also playing proactively here, trading sides of the map, looking for these tower dives. So altogether, putting a very good foot forward here in week 4.
Definitely. Solid performance, especially against a team that is tied with them in the standings. Both of these lineups at 4-2. And you look back at this one, and Humanoid feels like he's got a good opportunity. He's got a 2-level advantage. This is his time to shine. Sadly, too many members here. He just cannot take this fight.
Yeah, but this is the thing we see a lot from Humanoid, not necessarily respecting the whole map state. Because right there, if you were watching the minimap, it was very clear OG owned the bottom half of the river and Mad Lions owned the top half right there. So while Alfari on OG's side, he was playing weak side, he backed up. Humanoid on his team's weak side did not. He went for the aggressive trade, and that's going to get punished every single time by a team like OG.
Yeah, and you have to feel for him too, because it's been such a frustrating game. Laning against an Ornn, laning against a champion that you cannot assassinate, going to another lane, finding a champion, you finally think, hey, I can one-shot this guy, and then this entire team is in the area. Of course, ticked over to level 10. Carzzy now finally with the Muramana, or the Manamune rather, stacking that one up still, but at this point, it's kind of, I feel like we're in the Mad waiting room. Like, when are they going to show up? When are they going to make a play? Because for now, it's all been super reactive, and some of it's been okay, but they're still clearly very far behind, 24.1 to 21.7.
Yeah, well, I do have some good news, and that's that Righteous Glory has come through from Orome. When you were talking about how this team initiates a fight, it is just going to be that. They're coming into the bot lane now.
Oh, Void Monster's on the hunt. That's going to be the lockdown. They're going to try to find the knock-up. Nothing the Nukeduck can do, and goodbye to the Ornn. Easy kill for the Mad Lions.
That's what we want to see. Mad Lions grouping up, using this Cho'Gath to start off fights. And this time, OG not in a really great position to respond elsewhere on the maps. This is the first time I felt like Mad Lions have gone for a play that was their choice. It wasn't sort of reacting to OG having to push somewhere else. And now they just have to try and keep this turret afloat.
Now OG's turn to react. What can they get done in the meantime? The TP coming in from Orome should be easy for him to walk up and clear the wave. A lot of damage down, but not going to be able to get any greater advantages. The plate's already gone. Humanoid breaking the tower on the bottom side, and suddenly the gold a little bit closer.
Yep. That's what we need to see from Mad Lions. I think Mad Lions is as fast as you can push it now. The next 5-10 minutes is definitely going to benefit them, especially around the dragons, right? They got the first Drake, the Cloud Drake of the game. Now I think if you're Mad Lions, you're looking down the road. It's like, okay, right now we're down a little bit in gold, so obviously we need to try to course correct and fix that as we move forward. But in terms of an overall win condition, if they're trying to level out this game right now, play for the Drakes, try to get to a fast Soul if you can secure them all yourselves, and then an Elder too, because if you can fight for Elder around 30 or 35, as opposed to 40 plus when OG are absolutely in their prime, you're going to give yourself a much better chance of coming away with a win.
Yeah, the bad news for them, though, is that because the early game did not really go in their favor, you're staring down Xerxes, who may only be level 9, but has already finished both magic penetration items.
Yeah.
When level 11 ticks around, that Requiem is going to hurt. Yes, the person being protected by Yuumi will probably be fine, but everyone else is going to have to be scared, and especially Shadow, who has no health to speak of, just the Merc Treads for defensive options.
Now it is Mad just going for that Dragon swap you're talking about, they're going to lose gold off of this Herald play potentially, but with all the outer turrets already pretty much gone, the mid lane super low as well, I think this is a fine trade for the Mad Lions to take. Just make sure you can get through these as quickly as possible. The other thing they have to consider is that Nukeduck will eventually be reaching those Ornn upgraded items, but right now Humanoid has a major lead in terms of overall experience. It's 2 levels up on Nukeduck, who's only level 10, so that's a huge point of power now for the Mad Lions to try and utilize.
Man, it's not even like someone else on Origen is really siphoning all of that experience. Maybe there's a small advantage in the jungle, but Shadow has actually done a very good job of catching up. Rome now taking over to level 11. Clearly the plan is to funnel resources into Upset. He's been left alone for so much of this game. 1.5 items completed. Looks like we are going to be seeing the Infinity Edge second instead of the Hurricane or the Rapid Fire Cannon. So just raw damage output is what OG are looking for here.
Oh, Humanoid just swung out of the way! No! It's a disaster. Wait, they actually don't get that tower now. Because GP can move down potentially. Or no, because Humanoid actually is low. Took a couple of tower shots there too. They're just going to walk away from it.
Yeah.
It's like, obviously, that tower is super low. But that's a lot of gold. That was the gold trade they wanted to make for the Herald play. Will mean OG keep their lead for the moment.
Yeah, but it's only 2K. And of course, 2 dragons on the side of Mad Lions. Not going to amount to much. Will be nice for the Yuumi, Little Blanc. Actually, every champion really loving to have that ultimate cooldown reduction. But from here on out, Alfaria approaching level 11. Xerxes has ticked over to level 10, and I think that is the big break point where we can really start to see OG start to look to push and force for some of these objectives. Carzzy immediately trying to get mid-priority here, throwing down the Ezreal, proccing the lethal tempo. Should be able to at least match the pressure of the Aphelios at this stage.
So I really like the look from Mad Lions right now. For a lot of this game, they've been playing all 3 lanes, and that's come at the cost of Humanoid getting picked off in a side lane. But right now, they have Humanoid trailing behind Rome, trying to attack Alfari, one of the sources of the global ultimates on this comp. So as long as they can stay hidden, maybe the control ward reveals that, and as Humanoid goes over to clear that, Alfari will know what's going on, but this is what they should be trying to do. Don't try to spread yourselves too thin across the map. Play around the sources of power, especially around the Cho'Gath and the LeBlanc.
And it looks like Upset tried to commit the ultimate in the mid lane with the Gravitum, would not find a target, could not lock down Carzzy. Certainly would have meant death, as Destiny was there for the follow-up. So once again, the Ezreal pick really paying off, making sure that Carzzy cannot just be picked at any moment in this game. Have to see what Origen's response is, because as you said, I really like what Mad Lions are doing moving across the map here.
Yeah, there's a new mode now for both these teams to sort of enter, and it's because you have both teams have a tank and a solo lane, right? For OG, it's Nukeduck in mid lane, Arome, the Cho'Gath in top side. So right now, these teams should be focused on funneling resources into Alfari and Upset. Or on Mad Lion's side, it's going to be Humanoid and Carzzy, not really giving as much to these tanks. And we've already seen that a little bit from Origen, how we saw Nukeduck fall super far behind in terms of experience up against Humanoid. That's because he's just not getting a lot of the solo gold, right? Right now, he's in mid lane around this lane, but it should 100% be Upset that picks up every single minion here. And if it's not, that's a mistake.
And you can see, though, that Origen very clearly trying not to put those resources forward. But on the opposite side, just the amount of CS going into the pockets of Mad is quite incredible. Xerxes has been caught out. Looks like they're fishing for a fight. The Ornn Horn is now coming down. Rome just going to walk forward looking for a bite to eat. But it doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it. The Yuumi trying to save in the final chapter. But that's a Requiem. You can't stop that one from the skies. Death rains down on the Mad Lions.
Mad Lions just forced way too hard right there, going very, very deep at OG. That's the type of situation they want to fight in when they can kite pack, use these high DPS backliners to just run you down. Now it's them with all the control over the map once more, and they can push down mid.
And Arome just trying to force way too hard. Almost looks like he's going to make it out, but Xerxes now level 11. I don't know if he got to use the level 2 ult, but it doesn't really matter. Finds the kill in the end. 3-0-1 Karthus you're now staring down.
Like, I can see on paper why they would want to fight. Like, looking at it now, I'm not quite sure if Arome had finished off that Warmogs, but if they had just hit 2 items and were comfortable with that itemization.
He had the Warmogs.
Like, so the idea makes some amount of sense in terms of we want to fight, but chasing Xerxes so deep into this jungle when the rest of Origen is around and Humanoid is nowhere near means there's not the follow-up damage. We talked about the zone control. Carzzy on this Ezreal can't touch the backline. He can only chip away at the front, and that means that when you have 2 beefy tanks on the side of OG, Ezreal just can't do anything. Without LeBlanc around, you have no damage that's ever going to reach the backline of OG, and that's one of the major reasons why Mad Lions' composition is inferior to OG's in this game.
Yeah, difficult. Just feels like they drafted themselves such a small time window to play around. The good news is the Ezreal has now ticked over the quintessential 2-item spike. We'll say it every time because it is his strongest relative point in the game. Maybe they can look to get something done, but as you mentioned, that's a beefy front line. If your Qs are hitting the Ornn, that's a lost team fight. You need to be hitting that back line. You need to be finding a way to get some work done, because the Karthus is only getting scarier. Looks like we're going straight to death cap after the flat pen. So Xerxes knows exactly what he needs to do in these fights, and that's, well, push hard.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Humanoid's items right now. I'm like, is this Season 3 death cap? I don't know what's going on in there. Like, clearly he's trying to buy, like, the component items that he just recalls on, but this is going to delay his potential second item spike, where, like, you need a Void Staff if you're going to be hitting literally anyone on the enemy team outside of now Xerxes, because now everyone has MR, even Upset has a Null Magic Mantle, but the, of course, the Needless Large Rod is just a sink of 1250 gold that could be that Void Staff.
Yeah, difficult. You feel like when you adjust your itemization on the fly, sometimes you autopilot the itemization. You have to wonder if he thought, you know, hey, death cap here is the right choice, and then he realizes how tanky the enemy team is. Even if you want to look at squishier targets like Xerxes or Upset, it's just not the best option. Naka will connect, however. Humanoid going to be forced to burn ulti here to make it to safety. Nukeduck will use that spellbook Exhaust. And Destiny just laying down a bit of extra vision. And this is the thing, is that OG were such a Senna team in the previous patch, but I'm so glad that Senna is gone, because you just could not take Baron with that champion. Yes, you'd never take damage, but you also didn't do enough damage. Aphelios, on the other hand, is a Baron killer. This champion can shred through that objective. And I want to see OG start to contest.
Yeah, the thing is, I think OG, their game plan has to be vision first, objective second, right? And that's sort of the safe approach they oftentimes like to go for. And with a comp like this, I think that's completely justified. So looking to get control towards in the river, that right now is, you know, dark for the sides of Mad Lions, but then inside the Mad Lions jungle, make it so that you can actually find a fight outside of the pit where Mad Lions have to walk into you, because that's basically what they have to do with this type of a comp, and then you turn around with that engage from range that has really been crafted here by OG.
And hopefully the fights to come might get a little bit easier for Mad, despite the fact that we talk about 2 items for Carzzy. The Blade of the Rune King appears to be on the way, will help shred through some of the health that we do see from Nukeduck. But the gold tells us very clearly where exactly OG want to put their resources, and honestly shows how far ahead they are in some of these individual matchups.
Yeah, it shows both sides too, because you're talking about how neither team wanted to give a whole lot of gold to the tanks. You can see how far OG have gone down that route. Nukeduck has less gold than both junglers. That's insane. They don't care about giving him items, and quite honestly, there's absolutely no reason to. When you have Karthus in the jungle and you put a tank in the mid lane, like, this makes a lot of sense to me, because you're effectively just trying to funnel more resources onto Xerxes. So if forever there's some reason where Upset or Alphari aren't in the same lane as Nukeduck, it should be Xerxes, and it should be him picking up a lot, and that's why he has a 40 CS lead over Rek'Sai. It's why he's able to walk with freely into the enemy jungle and take away camps.
And one of the things that I love about the itemization coming out from OG is that we see, like, clear awareness in terms of building Ornn itemization. Hold that thought, see if this fight breaks out. Knockup will not connect, because you see Upset going for IE second, so he can get that Ornn upgrade. You see the immediate death cap third for Xerxes, so he can get the Ornn upgrade. Everyone optimizing kind of their build path, because we saw a Runan second coming in from Upset, where, like we often do, he would have to wait so long to actually get that effective damage boost that Ornn so easily provides.
Yeah, now the problem is that Nukeduck just doesn't have the levels to really do it. He just ticked over to 13 and handed the Molten Edge to Upset, but now, like, Mad Lions just gave up their top lane tower. That tower was already damaged from the Rift Herald going down earlier. Now they're trying to force fight, but Alphari does have teleport to join.
Difficult to fight around this Cho'Gath, however. Rupture already been burned. Debating how much they want to Oh, no! They pulled back. Humanoid has been locked up. The Aphelios all now coming down. Humanoid zoned out, but the cat is there in the midst of everything. The knockup not going to matter much. Requiem now coming down. Humanoid still being healed up, but it's a Rome who has been caught out. The Ezreal will not connect. They try to force Upset. Humanoid now has to run for the hills, but Alphari just walking forward. The fancy footwork is not enough, and OG once again finding a 2 for 0.
OG just showing how good this comp is at beating you in fight. Pushing up into top lane saying, come at me, bro. And now they're going to do the same thing around the Baron. Should start this one up, and as soon as Shadow walks in, he's going down.
Ooh. They have so much potential to zone this one away. They don't really need anyone else on this objective. Shadow, can he make it over the wall?
Well, Ezreal is poking quite a bit here. The Baron's going down too quickly, though.
Flash, 4K. I mean, Shadow can still steal. There's always the potential.
It's 50-50. It's 50-50.
Going over. Nukeduck's going to take it.
Double smite.
The Ornn denying it. That's a bit of spellbook flare, but now Carzzy in the pit. So many low health bars. So basically untouchable Ezreal. He has to be careful. The flash backwards, a bit more damage. Destiny. He's now on the hunt. He's running out of mana quickly, though. Don't think he can get this one down. 4 seconds left.
Nukeduck is TPing in, though. They want to turn this around on him.
Ooh, Carzzy cannot afford to take another Skittle to the face there. Yeah, decides it's a little bit too soon to taste the rainbow. Will back away. Will retreat. And Origen extending their gold lead to 8K.
8K here. We'll see this one more time too, because at the start it's like 5v4, OG maybe in a tough position, but then they just say nah, because Destiny connecting the Zenith Blade, that will take him all the way back towards Humanoid, effectively removing him from the starting half of this fight. And again, Carzzy topside, like, he can't get out any DPS, so all OG have to do is pick a direction they want to run, and Mad Lions are going to go down. Forward was the choice right there as they walk down into the enemy jungle, and then, you know, just clean it up. Flash smite. Oh wait, maybe Xerxes didn't even have smite for Baron, and they just had to switch it over.
Yep. Now
so it was a true.
Oh no, he does have smite. Or what?
Well, you can't trust that thing at the bottom there. We'll see it. We'll see it here. So that's gonna be 1, 2. Yeah. Okay, that's a double smite.
Clean. And to be fair, we talked a little bit about jungle mid synergy, and you may not have seen it everywhere you wanted to, but giving resources to your jungler, 1 point for Origen.
There you go.
Double smiting an objective down as a jungler and a mid laner, 2 points for Origen.
You'll
So
love to see
positive
it.
trends.
Positive trends also that they just upgraded the Infinity Edge and the Rabadons, like you were addressing earlier. Now Mad Lions, they want to go for a bit of a base race, which I don't blame them because they'll lose a fight, but I will blame them when they lose their base because they definitely do not win this push.
Absolutely not. Upset has the chakram as well, so he's just going to shred through that tower. They're now retreating.
Okay.
Yeah, not so sure about this one, but desperate times, desperate measures, all that.
All right.
And of course, the top lane inhibitor is exposed as well, so OG can, if they want to, just walk over. Could look to proxy the mid lane wave, but Origen, 2 expectation. We'll take it slow. We'll back off, we'll reset, we'll get a few items, and then look to continue the push in the mid lane.
Yeah. One other thing we haven't really brought up in a little while was the dragons and how Mad Lions maybe we're trying to accelerate that forward and secure those. OG have gotten the last 2 Mountain Drakes, so Nukeduck very happy about that. He's like, well, I've got these items that give me more stats than everyone else. I've got these Drakes. It doesn't matter that I have no gold because I'm still going to be virtually unkillable with a stopwatch on top of that too. So now OG, what they're going to do is they're playing 2 lanes at the moment because bot lane will push up for them. So they can go right down mid with these minions. Alfari will go up towards top side. And they maybe just fight a fire.
They're just going to go right in. Carzzy. Not a single chance left. Give him a break. He's just a rookie. Cutting him down. OG just going to walk to the mid lane. Remember, top lane inhibitor exposed as well. This should be the final nail in the coffin. We might see another 4 minutes of gameplay, but that's going to be about it. They go in. The follow-up is there. The snares connecting. Shadow in trouble. Down comes the Requiem. How many are going to drop? Humanoid. Popped. Xerxes, legendary, and OG walking right down mid to close this one out. Why not kill yourself with Cho'Gath and a cat? A little bit more spice on top. Kaiser knocks down, and the base will follow. Origen moving up to 5 and 2. An absolute display of dominance. I'm getting caster curse every time because people refuse to end the game, but they're taking their time. They're looking for one more kill. They want to rub it in his face, but it's not going to happen. OG will end the game.
That was just nasty from Origen, right? You know, they came off a little bit of a rough week 3. They come into the games today, say, we're going to draft what we like to play. And it honestly just didn't even feel like they gave a chance to the Mad Lions because even though you say you get outscaled with this comp, like Xerxes was inside the enemy jungle from level 1, never taking his foot off the gas. Just really nice stuff from OG.
Yeah, the thing that really made this all work out for me is both the incredible jungling from Xerxes, but also I think the heads-up drafting from the side of OG. The Ornn pick is so good against LeBlanc Ezreal. Because if they do not get super fed, they just can't do anything in a team fight against this champion. His hitbox is giant. He body blocks everything for his backline. He's impossible to kill.
Every fight sort of started off with Mad Lions saying like, oh, this is a good one for us. They get their damage down, and then OG just sort of turn around. But they didn't even move because like, the Upset and Xerxes and Alfari were all just able to hit their enemies from like 2 screens away. It just never felt like it was a fair fight or even close to one.
Yeah, and I think when we look at it, once again, I think that Destiny also deserves some recognition here. It feels like his follow-ups were on point, wasn't afraid to flash Shield of Daybreak to find the stuns.
I mean, he got Humanoid like every single time, right? And tracked him back to the distortion as well.
It was a good look. But at the end of the day, Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter is the place. You can vote for Upset, Xerxes, Alfari. I think it has to be Xerxes, personally. No?
I mean, he played a good game. I'm honestly, I'm just like sort of sitting back looking at this one like, yeah, if you look top to bottom, everyone had a really solid performance. Karthus maybe gets a little bit more kills than other people should because he just drops the R from a mile away, but I think there's a lot of good cases to be made here.
Yeah, and I think that Karthus jungle might just have to be considered back after a performance like that. It was solid. Normally, I expect that champion to just get dunked on in the early game, but Xerxes did a fantastic job just kind of outmaneuvering his opposition. And Well, what do you know? We might just have an interview with the man himself. Let's see what he has to say about that fantastic performance.
Thank you, guys, and thank you, Xerxes, for joining me. I saw you spending some time with the Mad Lions before the game. For those who don't know, you used to work with Mac, with Splice last year. So what is extra special for you drafting against him today and playing?
Well, definitely, because I spent 2 years of my life with in Splice and with Max. So yeah, it was definitely more special. It wasn't the usual LEC game for me.
And was it easier for you to prep against them because you know maybe how Mac can think when drafting?
Yes and no, because at the same time, like he also knows my tendencies and how am I as a player. So yeah.
That's a two-way street then. Now a bit more about the game. I know they want to talk about drafting and jungle maybe on the AD later. We saw some new picks today, the return of Ezreal, Yuumi for the first time in the LEC, and Karthus in your hands. So I want to know, why did you think it was the best time to draft Karthus, and what do you need to make this champion successful on patch 10.3?
Well, we've been practicing a lot of Karthus this week, so even though their team comp was kind of annoying to play against, because Yuumi has a lot of heal for the team, that's what we practiced, and we felt like, you know, we are confident in this, like we won most of the games, so we're like, yeah, let's go for it.
What do you think makes this champion good right now?
Well, it's not so much about the champion, but also it's the fact that they buffed the jungle XP dispatch. So it also, it just feels much better as a jungler to play right now.
Yeah, because you were saying last time we had an interview, I'm the dog for my teammates on patch 10.2. So you mentioned the jungle buffs. Can you explain how is it different now?
Well, the buffs weren't that meaningful. I still think it's worse than it was in the previous years. But it's obviously a good step in making jungle a bit more useful.
You're still waiting for more.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I would like a bit more, but at the same time, I know how everyone is complaining that jungle is so OP, so yeah.
Well, step by step, maybe the next patch. Xerxes, thank you for the interview. Congrats on the first win this week.
Thank you.
And to hear more about the game, let's send it to you guys.
Thank you so much. That was Law there with Xerxes, and a big win. And it wasn't a typical LEC game, at least that's the words that he chose to share with us. It felt like it was had a little bit more oomph to it, and it certainly did for our analysts, Fedius and Frosk. You guys were talking all about how you felt like there was a different OG draft, a different world out there last week. This week you're expecting a return to the norm. Did you get it?
Yes. So we want to immediately get into the draft, and I'm going to use this giant fancy wall that I have behind me to talk a little bit more about it.
I love
because
fancy walls.
When we think about what happened last week, we can see, oh, this is the draft that we ended up seeing this time around, right? So when they were drafting, what am I looking at right now?
You're
this
looking
is the
at the draft
that they
you
played
just
against.
watched.
Yeah. So this is the draft that we just saw, and you'll notice that they've gone for much more of a scaling choice. You have the Ornn in the mid lane, you have the Karthus, you have the Gangplank, very strong scaling champions. And the great thing about them is they mitigate a lot of what Mad is trying to do. Things like LeBlanc and Rek'Sai, known as a very strong 2v2 mid-jungle duo, is mitigated by the fact that they can't gain much pressure against this Ornn. So this lane is neutralized, giving Karthus all the free time in the world to be able to farm up, ramp up, and allow Xerxes to actually play the way that we want. And when you have a look at some of his early game stats, you can see that Origen were able to find a plus 1.5k gold difference in the early game. They were able to find 3 kills plus assists in the early game as well. And when we contrast that to how they played against Misfits last week, it was Origen that was trying to go for much more of this style. They drafted a strong mid-jungle duo. They tried to get ahead through the mid lane and synergy with their jungler, and I felt like that it just wasn't there.
Do we have a way to bring that up? Can we bring up the other draft to visualize it, just so for my memory's sake?
I mean, as a reminder, there we go.
So, yes. So here we can see the Kiana and the Elise. And when you look at this draft, the whole goal is to get this, and this champion all working together to help move them around the map and attack these side lanes. Try and shut down the Zyra Khan, trying to shut down the Aatrox. But they were unable to do it. They found themselves in a 3,000 gold deficit in the early game. They didn't get a single kill plus assist. And a lot of it came from the fact that these players were playing very independently of each other. other. The great thing about a Karthus is it doesn't need you to work well with your team. You just have to be farmed up and ready in order to react to any plays that happen on the map. And I felt like that we get to see a clear shift and draft focus from the side of Origen to allow them to play much more of their style that we're used to seeing from them, and it guaranteed them so much more success compared to the past.
Well, there is no doubt that there is a clear shift back to a scaling composition. There's no doubt about it, seeing the Thresh as well and the Elise completely absent from today. And instead, let's focus on what we did see today. You touched on the Karthus, and Xerxes kind of echoed some of the sentiment we were theory crafting backstage for us regarding why he's showing up now.
I mean, the idea is that if you listen to LS, Karthus should have been much higher priority much earlier on. But when the jungle changes came through where you have more uptime on camps, Karthus is the perfect jungler because he farms so quickly. But one of the examples was that there wasn't enough gold or experience. So even though you're farming constantly, there's still more gold and value into the lane. So you would need emphasis on ganking junglers. Yeah. But the thing is Karthus doesn't need to leave the jungle to gank the lanes as soon as he has access to ultimate. It's like the best of both worlds. And now on top of the 10.3 changes where more gold and experience has gone into the Krug camp, it's just heyday for Karthus. On top of that, there were 5 jungle bans this game. And as soon as it came to the Rek'Sai, I turned to you, I was like, this would be a great Karthus game. They locked in Rek'Sai. I was like, oh no, Xerxes Karthus. Xerxes was the Karthus player. Yeah. I know it was G2 who were recognized about it, but Xerxes was the guy in scrims that was tearing up with this champion. So now
he was still playing it even when many other teams in Europe weren't.
Exactly. So now that it's rotated back into the champion pool, people need to be aware how devastating this champion can be, especially on Origen's bread and butter, where they just kick back, put their feet up on the desk, and just cruise control into late game, because they show how crazy good they are at neutralizing anything to happen in early.
And this is the important thing to acknowledge, is that we're not sitting there and saying the Origen's just doing nothing, right? Because they found a 2v2 kill bot, they mitigated a lot of what the enemy team tried to do, and we can see that when Mad tried to force these fights, it was just way too difficult for them.
Think about how hard it is for Carzzy right now. They try to engage with the Cho'Gath because he's their only hard engaged champion, but you're against a Gangplank and a Karthus. Yeah. You literally just press R. Karthus doesn't have to even aim, just press R. Gangplank has a giant circle, drop it onto him. The AD carry is completely out of the match, and then on top of that, you put something like an Ornn ultimate and a Felios ultimate. Yeah. The line damage, the back reach, a Leona ultimate, everything's falling from the sky, and Carzzy's like, I'm playing dodgeball, and I have nothing to play back with.
And this is why, when at the beginning of the day, we looked at the standings, and we were a little surprised that things are shaken up this way, because many of us would still say that Origen is a clear third place. Right. And when you look at a game like this, it supports the argument and justifies why we were saying that. Origen is clean when they play the style that they are extremely familiar with, and I feel like this is exactly the look that Origen need to keep if they want to still sit with the top in Europe.
Yeah, and the top for this game, your Kia player of the game, has been locked in. Looks like Xerxes has taken it with 74% of your votes. And I think actually another point, not only just his Karthus, incredible, but also this Ornn. I haven't seen much of Goat Boy, certainly not in middle, but he just seemed like an immovable force. I mean, is this just product of the draft and it just works wonderfully for them, or am I going to be seeing more of this?
In terms of the LeBlanc matchup, he is literally budget Morgana, and he's budget Morgana because he's the buy one get 20 free. He's like, let me upgrade this for you, and this for you, and this for you.
Yeah, I think he was just a product of the draft, and I think that you should expect to see him more. We've already seen him a little bit in Europe. We've been seeing him around the world, especially from Chovy and the mid lane over in the LCK. So I think that it is something to expect more of as we progress through the split. Probably not first pick, first ban, though.
No, maybe not. Maybe that's exclusive to this game, but OG do pick up the first win rather convincingly as they return to their scaly goodness. When we do return, though, we're going to be bouncing straight back as XL Esports look to find themselves some redemption with a convincing win against SK Gaming. We'll be talking all about that when we return.
Hello, this is Patrick, and after a break, we're about to play SK Gaming. It's going to be a nice match, so make sure you watch.
next up.
Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
the thing that really drives me is the emotion that people put into the play. Like, everyone's so emotional about the game, they care so much, and even though we can joke around and have fun, even when we lose or when we win, there's so much emotion involved, and people have so much passion, they show it in the team, and that's something that I really want to drive forwards with the team and just put it into the game and just put it into our playstyle. I think relationships inside and outside the game are really, really important. I think the love for the game and the friendships are what makes the game enjoyable, and when you enjoy something, you put more effort in, and if you put more effort, you have more success. So.
All right, welcome back to the LEC studio. Stakes are high for K1 XL Esports as they look to climb their way up to the top 4. We're gonna see if they can do it for the win against SK Gaming. It's time, folks. It's time for Pick and Ban. Enough of that wholesome K-Drill interview. Instead, let's get into some good old-fashioned League of Legends.
Yeah, let's see some games here. XL and SK both sort of towards the bottom end, but we have some high hopes for some of the players on these teams. So this is going to be a good proving ground for a lot of these players to come into week 4 on a high. New patch means new champs, means new look for a lot of these squads.
Absolutely does. Now we're seeing the Pantheon banned out of respect for Mickey. Love to see it. The Gragas and the J4 banned away. Now, K-Drill talked about liking both of these champions so much, and yet I see XL ban them all the time. So we're going to have to see what their priority is going to be. Syndra and the Aphelios, the final bans, of course, for SK.
Well, right now I'm looking at the Elise over for the side of XL, primarily because with Gragas banned away, there's not a lot of great other AP junglers, and we know Mickey loves to play a lot of these physical damage mid laners. So we've seen K-Drill do the Talia in the past as another AP option. The Rumble that Expect Hubbard is a favorite for him as well, but I mean, this is a big surprise.
All right, currently Yuumi has yet to win a game this split in the LEC.
Okay.
It's been played once before. It was not a good look. Gonna have to see if there's a higher ceiling on this champion and what it can get done and how SK Gaming want to respond. I'm gonna guess that's not what I would guess. I was gonna guess blind pick Ornn for Sakura because he's done it 5 times, but potentially it's going to be the set now for Sakura. Big difference in terms of relative champ.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of where this goes, this will be the first set game for the entirety of SK Gaming. I mean, you're sort of joking about Sakurai's Ornn. He's played Ornn 5 out of the 6 games, so if this is for him up in the top lane, that would be a pretty big departure. Now, locking in the Misfortune alongside it, we're already seeing a lot of AoE, a lot of area of effect damage for those big sort of wombo combos. Misfortune was, nerfed a bit on this patch, lost some attack speed, so it means that there's more emphasis on her landing big ultimates right inside of a team fight, because her just cutting down a frontliner shouldn't be quite as powerful as it was on previous patches.
And now we have the Ezreal once again after an underwhelming performance in Game 1. XL want to try their hands on it here in Game 2. The Ezreal Yuumi lane, of course, one of those lanes that in theory is very powerful, but obviously very hard to get the maximum value out of. We'll see what Patrick and Torre can do with it.
This is the Aatrox Yuumi I was talking about in last game's draft. I was like, Aatrox plus Yuumi is a super, super powerful combination when she can just attach to a frontliner with that built-in healing with some mobility too. Just means it's going to be much easier to stay alive and actually reach the back line of someone like the Misfortune here. So I think already I'm seeing more thought put into this Yuumi pick than maybe we saw in the last game.
And now the Karthus, our second Karthus, it looks like the meta has shifted a lot more than I expected.
Look, in just one game and one half of a draft, I have learned so much about how scrims have gone down this week.
Champions that have done well: Ezreal, Yuumi, Karthus. Champions that have not done well: everything else.
Yeah, clearly Senna not doing well, but Aphelios with a ban in this game and a first pick in the last one, still very high on the priority list. Now, if we're actually looking at the overall compositions from these two teams, again, the Excel comp looks a lot like that Mad Lions comp, where it's a lot about this Ezreal's mobility, taking slow fights, playing around these skill shots, whereas SK Gaming, much like OG in Game 1, tons of area of effect damage and zone control too that can be really frustrating for an Ezreal to play into.
And I like that we're seeing the Olaf now banned away. Would definitely be very frustrating for them to try to set up any kind of team fight with a Karthus MF against a champion that can just ignore you and run straight into melee range. Also, paired with a Yuumi, as we've seen in other leagues, can be just about impossible to kill.
Yeah, I wonder if we could get like an Ornn or something like that from SK still.
If we just see like each team taking half of the previous game's draft and just swapping them across the sides.
Yeah, because I mean, Ornn's a fine matchup into the Aatrox, right? And Set could still go into the mid lane here. So we expect SK to go for a support pick right now. Could be that Leona that pairs very nicely alongside the Misfortune. So just keep piling those circles on top of each other right here and build yourself good comp. And now they can save that last pick because they already have a lot of physical damage. They already have a lot of magic damage. Now it's about rounding out that composition, and I honestly think an Ornn would slot in super well to add into that long-range initiation, to set up for the Misfortune, to allow Set to get in range as well. Like, that would put this comp into a very nice.
And honestly, I loved watching Ornn into the Ezreal. Just a beefy front line against that Ezreal makes it feel impossible to get anything done. Good call on the Leona. Does get locked in here from the side of SK Gaming. Excel taking their time debating on this Azir pick. Obviously, a lot of strong scaling potential in that champion. But instead, it is going to be the Zoe now locked in. Not a lot of innate synergy with the Yuumi, but can be really strong in terms of setting up picks and denying a lot of the combo potential of this enemy lineup.
Yeah, that's the thing. Kadril now probably goes, I mean, he probably goes for a physical damage jungler, but you don't want something that necessarily has to hard commit. You want something with a little bit of an out option here as well, because, oh, no, I actually really like this. I think Sejuani is a good pick here.
Here we go. Obviously buffed on the most recent patch. A little bit extra early attack speed will make the jungle clear better. On top of that, pairing it with an Aatrox means we have that infamous melee combo. Can quickly stun lock the opposition.
Yeah, because I was originally thinking like Kadril goes like for the Talia or something, right? But with a Zoe in mid lane, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, Sejuani's early clear was buffed on this patch. Her passive gets a little bit less effectiveness as it will now get broken on jungle camps. So means that her potential to like skirmish in the river after like taking a camp or something means she will be more vulnerable here. But this is spicy, Dracos.
And these are two very cocktail compositions. I'm not going to lie to you. Now, I get the vision on the side of Excel. You got Ezreal. He's pretty strong relatively early. You've got some good mid-game potential on the side of SK. We got a little bit of Wombo combo, a little bit of global threat. We got a nice bit to add to that in the bottom lane. Then there's a Kassadin. He's there. He's chilling. He's obviously late game scaling. He's obviously impossible to get away from. He's going to devour that Zoe as we get later in the game. But still, this is going to be so hard to pull off, I feel like.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting situation here because with the Kassadin in mid lane, you don't really get a ton of priority coming out of that mid lane. Now, Kadril on the Sejuani means he can't invade quite as much as he would have liked to. Karthus should be able to sort of, you know, poke her out in any sort of 1v1. Karthus will have the upper hand. So it feels like there's like a mid laner on Excel's side that wants to get aggressive next to a jungler that maybe doesn't quite necessarily. Although post level 6, you'd like to gank that lane, but then Kassadin has Riftwalk. So there's a lot of different pieces here. Dracos. There's a lot we're going to have to digest once we get into this game, but the sort of cliff notes here is that Excel have a comp built around mobility, built around poke, built around taking slow fights around their skill shots, whereas SK, it's all about big AoEs and then unlocking Kassadin at level 11 and 16.
Remember, big stakes for both of these teams. For Excel, it's a matter of moving up, starting to contest teams like Mad Lions, who just lost in the previous game, starting to move towards the top of the table. On the opposite side for SK, it's honestly about getting out of the bottom of the barrel, the Vitalities of the world, the Schalkes of the world who are still struggling to find a win, and SK who have, you know, it's also, I think, been a similar struggle for this team. I think they've been spared the scorn of the community because they have found a win, but definitely need to show us more in this game and the matches to come.
So all these mid-tier teams need to start picking up wins against each other. Always love to see the Excel fans in the crowd. Oh,
all right.
Like,
XL Esports, la 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 la. Also
I
dance
said
on.
you love to see him in the crowd, and then he like dabs like 8 times in my face. Like, I don't know.
Say the thing when we put the camera on you. Say the
2019.
thing. Wow. Oh my god. Too pretentious for your own good. A bit of a delay getting into game. Now we get a slow pan in on the face of Youngbuck.
Smile. Smile. There you go. Okay.
League officials are investigating the server issues. We're investigating Youngbuck's face.
We have different priorities, Dracos.
Okay, so like I do want to talk a little bit about this draft. So you talked about mid lane, obviously. So Kadril not necessarily can't really do anything even if Mickey does have lane priority just because of how strong Trick can be.
Right.
But top lane's really where I want to focus because it has 2 big hit points. I feel like Expect has been relatively strong for this team overall, and I think Sakre, I don't know if he's been weak or if he's just been stuck on Ornn duty. And I think that's something we have to figure out in this game when he has more of an opportunity to show off.
Yeah, because Sakre this year has just been really weird to me because when I remember this guy, it came from like EU Masters in spring last year where he was always playing these range top lanes.
Cannons,
he was
the Karmas.
And he dominated every lane.
Yes.
He averaged like plus like 25 CS at 15. I'm just like, that's insane. And now he's on tank duty, so it's not that same style that he found so much success on in the past. It's clearly trying to play more for the team here. And now that he's being allowed to go towards the set, he has a little bit more individual agency. But this is also a lane where you brought up Kadril earlier. I think Kadril on the Sejuani, top lane's almost his best bet to look for these types of plays when you have a Sejuani next to a melee champion to sort of accelerate that season.
Well, the setup's just so easy. for those two champions. Both have a decent amount of CC that they can pack on their own. Obviously, combined, the synergy is very much real. Additionally, the bottom lane is going to be interesting to me because I hate Ezreal Yuumi. Now, that's old. Those are my old grudges showing through, just because last time they were in meta, it was, compared to the Kaisas and the Xayahs of the world, just not a very exciting lane to watch, if I'm honest. But I'm curious to see what it looks like here, especially against a SK lineup that does not have a traditional hard tank. Now, Set will be relatively tanky, but also Ezreal is his worst nightmare. With a Frozen Fist, he actually just cannot get near this duo.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Set to sort of come around and get into these fights, as you mentioned. I think that's where almost this Kassadin comes into play for SK. So while Sakurai is going to be pretty much relegated to punching the faces of Sejuani and Aatrox in these fights, that's where Kassadin wants to come in around on a flank, use his mobility over walls to find the backline of Patrick and Mickey and get in their faces. And if he can get them to like blow an arcane shift, all of a sudden now it becomes so much easier for Limit to throw down his own CC and try to actually lock this guy down.
Yeah, and we saw in the previous game what a Leona can really do to the likes of an Ezreal or a LeBlanc. You know, obviously not always the most reliable, but connecting that Zenith Blade when you have the damage follow-up like an MF, like a Kassadin, should still be a death sentence despite all the escape tools that Ezreal has.
I think the biggest difference here between SK's and Origen's comp, though, is the amount of like reliable engaged CC. Because yes, they have the Leona, but they don't have the GP ult around it. They don't have the Ornn ultimate around it either. So if Patrick just dodges the Zenith Blade or Torre on this Yuumi picks up a Mikhail's Crucible, all of a sudden, Ezreal should be pretty free in fights outside of that Kassadin that's going to be seeking for him. And that's really where, in these late games, like if we're talking like level 16, like 4 or 5 items on pretty much everyone, it's going to be a battle, I think, between Gen X and Patrick to see who can stay alive.
Absolutely has to be. Because I think the thing about Mickey is that he's so happy not to see a GP on the enemy side because Zoe has like basically fake mobility, right? Like if you throw a GP ult on one side of the portal jump, she's getting hit by the GP ult.
And look, if you flash on top of her, she has mobility now. So
yeah. Which Kassadin doesn't really need to do is the good news. GP probably wouldn't have needed to do it either, but have to see what Mickey also can do here because he has been a lot on these melee champions, a lot of the more, let's say, unconventional picks like the Pantheon. That's why you see a band away here. So I'm curious what he looks like on a more traditional mage in this matchup.
Yeah, and Zoe's not a super easy champion to play into a lot of these picks on SK side either. Rather, where you know, if you miss a bubble, you're out of the fight for 11 seconds, almost effectively. When you can't walk forward, or you get punched in the face by a Karthus, or you know, Gen X jumping on you with this Kassadin. So for him, it is going to be about trying to unlock in this mid game, look for good bubbles, setups alongside the Sejuani. That's where Excel's sort of long range initiation does come from, as well as a flank by the Aatrox with the Yuumi potentially even does give you these options. The big difference there is going to be that Excel lack a lot of consistent DPS the later we get into the game, whereas Trix Karthus is only going to continue to ramp up even higher right next to Kassadin too.
Yeah, and it's always, I just feel like it's such a huge question about execution when we look at late game DPS because it's mostly not there, but like we've all seen the Aatrox highlight reels. The Darkened Blade just does not have a cooldown when you get late enough in the game. So outside of that perfect dream scenario, but I'm wondering if XL are the kind of team that can find that fantastic Aatrox setup. However, as we get ready, as we're remaking the lobbies, there's a few more issues that we have to get sorted out. We are going to send it back to the analyst desk before we take it back into game 2.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, exactly. Let's turn a negative into a positive and have an extra opportunity to provide some additional insight and thoughts. Now the draft is all locked in. Before we do jump into this game, Vedi and Frost hanging out. You kind of going to echo some of the similar sentiments. You leaning towards the left-hand side of the screen on that draft?
Yeah, I definitely think that the casters have really covered it. The one thing that I wanted to immediately jump on that we were talking about backstage, because Medic brought up the good point, he's like, by the priority pick of the Yuumi, they could be trying to force the enemy team to respond with Soraka, because giving away Yuumi and Soraka double heals seems scary, and I just felt immediately that SK don't play Soraka, or they're not comfortable playing Soraka, because they also banned it in second phase, and I think it's just a really good tell of there are certain teams that don't have the necessary flexibility in draft, and time again with SK, I'm starting to see some of those holes, especially on high priority champions. The fact that SK themselves banned it when they had the opportunity to grab something, I think is a big red flag to keep track of as we go further in the split.
I'm just happy that we see FLICKR and a couple more champions that aren't Ornn for a change. The dude has played so many Ornn games.
The number one thing he hears this split, Ornn's a good pick here.
What I think is quite interesting, I didn't get to listen in depth to what the cast was saying. I noticed that they talked about a strong mid game from XL and they talked about the scaling advantage from SK. One of the things I've been thinking a lot of recently when it comes to drafts is when it comes to scaling, you've got to be thinking about, even though a champion might have good late game damage, how does it look in the context of the game, right? And when we think about XL's comp, a lot of their late game damage comes from poke. And so you think about, okay, how easy is it for SK's comp to actually get on top of the poke? So you then contrast it to things like Leona. Well, okay, Leona maybe not the most reliable way of getting on top, but still a pretty solid engage. Kassadin, on the other hand, is one of the best ways to dive on top. And I think that was the champion that came out last pick and why I'm a big fan of it. Because not only does Kassadin have the strongest, or one of the strongest dueling powers in the late game in a side lane, but his wave clear can get ridiculous when he's stacking up his ultimate and he has that level 16. But also, it's very easy for him to just out DPS these poke champions because they can't keep their distance against him. At level 16, that ultimate is on like a 2-second cooldown and he can just keep diving on top of you. And when you have someone like a Karthus that can just facilitate by providing that ultimate, getting that extra damage down, it means that in a side lane, I think XL is going to really struggle to stop SK in the late game of dealing with this Kassadin pick.
And as a small caveat to that, it's always the assumption that Kassadin is basically not a champion until he gets access to those higher points into ultimate, which just isn't true.
Yeah.
He actually has a lot of decent or okay matchups in the mid lane. Kassadin is not worthless before level 6. He actually has decent trade patterns there, so it is something to take into account that he can be a factor before level 16.
It certainly can. Keep your eye on Karthus early. If you've just joined us and are wondering, Caster, please stop talk, show game. You don't panic. We can and we will. The league officials are remaking the draft exactly as it just was, and we'll be jumping into it once it's concluded. So XLSK is just moments away. No
Why gotta do Twitch chat dirty like that?
The amount of tweets I get on a daily basis, like, why don't they just start the game? Analysts, stop talk. I'm like, do you understand how this world works?
So you put that on your resume, you're like, I'm fluent in English, German, and Twitch chat.
Oh yeah, yeah. You just say like Pog and Kappa and they all think you're cool. That's pretty much it.
Well, you're already hitting it off with the Twitch chat.
I'm hanging out with you guys, I get it.
Yeah. But I'm going to bring us back to the draft.
Yes, please do.
Nice-hearted, man.
Yeah, I'm just going to hard pivot right back into the draft.
Full 180.
Because I want to talk about the XL draft and talk about something that I think many fans have been hearing a lot about when it comes to like what is a good draft, right? And I'm one of those people that doesn't really like to say X or Y won the draft. I prefer to look at the options. And normally when people look at who won or lost the draft, it largely comes down to ease of execution. Now, the thing about XL is it's very easy for them to get priority in the mid lane, right? Kassadin, while he's not a completely useless champion in the early game, he doesn't have good push at all. And Zoe has one of the best pushes in the early game out of anyone. Now, admittedly, when you look across the board, you can see Crown Shot and Limit playing the Misfortune and Leona should give them prio in this lane, give them a strong 2 versus 2. And the set, also known for actually having a very strong laning phase. Even after the nerfs that he's had on this patch, he can actually push and get easy priority against a champion like an Aatrox. And we've been hearing a lot about that from many of our pros recently. So a lot of this game for XL in the early game falls on the shoulders of Mickey and Kadra being able to work together. They've got to use their mid prio in order to advance and pressure these other side lanes. And use the long range of Zoe to set up for traps, look for dives, and see if they can find any opportunities, because if they don't relieve this pressure, SK is going to be able to transition into the late game in a pretty healthy state.
And just to quickly return to some of the points I was learning all about, the patch 10.3 and the changes. Something worth observing is that a lot of the changes are going to be visible in this game. We get to see more from the change sedge on Kadral, but also getting to see Set and how that shapes up. Also the jungle changes, we get to see more from that Karthus. We're getting to see a lot of the things we talked about earlier on in that ready check, and getting to see how they play out in FLICKR.
Particularly the Yuumi, which is, I was actually very surprised how high valued Yuumi was in this game and the last one. Kind of going back to Vedius's point though about like execution and specifically looking at XL's draft. XL are a team that aren't as dependent on monster objectives or winning 5v5 team fights to move the chains or kind of accelerate the pace of the game. I kind of think of that as a rather basic way to play League of Legends that a lot of our bottom teams are reliant on. Although, are we in?
It looks like I'm seeing fist bumps, I'm seeing talking.
Okay,
it looks
I'll cut it.
It's time to cut this one short, and we're going to jump back into the action and get this game underway.
Here we go, the moment you've been waiting for exactly how long it took us to get into the game. I'm not sure exactly how much time that was. It is XL versus SK, 3-3 to the 2-4. Potential for SK to tie up, potential for XL to tie up. Mad Lions, another competition. XL Esports. La 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 la. I gotta be honest, I was skeptical last year when it kicked off, but it is growing on me, XL.
Just getting better and better.
Here's the thing, Ender.
What's the thing?
We've talked about the draft so much.
We talked about it. The analyst deck talked about it.
We talked about it, and I want to talk about it again. I'm just kidding. I want to talk a little bit about the top lane matchup. This one is a really interesting one for me because FLICKR, as mentioned on the desk, is a guy that we haven't really seen outside of Ornn. 6 games, 5 of them on Ornn, 3 isolated deaths, not great. But I'm wondering, Ender, if you believe that this is the chance for him to turn this around, to show us a new side of FLICKR.
I think there's opportunity here, but it's going to be difficult because when I look at how Excel want to play, especially this early game, like I think Casual might get involved around top lane early on when you consider like having a Sejuani on your team you want to gank for these melee lanes. So it'll be up to FLICKR to sort of flex a new muscle here on this set. And he's already doing something interesting in his rune choice in particular. He's going for the Aftershock. This is something we saw a little bit on 10.2, but on the new patch, of course, he's going to proc that with his E at level 1, whereas prior you would take W at level 1, but that lost a lot of the cooldown on it. Oh boy.
Patch taking a ton of damage here. Crown Shot stepping forward. Huge overstep from the Excel bottom lane. Apparently the players were not happy with the direction we were taking this commentary because they want to make it about the bottom side.
Like, forget that. Put me in the bot side.
Level 1, so good. And obviously, Ezreal level 1, relatively strong. Yumi levels anything before her first item, relatively weak.
Also, Patrick has Cleanse here, so even though they do lose the heal...
Gonna lock up the Yumi. Stun is there. Good bit of damage onto Torre, but fantastic reaction speed coming out from the side of Patrick.
Yep, so Patrick still has that cleanse, by the way. He doesn't have the flash anymore, though. So, should be worried, but now with the E, should be able to dodge away from any sort of initiation from Limit. Of course, if Limit does connect with the Zenith Blade, he should be able to follow Ezreal through the Arcane Shift. But going back towards the Aftershock in the top lane, because I do think it's interesting, especially on one of these newer champions, sort of digest that, especially in the matchup versus Aatrox. Watch when he times his E, you know, his CC that will pull in Aatrox, because he should be using that around the time that Aatrox sets up for his 3rd cast on Q. That's the highest damage Q that Aatrox will be able to pump out, and it also means that Expect should be basically melee range of him. So that's going to be the object there, and then of course having Aftershock when you get into the team fights later on is also going to be really high value, especially if you pick up like the beefy Sejuani and then teleport yourself into the middle of the enemy team. You're going to want those extra resistance.
And I like that they don't really have a true tank, but this is making Set more of a true tank for this composition, which may want that beefy front line, especially to deal with, as we mentioned, a champion like Ezreal. You know, obviously Trick being spotted out in the jungle by Expect with that extra additional lane priority is going to be a bit rough for SK early on, but Trick happy to farm anyway.
Yeah, I think Casual might actually run into some problems because he was pathing to go for the double Scuttlecraft, but the bot lane of SK is already here.
Lockup is there. Crown Shot walking in. Only level 2 though for Crown Shot. Still level 4 for Casual. Heal is going to come down. That's a sleepy Leona. Limit now going to be in trouble. Gen X getting control to finish this one off. They're going to chase him down though. If Gen X gets a kill here, it'll get the Cassin and Snowball rolling. For now though, SK falling woefully far behind, and Torre's there just in the nick of the time. Is it going to be enough? The Ezreal on the way. And Casual going down. Gen X getting the kill, but Crown Shot's just next on the menu.
And Mickey's above them.
This is an absolute disaster. XL coming out on top, but another kill. This time going over to the Karthus. Gen X trying to fight back, running for his life, using that magic damage shield. Trick just waiting over wall. If they walk into the skills, they might just die. Mickey now going forward. One more Force Pulse, maybe a bit more damage. Are they in trouble? They're gonna get another kill. This is a disaster.
Oh no! Trick just missed so many Qs over that wall. And he didn't have blue buff either, so he's gonna run out of mana completely there. That fight got crazy because at the start, you think SK, of course they have the advantage. Both of their, you know, their ADC and their support made the rotation towards mid lane, but Trick was a little bit behind them. So it was just sort of a 2v2 at the start, especially with this early level Cassin in mid that can't offer too much.
And we move in, and this is very difficult because you got a level 2 Crown Shot and a level 2 Limit. Very big challenge.
And Mickey has redemption for this fight as well, so that comes through his top lane.
Hold that thought. Casual moving into the top side. The immediate flash out from FLICKR is going to back off, however.
Can we see that replay again? That was pretty sweet. Regardless.
Well, I think what you missed was the following portion of the replay, which was
here we go.
Unmitigated disaster. For both, I'm gonna say for both sides, this was an incredibly messy fight.
Yeah, so Casual actually ticked over to level 4 due to minions going down in the mid lane, then of course gets the heal and all the CC down onto Limit. So he drops pretty much immediately, and now SK are like, oh, we're fine.
but Cadril gets away. And now Tori, who's roaming up, is able to give the speed up towards Cadril, so Gen X and Crownshot both have to run towards Patrick. Meanwhile, Trick tried to walk into the Dragon Pit, but now he's zoned. Like, all he can do is offer Qs over the wall because he doesn't have a flash, and Mickey, of course, coming down from the top, can offer so much. Mickey picking up, I think, 2 or 3 flashes during this entire exchange, and they're playing it very well, where they're just standing outside of the Q range, and of course they can see Trick over the wall with that ward too, so like, it was just really nicely done from Excel, but also like, so many of those Qs go wide from Trick. It was unfortunate.
Okay, someone gift that. The side eye coming in from Crownshot there.
He's not happy.
We might suspect that that might have been Gen X's call. We're seeing a bit more action on the top side of the map as well. And look, there's so many things I want to talk about, but just can we update game state real quick? Excel have a small lead.
Tell me.
What does this actually mean? Because we have Cassidy getting a Catalyst a bit ahead of schedule is the biggest thing that I see. Cadril is fine. He's got a Bomby Cinder. It doesn't feel like this is too impactful because it was such an even trade overall, but what does this actually mean, that early
Well,
fight?
it is sort of a big deal here because Excel's comp is built, I think, around especially like 1 to 2 items. That's where they have a clear advantage over SK, who need time to ramp up with the Karthus and the Misfortune, some items on those. Castle, of course, as well. So XL, even just getting a slight lead here, is going to be very, very impactful, especially when flashes go down and Sejuani is going to be 6 soon as well. It gives you gank opportunities, of course. Bot lane, just some good poke here on a Patrick.
Damage. Clean double up comes in from Crownshot, but they don't really have any follow-up here.
Yeah.
You can't fully commit. It's nigh impossible to actually kill the Ezreal in this lane with the Yuumi to back him up.
Yeah, and if you're just sort of like looking at the gold between all these lanes, it's not like there's a huge advantage anywhere for these two sides. There's just a couple hundred gold for Excel in each lane. It's Trick making up a lot of that gold in the jungle, of course. On this Karthus, you're going to be able to power farm, so that's the trade-off that SK are making. As I see, Mickey just picked up a second redemption in the mid lane there too, so feels really fun to beat Gen X in this game.
RNG always a wonderful, wonderful portion of the game.
Yeah, but basically all XL have to do is sort of get through the rest of this laning phase, I think, which shouldn't be much of an issue because there's not a lot of playmaking opportunities from SK, and then look to sort of unlock with your sort of 4-man here. I think Zoe plus Ezreal plus Yuumi next to each other is going to be really good at finding picks inside of the enemy jungle and just chasing people down.
One thing I do want to acknowledge, though, is how carefully SK are playing around the top side of the map. When we saw the Aatrox and the Sejuani on the same team, we thought this game would be all about top side. And it makes sense when you look at Cadril's top lane jungle proximity. 13, highest in the league, spends a decent chunk of his time around the top side of the map. However, because of that skirmish, because of that fight, it doesn't feel like he's gotten a lot of chances. He's shown his face there one time so far in the game, but hasn't really had the impact, I think, that they were hoping to find with the Sejuani-Aatrox combo.
Yeah, and I feel like you've almost sort of missed the point where you can gank that lane. It's a set, so he already has a lot of survivability. He has Aftershock as well, and there's Karthus on the enemy team too. So that can always turn around these types of fights where you can't immediately get the kill. Also notice that Sakura smartly went for the Bramble Vest first item here, which is going to be really effective against Aatrox. If he's trying to weave in auto attacks in any of his trades, he's going to have his healing reduced significantly. And now Limit constantly on the roam here, looking for a play in top side.
Set up, the ulti coming in, pushing Expect away from the fight though. What? Did he want to, I guess they're just trying to burn him down for a Karthus ultimate? Yumi's in the area, Karthus ult coming out, the cat gonna remount, the heal coming out. That's gotta be disappointing for Trick. Cannot find the kill on his former teammate.
Yep. Trick did not realize Tori was in the area on the roam himself, because that's another factor in this game is whenever you have a Yuumi on the map, she's not really great at roaming, you know, on her own. She really needs to pair up with a jungler like you see from Tori now as they start up the Herald. So Limit often trying to find these rotations, and that's 2 times in a row now that they haven't quite panned out.
4 members from both teams committed to this. Immediately we see running over though is the set. Sakura coming back to this play.
Oh no. That's all going to be a lot of damage.
Ooh, huge damage on a Limit. Now the extra resistances are keeping him alive for now. Body block comes in from Trick, but definitely not what they wanted. Bullet time goes in. Cadril going to find the kill, and SK going to walk away empty-handed.
Yeah, SK really wanted to force a round there, but get hit by the bubble over the wall and punished so dramatically. Mickey on point with those so far. Only 4 assists to his name, but racking up. Already you can see how Excel, when they group up with these 4 players, have a lot of power. They can find fights just playing off of skill shots. They never really have to commit too much because they have all these range CCs, the slows in order to find you out. And that's just going to mean that SK have to be really on top of things when they're walking around. They need vision over walls, or they will get hit by bubbles. They need to be immediate on their engages, or they will be whittled down over time.
And as you look back at this play, you can see confidence to engage here, but ultimately what this is really about is just limit overstaying, and playing against a Zoe is such a nightmare because we've experienced in solo queue. If you stand near a wall against a Zoe and you don't know where she is, you're probably dead.
Yeah, it feels real unfortunate there from Limit to not have any vision over that wall. And you can even see SK, they were moving Sakura over towards that side of the map because he didn't have TP and Expect did. So it was very clear that team wanted to make a play around Herald. But you have to be very cautious, and these are the mistakes that will cost SK advantages, especially in this mid game where they're already going to be exploitable.
Yeah, but the thing we have to remember is that the Karthus and the Kassadin to a certain degree are a ticking time bomb. Now, admittedly, there's a lot of time left on that one. But it is level 8 Trick to level 7 Kadril, so decent lead built up by the Karthus thus far. And that early skirmish wall, it may not have amounted to too much, did mean that Gen X got to level 6 that much more comfortably and is not suffering from some of the lane deficits we might normally see a Kassadin have to deal with.
And one of the things we're going to look for, 20 minutes down the line is just like, can Excel match Gen X in the side? Look, I mean, if you're trying to give me
3 games from now. Yeah, I mean, you're right. 20
3
minutes.
games from now, Excel or SK is still not going to have a level 18 card.
Rumor has it they're still scaling to this day.
But Gen X, you already see him in a side lane. This is where he wants to be with the teleport. When he hits level 16, I don't think anyone can match him on the side of Excel. Mickey surely can't. Expect for a while can, especially if he has, more gold than Gen X should have favorable itemization, a lot of healing. But post 2 items, I think the Aatrox is going to start falling off relative to this Kassadin. It's just going to continue to ramp up as he gets a Rabadon, an extra AP scaling when he finishes off a Lich Bane as well. All these items give him some of the best late game DPS one-on-one in the game.
Dive setups there for Sakura. He's going to dunk him right back into the team, and the ML pulled out coming out. No chance! Knocked out, but it is the top lane tower being knocked down by the side of XL in trade for a few plates off the bottom side and the life of Expect.
And the Infernal Drake too, so SK gonna get some decent value out of this play, especially with a lot of damage dealers on their side, even though the actual buff from Infernal is not as glorious as it was in past years. That's a trade they are going to be comfortable taking in a game like this.
Now, of course, they're going to be on an Ocean Rift. Will be important for for a lot of champions on both sides of the map. Obviously, a lot of spamming for both these teams. Ocean Soul, one of the most powerful. My worst one to play against, I would definitely say. So, see who can actually get that. I imagine it'll mostly just be the arena for both these lineups, but I think an opportunity for both sides to reset. Now, important as we look at the itemization to note a few things. Obviously, huge CS discrepancy in the bottom lane built up by Patrick. Well done by him, and additionally, starting to come into that Ezreal power spike. I said we say it every game last game, and that means I have to say it again this game. He's looking strong, and the Luden's Echo is on the way for Mickey as well, so this should be the point where XL, if they're going to take over the game, start to make things happen.
Look, I actually didn't even notice this at the start of the game, but this isn't the lethal tempo Ezreal we were talking about in the last game that's sort of been dominating in solo queue. Instead, it is going to be press the attack Ezreal, which is something I feel like we don't see a ton of. Now, ever since Kleptomancy was lost, the primary rune choice for Ezreal has been in the precision tree. Before lethal tempo, I saw a little bit of press the attack, but also Conqueror felt pretty decent on Ezreal too.
It's a bug. He has lethal tempo.
It's
a bug in the overlay. I've just been told it's a bug in the overlay.
Okay.
Don't pick this in solo queue. It's lethal tempo all the way.
I was trying to find.
You're like ready. You're like theory crafting. You're like extra damage from the Yuumi.
Look, he autos, he Qs, he autos again. He's procced it.
It's like electrocute, but not as great in some circumstances. And here's the thing. The other question that we asked Ender is, like, what is Sakura going to do in this game? What is Sakura going to look like? And he's actually laying the smackdown on Expect in this 1v1 lane. Expect has just been forced out of lane. He may have to TP back. But now we see an engage coming in from Kadril. I think he's very much overstayed as well.
TP behind from Jack. That's a double TP.
Now moving in, looking to get the fight kicked off. Patrick is going to need to find a way out of this one. Leonel misses. Definitely not what they wanted, but he gets suplex back into the team. Goodbye to Patrick. Woo! I'm sorry, every time I see that ult, I just have to pop off. It is so cool. And SK just turned this game on its head, and the gold is now tied up, and everything is looking good for this lineup.
Yeah, that's the snap decision-making I was waiting to see from SK. Do not play the battle of attrition against XL's comp. Just go for the big moves, and they're able to pull it off right there. Not even giving, like, Patrick, he has flash, he has cleanse, but there's no way to escape from the flank suplex, as you call it there, from Sakura's set. Mickey did pick up a TP in that play, so... Oh no.
Showstopper. Yeah, I have to respect Gen X, too. Ender, I went from very confident in Excel at one item to very concerned for them for the rest of this game.
I mean, it's all in the setup, right? They go super deep up here towards the top side. Weren't expecting Trick to be around this side of the map. So they say, okay, we're going to have to call off the dive here. But now the double TP comes in immediately, and it really is just Patrick and Tori here by themselves. There's nowhere for them to go. Patrick tries to dodge away from the Zenith Blade, but Excel very clearly call that play off. And Tori's just crawling away from the body of his dead ADC. Like, Gaedro, come back!
And if you watch the Ezreal very closely, you can see it looks like he tries to start the Arcane Shift animation, and it just is not fast enough.
Yeah.
Immediately gets suppressed, dunked back. And now SK are feeling fine, feeling very much in control of this game. And this is where you have to be really scared, because the pick potential with the Kassadin, with the Leona, is very, very real. Patrick additionally looks like he's opting for the Trinity Force, so while he will do a lot more damage, it's going to be a lot harder for him to get away from a lot of these champs. You're going to get the cleanse out of him quite easily.
Yeah, that's the big initiation we need to see. So now that the cleanse is gone, can Delimit find that in about a minute or so when that ultimate does return? Will be the question, because otherwise you just get chased down like this. And something we were talking about earlier too is like, how do SK actually find a fight into Excel? Because we saw that play down bot side and it worked really, really well for them. But this is a slippery T from Excel. They have a lot of CC to their name as well. So it has to be those solid plays or you just get killed.
That's going to be the follow-up, the lockdown, and knocked out. That is the non-committal CC, the poke potential of this XL lineup. It's definitely not a poke comp, but it's certainly got more than its fair share of poke.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can turn into that, and especially around sieges, like when people are like bundled up underneath the tower, you're just absolutely gonna wreck. But the reason why I don't really like identifying comps as poke comps is because it implies that's all they can really do.
Well, and it's just not, poking is not really a win condition.
Yeah, it's, I mean, on an ocean map too, where you can pick up honey fruits all over the map, but this is one where it's just a snipe comp. It's a snipe comp, because you snipe him with all your abilities from super far away, and then he's like, I'm asleep, wake up, please. No, you're dead.
Wow, that was so concise, so accurate. Wake up, please.
Wake up. I mean, that's all Limit can hope for is like,
Yeah, ooh, brutal. Expecting to finish the Black Cleaver, but sadly, right as Trick is already finished. 2-0-2 now for the Karthus. Level 11. Double flat pen items completed. We'll have to see what the third item is going to be now. And they're going to shred through this Ocean Drake. SK are feeling, once again, quite comfortable. I'm impressed. I thought it'd be difficult to match Excel in the early game after what we've seen from them in past weeks, but this SK does seem to be quite confident in what looked at first to be a somewhat questionable composition.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at like gold, right, Excel still have a lead, but in terms of levels, SK have a really big advantage. 1 level top lane, 2 levels in the jungle. Genax was 12 before Mickey hit 12 too, so like the levels they're waiting on are just coming sooner and sooner and sooner as Trick unlocks that massive Requiem and items start to come out through behind them too. So again, this is the period of time in the next 10 minutes where I feel that Excel do need to take control over this game. That means, you know, getting vision inside the enemy jungle, threatening a Baron start once that becomes a reality too, and maybe even using, right, they have a Rift Herald. You know, force SK to group up under a tower and then snipe them out with all their abilities again. Like, we already saw them pull that off.
That setup should be easy, especially if they can get a bit of proactive vision control in the enemy jungle. For now, it's just a ward over the Raptor wall. They do have mid lane priority though. Mickey going to use that Stolen Ghost just to threaten a little bit more.
Yeah, Excel need to group up as 5 here with the Herald too, because their comp is really bad about spreading out to all 3 lanes, right? Like, neither Ezreal or Zoe want to be in a side lane. Yumi is a good champion when she's sort of like grouped up in the mid, but she doesn't really want to like roam and look for these big initiations on side lanes unless you're like splitting the map straight up. So this is a situation where SK, if they can use wave clear ults, right, like the bullet time from Misfortune to stall out a push, all of a sudden Genax and Sakura get the CS that they desperately want.
I think the thing that we're seeing right now, 1, XL laying that vision down on the top side of the map that I love, but 2, them only having a single point of pressure in the mid lane means it was so easy for Crown Shot to just bullet time the wave and deny the entire push.
So now XL are like, okay, it's ocean map. We have bigger bushes. That means we should be able to step forward further and look for picks. SK obviously going to have a lot of trouble getting vision inside the river, but hey, we're still 30 seconds away from Baron spawning. And once Baron does spawn, it'll be a while, I think, before XL feels super comfortable to just start that one up. They don't have a ton of damage.
And there's no attack speed on the MF. She'll do a decent amount of damage. You have a Karthus to shred through it on the side of SK, but
it's
Ezreal,
XL that really struggles.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just saying, like, even SK aren't exactly shredding through it at this point in the game. Maybe another item.
Look, SK are just like, we're going to sort of sit back for now. We're going to give ourselves some time, because eventually, like, SK could just straight up win this game without ever really forcing a fight, right? Like, they can just send Genax into a side lane with a Karthus ult from above, too. He's like, you just can't 1v1 me. And once the Lich Bane comes through, like, that guy pushes real fast.
Shot. Lots of damage going in. Patrick, though, slowed, immediately has to cleanse. And the thing is I just feel like what we've seen from this Ezreal so far is you just outscale it. You just sit and you wait, and eventually he's not that used to.
Again, the thing is, though, very hard to lock him down. We just saw Limit try that.
Oh, ulti gonna miss.
And it didn't work out, so this time it is the Herald going in towards mid. They can't get the tower, though, so SK should be able to step forward and clear that one away.
Still the poke raining down.
Yep. Oh, bot lane, big trade coming through from Sakura. Both flashes were blown. No ultimate from Trick, though. I don't think Expect was quite in range to have lethal on that one. Oh, man.
CP Cassidy, they're forced back. Excel holding on a mid lane priority for now. The poke may not have been the defining feature, but will allow them to continuously gain access to this tower.
Mana bars are so low on Excel that they're like really sticking around to try and finish this one off, and lucky to find that one before SK could group up and find any kind of initiation. Without any wards behind Excel, like even having the double TP, like that's where SK would love to find a double TP flank once again, but they just haven't had control over any of the maps, so they're going to have to cede that tower, and now it becomes even more difficult for them to maintain vision in their own side of the map. The second Excel get back onto the map, it's going to be walk into that topside jungle, sweep everything away, and once again, SK are living in darkness.
Difficult place to play from. We talked about it already. The Zoe just makes it that much more of a nightmare, because you never know what bush is just instantly going to get you killed. But now, Genax getting shadowed, of course, by the Leona, just making sure that he is safe here. And take a look at that bottom side play again. Very aggressive.
Yeah, that's the Trinity Force completion there from Sakura 2.
Yeah, and at this point, the Black Cleaver coming out from the side of Expect. Cooldown reduction, nice to have. They're going to chase down Genax, but I'm not sure about this one. Trick has to be careful, though, because Trick is really the one who's actually vulnerable here. Cable dashing forward, baiting, trying to think that they're going to throw the ult. Trick, the one getting caught out in the end. The shutdown goes there, and Excel now just want to back off, get away from that Karthus corpse, and it's Trick who overstays.
Yeah, and move towards the Baron now as well. You know, we're only 22 minutes of the game, but the jungler from SK is down. Doesn't seem like Excel are feeling that confident, though. Instead, it's turning this into a top lane siege, but at the same time, mid lane's getting pushed through as well. So while this will be a tower for tower trade, more than likely, what this means is that SK got the more valuable tower. Mid lane going to open things up and mean that Excel don't have quite that same level of safety when it comes to setting up mid lane pushes, but they're able to stop it.
But now here comes the Aatrox Yuumi.
Oh no, it's the whole flank too, because Cajal and Mickey are coming around all the way for this loop.
Sakura's going to be in trouble here. No real way to dash out of this one. Limits debating about when they go in. Crouch out here with big damage, something that they definitely have to respect. For now, Sakura is running. Mickey now coming in. Haymaker going over. Leona in the midst of the entire team. Crouch out waiting over the wall, debating when is the ult? When is it going to come out? The rest of SK flashing away. Genax on the backside. He's come back.
Oh!
Now they're going to be in trouble. Lots of damage coming in from that cast.
Crown Shot just got nuked right there. So SK able to get out with all 5 members, but they're poked out. Limit had to use his flash too. So it will be the Drake going into the hands of Excel. And SK just going to be comfortable with that. They say we give up we give up the Drake, but we keep our members alive, and now XL can't force it.
But at a certain point, end of the story has to be something other than giving up, because you see topside vision completely in control of XL. SK don't really have any stake on the map right now.
Yeah, the thing is, like, yes, they have lost control, and that makes it very difficult for them to like play forward in this game, especially if XL try to do something proactive around the Baron. But if the game slows down, SK are fine. They're down 2,500 gold right now for this type of composition. Like, they don't care. They're almost at a point where they're winning, because now Genax, he has the fully stacked Rod of Ages. He has the Lich Bane. He's 2 levels away from that level 16 when his ultimate is like half a second cooldown. It's just absolutely insane. So once that hits, like, he can just continue to roll into a side lane and say, come at me. And Excel are going to reach a point where they don't have anyone that can match him. And that point is probably already now, if I'm being honest. I don't think Expect can win an extended fight against Cassidy.
No. Probably not. What do you call it, going to be denied there?
Clear the ward.
That's just a ward. Okay, he figured out why they were able to see him.
It's like, this guy's hacking.
Crown Shot's on the case. He has solved the case.
Ooh, do they start a Baron now? So they know Crown Shot wanted to reset. They're just going to start the Baron.
There's a double TP, though. They could look to contest. They're not going to lose much health moving in for this one. The Yuumi will keep them all topped off, but they have to be careful. Cassidy, of course, has been spotted out. They're going to pull back. They're just looking for picks, just trying to bait SK in.
So I like that gambit there from XL. They were trying to, like, they were peacocking around that Baron, right? They're just like showing it. They didn't actually want to go for that Baron. They were really trying to draw a teleport out from a Sakura or a Genax. Unfortunately, they couldn't get that. They weren't quite willing to commit more of the health bars to that objective. So it is Genax going into side lane once again, and XL are in this awkward position where, well, Expect really wants to be with this team. He wants to be with it. He wants to have a Yuumi on top of him so he can get into these fights, but now XL are just, no, go into a side lane, clear out the waves, try to wave clear as best you can, because if Gen X can't hit towers, the split push win condition doesn't really activate for them.
And XL, good to see that they're playing smart, good to see that they're limiting some of the options here for SK. Once again, the pressure is on them to make something happen. They weren't able to bait a teleport out. They do have perfect vision control. They will eventually just need to start this Baron.
Wouldn't that be great?
Or find a pick, right? And eventually, SK are going to have to, without any real information on the pit, walk into this jungle. For now, though, they're keeping their focus on mid lane priority, trying to get as much free vision, as much free control as possible via the minions.
So one thing we've already seen, oh, Gen X has to be careful here. Oh, no.
He's going to try to make it out to safety. Good bit of shielding comes out there. The Null Sphere, but won't be able to get anything else.
Well, all the threat goes away now, because that's like one of the big engage tools. Of course, don't walk into the Fog of War, unless you can see the majority of the enemy team on the map, so don't get picked that way, but XL shouldn't be able to start up this Baron.
And a brief window of opportunity here as Sakura is pushing out on the bottom side. That's why you see Expect cheating up into the mid lane. Can now set his sights in the Baron pit. It is getting pinged out by XL, but SK feeling pretty confident knowing those cooldowns are down to step in to start to contest some of this vision. They'll use the blue trinket. It won't sustain vision, but it will show them that the Baron has not been started.
Yeah, that's the thing I wanted to bring up too, is right now you have 3 blue trinkets.
Forest,
oh no.
Got out again. Buys a bit more time, as much as he can with the stopwatch, but it simply will not be enough. Leona getting taken out. Trick has to be careful as well, but that is the 4th time Leona has gone down this game.
Dude, Mickey just keeps finding Limit. Limit having a terrible time walking into the Fog of War. Of course, like, that is his role with this type of composition. Now it happens to Genax.
He's gonna step back.
He has a lot more safety, of course, built into his kit, though. Stopwatch, too, working on the Zhonya's Hourglass as his 3rd item. But, like, this is a big problem for SK, especially now they don't have the person with all the wards. So they have 1 blue trinket available, and they have Trick, who can scout with his W inside of the pit.
Genax feeling just very confident to step forward. Cagel's ult is off cooldown. In theory, they can just chain CC him down. He has the stopwatch. Gives himself a bit of space, a bit more cooldowns to work with, but closer and closer to the level 16, and it's not just a meme. Level 16 Cassidy it's not impossible to win a game, but it is definitely pretty close to.
Yeah, and we've been talking about scaling a lot in this game, right? We say SK wins scaling. And I think like that's a pretty fair assessment to make when you have like this scaling jungler in the Karthus, the Cass in the mid lane as well. But that doesn't mean their team fight is easy to execute. That doesn't mean it's impossible for XL to win when we get way later on too, because as I said before we got into all the pauses at the start of the game, it is going to be Patrick in these fights that Genax is trying to assassinate. We're at the point now where Patrick has a QSS and a cleanse, so Limit can't jump on him. That's the only real reliable engage tool. I mean, even if Sakura goes for a flank TP again, there's the QSS to break Patrick out of his ultimate. So it really will be up to Genax in 5v5s to really put the punishment down onto Patrick. Kill him is the obvious best case scenario, but if you can force him to like arcane shift over the wrong wall where he's zoned out of the rest of the fight, that will also do the trick here for SK.
I do feel like it's going to take a lot of confidence from SK though, because their team fights are going to feel, I think, a little bit split. They don't really have the clearest front to back of the Kassadin on their team, and a Karthus who can't really afford to step forward against this enemy lineup. Mickey though, once again, finding the sleepy trouble bubbles. It's like they're attracted to Limit. He has his own gravitational pull for sleepy trouble bubbles. Crown shot though.
Oh, I don't know if you needed that
flash.
Okay. Like, it takes 3 waves to hit you. He'd been hit by 1. There was a 2nd wave coming, so I think he definitely did not need to use that one right there. Now losing the cleanse as well, of course, means he's super, super vulnerable. If you get hit by a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, you are going to go down unless, you know, Limit or someone else is able to block it.
I think it's just a constant kind of keeping your eyes on the Zoe, as well as the Sejuani, just to see where the picks are going to come from, where XL can find advantages. Just for now, focus very much on maintaining control of the mid lane, pushing out the minion wave, laying down a bit of vision, pushing out the minion wave, backing off, getting a bit more farm left and right.
And I'm falling asleep, Dracos.
I know, it's very clear order to things.
You lost me at push out mid lane the first time.
Why? Fight there. That's what mid lane's for.
So I've heard. No, XL.
Ooh, double level 16s, by the way.
Yeah, just
happened.
Thank you. Going to, I said this like 30 minutes ago. Just go to a side lane.
You did say in 20 minutes, and we're like a minute away from that point. That's the thing. I love watching Kassadin work, but getting to the point where you get to watch Kassadin work is a bit of a slog. Not gonna lie.
Look at this from XL, though. They're actually sneaking everyone pretty much into the spot lane, or at least the duo partners.
Ooh, they have to be careful, though, because the Yumi's on the way. And that's a fat finger on the ult?
Wait, who ulted?
Expect.
Oh.
Pull back. His ulti is now gone. Genex is stepping forward. Sakura's in the midst of the fight, too. He's going to dunk back. The Haymaker is going to try to buy a bit more time, get a bit more damage down, but nothing's going to happen there. I'm going to say well baited by Expect with the use of the ultimate there. Easy kill pickups for Excel. The set not doing much of anything.
Okay, I actually really think Excel should move in towards Baron now. We've talked about some of the issues potentially with their comp, but right now they're so strong. 3 items in mid lane for Mickey with the Rabadon's finish. Blade of the Rune King for Patrick as well. So Baron cutting potential is going to be there. And now with Sakura gone, that's a major engage tool out of the fight for 27 seconds before he can TP in. This is the opportunity. Look for Zoe picks over the walls and bubbles, or just go over with Patrick.
Patrick just getting incredibly aggressive right off the bat. Not going to take it. Not scared of Leona anymore. Justice for every AD carry who's ever been solo killed by that champion.
Okay, but go back to the Baron, please. Like, you took your DPS to go kill Limit. That's good. Now zone away with 2 members in the pit. This is exactly the right setup for Excel. Make sure Trick does not get close.
8k health. Trick trying to walk forward, but this is the weakest.
Genex!
Really get to the point. Genex incredibly strong. Doesn't have enough time to push it. The hourglass, it will not come through. Excel find the fight that they were looking for. The level 16 Kassadin, simply not enough for SK, and that's going to be the Baron for Excel. Massive advantage for this team.
Mickey just baiting in Genex right there while the rest of his team smacks Trick down. They get the 2 strongest champions at this point in the game at the same time and easily secure themselves the Baron. They played it very cautiously around that objective, waiting for almost the perfect setup for it, but now that they have it, their comp is absolutely deadly. It's so hard for SK to initiate on them. It's so hard for SK to clear the waves outside of a bullet time, and it is so easy for Excel to just hit you with skill shots as the wave's coming through and just nuke you from a mile away.
Yeah, because let's talk about it. Karthus' wave clear has to use delay waste. Decently long animation. Makes it very easy for Ezreal to land a Q, for Zoe to land a Sleepy Trouble Bubble. MF, if we see Crownshot trying to use the ulti in the same way to clear the waves, he's stunning himself and allowing every single piece of poke to land. And the bigger concern now, too, is that while Aatrox might not be the strongest member on this Excel lineup, Expect with the Yuumi attached can just force everybody off this tower.
This is really nice from Excel, too. They timed the minion waves really nice. Okay, there's a TP in coming from Genex. This is going to be the fight from SK. They want to fight before
getting
the siege.
Back. That's a Sleepy Leona. They're trying to get a bit more damage down on the Zoe. It's maybe enough time. Genex now going in. Patrick versus Genex is the fight that you need to watch. The rest of the fight inconsequential, but Genex is forced back. Expect sees him, smells blood in the water, and that's going to be an SK are getting dunked down the Requiem. What is it actually going to do? Absolutely nothing.
It's a 1 for 2 trade in the end. Mickey goes down, but the health bars are just so low. Like, what? Excel, they're going to be able to walk into the base now. They're going to get 2 inhibitors easily. The question is, do they want to go for more? Because I agree, without any of the front line here from SK, their composition sucks. Like, Genex has to 1v9.
Yeah, Trick is just walking in and dying.
What?
He knows that he just has to clear the wave. He's just trying to get maximum value out of the Karthus passive, and Genex just doesn't have the cooldowns. The Ezreal does too much damage. The Yuumi backing him up makes him unkillable. The trades are just not in his favor. Genex, maybe, just maybe they can get something done, but they have to go now. Crownshot knocked up, Genex going forward, Limit now walking in, but they're not going to get anything. It's so slow and controlled from the side of Excel, waiting for the healing to come in from the Yuumi before they push for more. Patrick shredding through this tower. This is a master class in Ezreal. Sidestep on the Zenith Blade. He's not even threatened. Ease back anyway. He's not concerned. Genex, though, going in, trying to get something done, and here comes Sakura into the midst of the fight. Wants to dunk Expect back into the team, but it will not happen. Kato's ult comes up just in time, and that's going to be it. Excel finding the win.
From 0 to 100 real quick, right? Yes. We were waiting for a long time for that play around the Baron. And once Excel reached that point of critical mass, they said 3 items on Mickey and Patrick. That is when we are unbeatable. And there was no way they were going to lose from that position. They played very well in those final fights to close it out and just make sure that SK could never jump onto them.
And look, we talk about Ezreal, and it's so easy to just not consider Ezreal a pick that scales well because it's so highly dependent on execution.
Yeah.
But what we saw there was damn fine execution from Patrick in those fights. He was unkillable. You pair it with Yumi, and you see how much damage he does. It doesn't matter if it's level 16, level 18, level 136 on the Cassin. Doesn't matter. He just absolutely obliterates.
That was the duel we were waiting for, though, right? You know, we said, like, level 16 Cassin, can he kill Patrick? That's probably going to decide the fight. Patrick said, I'm going to survive, gets away from him, and then they turn it around. So it was up to him to make sure he did not drop. And then, like, Patrick just does so much damage in those final moments.
Yeah, and just a good look for Excel overall to remain controlled, to remain calm, even in the face of a composition that can be intimidating. Cassidy obviously very frustrating. If you misplay, if you overstep, but good vision control, setting up for good picks, and a good game and a good win from the side of Excel. Cadril, Mickey, and Patrick are your choices for the key player of the game. At LEC on Twitter is the place. But I don't know, man. It was honestly a fantastic team game from the side of Excel. I'm glad to see the Ezreal work. I'm not as scared of it being picked anymore. And honestly, when it does pop off, it looks very, very good.
I think Ezreal's super good against like limited engage compositions. We saw there once he was able to outplay Limit and not get jumped on by him, like the early laning phase looked tough. But Patrick, after that level 1, was almost unreachable for Limit. That was a big problem for SK in this game, just not able to finish it off. That's where Excel took the win.
Absolutely not. Well, we're soon hear from Cadril before Machine and friends look at how Vitality can fix their issues. We'll see you back here after the break.
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
I am the passenger.
Welcome back to the LEC. Guys, Excel just won their first game of the week against SK Gaming and Casual. I saw that on social media. A lot of people were questioning your draft choices here, especially given that, I mean, it didn't have a lot of wave clear and scaling into the late game. So what did you need to do to activate this composition? And do you agree with what the people were saying about you?
Well, I think the comp was a bit hard to execute. We didn't expect him to pick Cassie in last pick and just go full scaling and just like dare us to do something, and then we realized, oh wait, we can't do anything. So it was a bit shaky in the draft. I think we didn't have much opportunities early game, but I think once it comes to mid game, they don't have much champions that can face check us. So once we get the vision, if they get hit by one Yumi Q or anything, Ezreal can just jump on them and kill them. So I think once we saw their draft, we just kind of knew that going for Drakes and Heralds was the way to win, because we have a really good siege comp. Like we have Ezreal, Yumi, Zoe. So if they try to defend the towers, then we can just poke them. And we have pretty good engage with Sejuani, which is what's kind of reason we locked it in.
And I mean, we were used to see composition, poking composition based around Yumi, Ezreal, and Zoe in the past. Do you feel like we're going to see more of this because of the patch, or has it still been there?
Well, I definitely think Zoe is one of the strongest blind pick mids, and then Ezreal has actually come up as a pretty strong AD carry with lethal tempo. After the Aphelios nerfs and the Senna nerfs, she's not really an AD carry anymore. So the AD carry pool got a bit weird. I think Ezreal kind of jumped out because Yumi's meta now. So you might see things like different AD carries being picked now. And I think with Akali being nerfed, the draft opens up more target bans, so you have to dig deeper in your champion pool. But I think that a few of the champions got buffed on 10.3 are actually pretty good, like Sejuani and Yumi.
And with this composition, you have to be mindful in the early game. And I want to show you the first blood replay because things could have gone horribly for you guys. And I want to put an emphasis on the fact that, okay, you were here in the bush, and guess what? They had a control ward in the bush, but you didn't know that. So talk me through what happened here.
Well, I wanted to get bot crab because my bot had a big wave stacking. So I was waiting for mid to push here. So once I got level 4, I saw Leona go on me, but my team's now screaming Leona has no flash. So now I know, like, with Redemption, level 4, I'm pretty fine. So we killed Leona, but they're 4-man in river, so it was a bit scary. So I obviously tried to run, but my team was coming to back me up. I think the play overall turned out fine. It was 3 for 2. I think the problem was they got the kills on Cassin and Karthus, which is the things we don't want. But we got the thing is, this kind of opened up opportunities for us because they used 4 flashes in this fight. Well, Leona didn't have it, so 3. So that we knew, like, if they did ever walk into river, we could just walk on them and just fight them, which is what happened on Drake. I think Leona died when she tried to contest it. So I think when they lose flashes this early, it kind of makes it hard for them to contest next scuttle crabs and objectives like this for 5 minutes. So it was pretty bad on paper, but it worked out.
It didn't impact you in the jungle regarding the pathing you had, the fact that you died so early.
Well, the thing is against Karthus is he's going to kind of sit in his jungle and just power farm. So no matter what you do in terms of pathing, you're going to get outscaled. I think there was one point where I was 2 levels down, so it just sucks. I just have to look for plays. I think there's a disadvantage of Karthus as well. You have to power farm. If you don't do this, you just fall off, and yeah.
And you can see in plays like this the importance of communication within the team. And I feel like it's already rounded up with Excel here. And I, talking to Youngbuck a few weeks ago, he told me that you were the captain of the team. I mean, being the jungler, you already have a strong voice, but being the captain may be something different. So what can be expected as the captain of a team? Because that's something new in League, in a way.
I suppose it just fits the jungle role really well. I guess the 2 most important factors of me being the captain, I suppose, is just I'm really good friends with everyone. I've played with every single player on this team before on different teams, and we get along really well, so I'm really close friends with everyone on the team. And I think most junglers now are just engaged champs. You don't really have any other champs. Every kind of jungler goes in, like even champions like Lee Sin look for kicks and stuff, so I'm always like a main voice in team fights, and I think Tori is as well. But I think just setting an example outside the game and inside the game is really important.
When I think about the captain of a team within the League of Legends team, I feel like you have to be the bridge between the players and the coaching staff. Do you agree?
I suppose, yeah, I think so too. I try to put as much work as I can outside of the game in terms of draft and just giving my input. And I like to talk to Youngbuck a lot about just draft outside the game mainly, and just trying to speak up in reviews, I suppose. But as Joey says, good macro never gets outscaled, and I think this is a good example of it.
What about working with Joey? He used to be with Fnatic. I mean, he has a lot of experience. Anything new you learned from him and with him?
Yeah, I think Joey's been the best coach I've had in my career. Like, he's just taught me so much about macro. I think you can see the difference this year compared to last year. Obviously, we have much stronger players in bot lane, but I think that you can see our way of mid-game is actually improving rather than just winning early game and then falling flat with a gold lead. I think you can see we're taking pretty good fights, we're taking all their towers, and we're just making mistakes, and that's why we're losing some games.
But still, I mean, it's so good to see you guys shine so early in the season. Now, last question for you. As the captain, tell me about your AD carry grabbing player of the game here.
that thief. No, I'm kidding. I mean, he played Ezreal. He probably had 50,000 damage dealt, and he can just E in and kill everyone 1v5. So, I mean, Patrick is really talented. I think he's a really, really good player, and he's very, very good outside the game in terms of emotions and dealing with stress and stuff. I have huge respect for him. So yeah, take it. I picked Sejuani anyway, so I did my job.
Nice praise here, and thank you very much, Kajol,
Thank
for
you.
the interview. Now back to you guys for game 3.
The ever articulate Kajol there with Law. Love it. Thank you so much, Law. And I mean, first things first, not only did we learn an awful lot, but Frosk, I cut you off. You deserve the credit. The Prophet does get the credit, because just as I interrupted you during our fill before this game kicked off, you were talking about them having to lean on those dragons, on those objectives they wouldn't otherwise. You nailed it. It's bang on the head.
Yeah, it's basically when you have a composition that is activated through poke and you know that you're going to be outscaled on a side lane, you have to find those situations where you get to poke them. So either in sieging opportunities underneath towers, as Kajol was talking about, or every single drink. You just want them to group up so you can start taking pot
Admittedly,
shots.
SK also made it easy for them, like running into XL a lot. So on the right side, good game from XL. SK, still a couple things they need to work on.
Yeah, well, it's all a battle of making the least mistakes at the moment here at the LEC, and our next matchup is no different. It's a battle of top versus bottom as Fnatic go up against the 0-6 Vitality. Now, the French squad has had a rough year so far, but we wanted to look at how they can shake things up. So how do you mix it up? You're going 0-6. Clearly, what you've been doing for 6 games isn't working. A change perhaps necessary.
Well, they haven't decided to make any roster changes for today's game, and I think that we need to look back at their game versus XL last week and identify that they actually had a very positive early game. You can see some of the stats on your screen right now. They had a 1.3k gold difference in the early game. They found a couple of good kills, and while they were dying, they were actually converting this into strong advantages across the board. And I feel like we're seeing some of the growth and develop from Vitality, where they're getting better at finding opportunities. Skeens is feeling a lot more comfortable in trying to force a lot more early game plays. And while it's resulting in some early game advantages, they're almost in the situation that XL were in last year, where sometimes they find these early game leads, but then don't quite know what the next steps to do with them are.
I think an unfortunate aspect of what's happening with Vitality, though, they need to go back to the drawing board and rethink, is their draft priority and emphasis on Cabo Shard's pick in particular. They almost bend over backwards to make sure that Cabo is getting the right matchup, the right champion. And we know that Cabo is a talented top laner. Like, no flame on Cabo, but he cannot convert with the resources he's being given to find victory for this team. And if you keep doing the same thing and it's not working for you, just try something else. Maybe you need to rely not on necessarily Cabo's ability to carry, but Cabo's depth of champion pool, and start giving more of those resources to guys like Skeens or Saken or Comp, anyone else, and see if Cabo can be the coverage for them, maybe taking the back foot in a matchup to make sure that one of your younger players gets something they're more comfortable on.
Yeah, I do think that Saken as a player, while he was largely responsible for the loss against XL last week, he's also a player that has come in kind of, I don't know his circumstances, if it was unexpected or not, but I think that he had a pretty solid performance at the start of the split, and he's someone that has had mixed performances, largely just due to his inexperience. The player that we haven't really seen a lot of is Comp. He's a player that hasn't really had a huge amount of resources invested into him. He hasn't been put on a pedestal to try and carry this team, and I think that, as Frosk says, so much of the focus goes towards the top side. We haven't really been able to properly see some of the other potential carry shine. What happens if you invest all your jungle attention into mid lane? What happens if you just build a Comp around making Comp the star? We haven't really seen these alternative options. It feels like, hey, we're struggling, let's rely on the veteran, and right now that's not working.
No, interesting. And it starts as soon as the draft, and that draft starts as soon as I finish this sentence, because maybe this is the week where Vitality mount a comeback, as we leave it to the casters for picks and bans.
Maybe it is, Machine. It's time to see what Vitality can do against this Fnatic lineup. Fnatic so often looking stronger and stronger every week. And as we count down,
I feel like it's the start of like a secret agent movie, Dracos. I love it.
I wonder if I'm not supposed to talk there. That's my new theory. Maybe not.
Just let the music speak for itself. Now we're getting picks and bans already for this game. We've already seen some interesting trends developing. Today, of course, the new patch 10.3. And I want to play a little 10-3 bingo here. There are 3 new champs we've seen in every game: the Yuumi, the Ezreal, and the Karthus. So if you're at home, scratch that Yuumi off the board, because that's the first ban here from Vitality.
I mean, it's a sketchy bingo game because there's only 3 champions, but
it's
so
very
far,
easy to win.
Everyone can be a winner. There's only one bingo card. All right, so far, 1 of 3, Ender. The Syndra, the Aphelios, this all feels very similar to what we saw in Game 1. Obviously, still a lot of respect to the Syndra flex pick. Aphelios still, I think, the #1 in terms of top-tier AD carries, despite the nerfs to the Calibrum turret, or the Calibrum mark, rather.
So then how highly do teams still prioritize the Misfortune, right? With the Yuumi gone, maybe that means less Ezreal. That's, of course, a strong pairing we've seen even last year, too. Like, I'm not so convinced that Misfortune's like a must pick here, especially with the Aphelios ban. I think AD carry priority could take a bit of a backseat. Now, of course, the benefit to picking an AD early on in the draft is it doesn't really reveal too much of what you're going for your composition because, let's be honest, most ADCs fill a very similar role.
Absolutely. And I think for Vitality, it's going to be the immediate set lock-in. This one is interesting.
Okay.
Bwipo, the kind of player that you expect to have something up his sleeve for this one, but I like that the Aatrox is already banned away. Now, I personally love the MF in both AD carries' hands. I think Comp has been very successful, probably one of his more successful picks thus far on the champion, whereas Reckless, I think, having the extra movement speed from Strut just means he gets to roam so consistently, and if both him and Hylissang are roaming, I feel like Fnatic's doing well.
That's just a really scary Fnatic, right? So you can see they're already going for that themselves. Now the question is it a Leona or is it going to be a Thresh for Hylissang down in the bottom lane? Thresh gives the more defensive option. I think that's something Reckless would maybe prefer, but if you're setting up like the actual like ultimate wombo combo, that's of course where Leona's going to give you a whole lot of value.
Now the Lee Sin is being paired or joining the MF here. So a bit of engage, bit of disengage, potentially. I like that they're taking this away from Skeens as well. Skeens a very comfortable Lee Sin player. And I want to see, usually we see, or we saw a lot rather in the previous patches, the Lee Sin paired with the LeBlanc as just a solid, lots of kill pressure, obviously good mixed damage profile. I wonder if Vitality are conscious of that, if they're willing to take the LeBlanc away here.
Yeah, I actually think it could be the Rek'Sai LeBlanc. I was going to bring up Rek'Sai. I believe this is the champion Skeens played into the Lee Sin the last time he saw it too. Good matchup there. Level 3, a lot of ganks, especially towards the bottom lane, could be an option. Makes me think even more that Hylissang would rather go for the Thresh himself to sort of keep safe in that 2 versus 2, especially on red side versus the Rek'Sai. But now Forsaken, like, obviously he's hovering the Asol here. Like, the Cassiopeia has been by far his best champion. We saw that in week 1. He looked real good on that one. There's always going to be a very different look, though, and give Vitality a much different style where it's less about, you know, that consistent DPS in, like, skirmishes or fights and gives them more pick tools later on.
Yeah, I like the amount of control that this draft gives them. You know, both the Rek'Sai with the Tremor Sense as well as the potential for Zoe to kind of threaten over walls with a decent bit of vision.
Okay.
I love it. Makes things look good. Now, you heard in the pop quiz what Bwipo want buff. Now, it may not have been buff, but that's not going to stop Bwipo from picking it. It is the Singe for Bwipo. Standing or sitting proud on that stage because he knows why you folks are cheering.
Look, here's my immediate analysis of this matchup. We'll do the rest when we actually get in the game. Set, he likes to punch you, right? But he can't. If he can't hit you, he's going to be sad, and the Singe just going to be running away from him.
What don't you do? Chase Singed. What does Set have to do, Ender?
He has to chase people.
Exactly.
Oh.
Hard countered.
It's also interesting because, like, of course, we'll save this.
Yeah. So for now, it is the Xayah band away. Top lane matchup pretty decided. There is, of course, or normally there would be the potential to flex the Set as we haven't seen it played in mid lane, but with the Zoe locked in Forsaken, it confirms those matchups. And I want to see what the priority is here. They're going to take away the LeBlanc, a good show of respect to the side of Nemesis. But Nemesis, I think, a lot of options
LeBlanc
into
for
Zoe.
Nemesis? Like, okay. Like, I don't really think of the LeBlanc pick when Nemesis is playing mid lane.
That feels like you're banning against the tier list and the potential counter matchups rather than against the player, right?
Yeah, where Nemesis is going to, like, roll in, like, drop the Veigar on him and be like, see you later, nerd.
I mean, to be fair, Singed Veigar sounds pretty obnoxious. With Spooky Ghosts, with the ability to ground an opponent, I've convinced myself. I'm ready for the Veigar.
Yeah, are you ready for the Ornn, though?
Also ready for that.
Yeah, because I think it's the Ornn.
No, that's fair.
I think, like, you know, Bwipo, you're going to do the magic damage this game. Drop the Ornn in the mid lane. You've seen Zoe be real sad when she can't just one-shot that guy.
It's Bwipo's second Singed game. He put it once in 2018, if I remember correctly. He got solo killed by Vizicachi in lane, messing up a tower dive. So we'll see if he can improve on that legacy. It was, I believe, it was Singed into Renekton. He went a little bit too deep and ended up dying for it. But it is the Cassio now locked in, so taking a pick away from Saken. Of course, good news for Saken is he's going to know this matchup, most certainly. Bad news is there's poison all around. We've got a thematic going.
Oh my god, wait, they actually do. They have the double poison. Wait, that's so insane. Wait, I'm pretty sure pretty sure she gets the bonus off when she just eats
She
people
does.
when he has the
I'm
poison
almost
out.
unless they've changed it.
I don't think they've
It's
changed
one of those obscure rules that literally has never come up because only Cassio has been good at any given point.
You remember like a normal game like season 4, like when you just started out, it's like, let's play Teemo Cassiopeia bot
To be
lane. It'll
fair,
be so broken.
Reckless spammed Teemo top and off season. But now we have the composition for Vitality. I like that they've just picked down the line. Every player just picked their respective role on their respective pick. But we do have the Kai'Sa Nautilus. We've got the Zoe. We've got the Set and the Rek'Sai. So we have a ton of pick potential. Good setup on the side of Vitality with a nice balance of teamfight damage. Feels actually pretty well-rounded. On the opposite side for Fnatic, I think it's a somewhat similar story. The big difference to me is the Singed pick.
Yeah, the Singe is something we're going to have to look a lot at because this is going to be a situation where it's going to be very hard to deal with the Singed in a side lane, right? Like, of course, people have played against Singe. You know to avoid him at all costs, but a Set in a side lane is going to be trying to clear away waves, right? While Singe does things. He also is going to be a huge disruptor in the backline, which could give Zoe a lot of problems because she doesn't have that same innate mobility locked into her kit. So this is going to be a situation where Bwipo with like a Righteous Glory is just going to be sprinting towards Seiken and trying to catch him out.
You know, we saw in the last game, the Zoe does get caught out, very difficult for her to win fights. However, if you do get an advantage on the side of Vitality, very easy to extend it against a lot of members of this team. Getting closer and closer to the game as the coaches will walk across, shake hands, and get ready. Last words of advice to the players on how to play this one out. And knowing Fnatic, all eyes on the level 1, all eyes on the early game to see what the strategy around this Singed pick is. Bwipo's always got some sort of cocktail pick going on. This time it's a little bit more literal than any other one.
Yeah, and all eyes on Vitality, in all honesty, right? Like, this is a super difficult matchup for them, but this team needs to come out and show something new, needs to show something strong. Just give fans some hope in this team moving towards as we get closer to the halfway point in the season.
Have to. Good to set expectations. Can this team find a win here against Fnatic? Monumental task, no doubt. And here we go, Fnatic versus Vitality. I'd say David versus Goliath, but we say that every time a top team plays a bottom team. So instead I'll say Fnatic favored. So for Vitality, it's going to be about both proving to the casters and the audience that they can execute on this early game and also maintaining any sort of lead that they build for themselves.
And also just proving that Conqueror is busted. They've got 3 of them in this game. It's a Conqueror Singed up in the top lane too, so of course going to be able to ramp that up over time. Makes sense when you consider that Singed wants to be in your face for a very long time. And as we sort of break down this matchup a little bit more, because that was the promise I made in Champs Night. We'll talk about Set versus Singed. And the theory around why I think it's so good is like, Singed has always done really well into like tanks in the top lane or people that don't have like a lot of like really high upfront damage. And I don't think Set necessarily fits that bill where he wants to like beat you over time a little bit more. And on top of that, Set's W really doesn't give him a lot of value against Singed, especially the shield, because it's a super high shield amount that ticks off very quickly. Singed doesn't have any burst damage, really. Outside of his E, his flip, he's going to be doing a lot over time. So by sort of having this thing that never has a big ability you want to dodge, it makes it so Cabochard can't do a whole lot. And honestly, when Cabochard lays down the W before the flip goes through, Bwipo can just flip him over his head, and then his W repositions. It misses.
And I like that. And additionally, it just feels like, while the good news for Cabochard is that, you know, the pick rate, the passive, is going to mean extra health regen. It's going to be very hard for Bwipo to kill him. It's just, I just don't think it's going to be a very interactive lane phase, short of anyone falling behind significantly or pulling ahead significantly, which outside of jungler intervention, probably just should not happen.
Yeah, so Bwipo did start with a Dark Seal here as opposed to the Corrupting Potion. I think if he went Corrupting Potion, you'd see him playing a lot more aggressively in the early lane, like spamming mana to get the push in this matchup. Instead, he's just allowing Cabochard to sort of slowly push it in on towards his tower. He knows Lee Sin won't be around his side of the map for a little while, but could potentially look for a gank later.
Ooh. That nice big Nautilus hitbox. Somewhat positive trade for the side of Vitality. A quick level 2 means they will get control of the lane, will have a bit more pressure. It's not going to mean much for Skeens, however. Both junglers handshaking on clearing out their bot side before moving to the top lane. So these bot lanes will be isolated for a while. And a hook going to connect again. Chat troll, that's so clean! What? And look, like, some people are going to talk about Nautilus hook hitbox, but I don't think that's it. I just think Hylissang was frankly just
we honestly have to talk about Hylissang. Like, this happens too much. I'm going to be honest. Like, of course, like, Hylissang, we know him. He's like high risk, high reward type of player, but that was just like high risk, no reward, right? When you know the enemy bot lane's like close to level 2, they have the stronger level 1 over you as well. Like, just big blunder, in all honesty, should not be happening.
Well, that kill's going to make things easier for the Kai'Sa. We'll track the Kai'Sa build path. May still see the Muramana. Have to see if it's the Storm Razor.
Yeah, so I've still been seeing a lot of the Muramana. The one thing that I'll mention now is I've actually seen some people try to go for like the fast E evolve, or instead of finishing off your Gensu Super
Top lane. Back, grounded, stared. Cabochard now going to be in trouble, but the set should be good enough to pull this back. He's just walking away.
Okay, Skeens is coming up, so they can't chase because they know Rek'Sai should be finishing his clear towards the top side of the map. So Cabochard will be okay to get on out of here. I actually really like the aggression from Skeens trying to find a low HP self-made.
And it's a flash for flash trade at the end of the day, but they also burn time from self-made. If Skeens found a Krug camp, he'd be pretty happy with this one, but he does not. Ping's coming out onto him. Pull back there onto Bwipo. Cabochard has to be very careful. Flips back.
Oh, no.
Tower, but not enough. That's the set damage. He's healing up. No, the 1-for-1. They literally die on top of each other.
Yeah, Bwipo says we take those right there. You love the combo though. Like that change got put into the game like 5 years ago or something. Like it's been in there for a long time, but like when you flip them, dude, it's been a long time.
It's been a long time.
But yeah, of course you drop the goo behind you and then you just chuck him into it. And he knows he can do it because the minions aren't in tower range. Wait a second. Okay, yeah, so the minions die out to the poison, even though the initial turret shot aggroed towards them, which means that Whip was able to finish off that kill.
A bit messy. I'm not going to lie, but
Cinch lanes are always messy.
That's very true. But I like the setup there. Any other champion, they're like, oh, you've laid down the goo, I'll dash away. Against Set, well, he doesn't get to do that.
I just move a little bit slower, and I can't flash.
There it is. Reckless, though. We'll have self-made as backup here. Hylissang potentially acting as tasty bait. Jack Troll may be tempted to go forward here and fish for the hook, but you can see him backing up. I actually love this patience. Because that's such a bait. Like, that is juicy bait, too. You're like, oh, Hylissang's already overstepped once this game.
No, Jack Troll's like, Hylissang's crazy, but he's not that crazy. Oh, top lane. Oh, he did.
Knock up, pulled back with the face breaker, the flip over. He's now running out to safety, and oh, couldn't even see it. It was under the ground. Doesn't even matter. That's the haymaker.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. I thought for a second, but we'll get out, but ball lane.
Jack Troll hooking to safety. The heal now comes out. The body block coming in from Comp. I like it. Jack Troll's going to walk away with his life, and Vitality are smashing this early game.
It's not going to slow down either, because right now Skeens is clearing the Raptor camp. I think he wants to try and come over this wall on towards Nemesis. Now that Nemesis has ticked to 6, though, I don't think that's going to be the case. Seiken will just push in this middle lane. Skeens will take this camp, maybe even the Krugs too, but he really wants to try and bully Bwipo because Bwipo lost his flash so early on, and now Set is level 6 as well. This is when you want to fight.
But Bwipo's going to lay down a little bit of damage here. Skeens just going to focus on the camp, but will smite and walk away. And I like the respect shown to Singed. It doesn't seem like a lot of damage at first, but obviously it adds up very quickly, but it does mean that Bwipo just gets a big leash on the Krugs and a bit more XP in his pocket to balance out his lane state. But we have to just take stock of things while we have a moment before people start killing each other again, because it is massive CS lead for Cabochard, 2-1 for the set in the top lane. And on the bottom side of the map as well, Comp and Jack Troll winning out pretty decisively in this lane as well.
Yeah, so here's play one more time. You can see the Tremor Sense. Skeens tracking Bwipo into his jungles, just waits over the wall. Oh man, he even uses the blast. No, he doesn't use the blast. Gonna get out. Wait a second. I got trolled there. He turned around, and now he's in trouble. This is where... Oh,
Bwipo thinks he's safe, but little does he know, yeah, under the ground, you can't see the hitbox. It's invisible. Doesn't matter.
It didn't matter. Oh, no, he TP'd bot.
Back up. Comp just instantly died. Jack Troll is next. They went from winning everything to just dying in an instant. That's going to be another one. Hylissang grabs the kill.
This game is moving too fast for replays. We need to slow down here because Fnatic not giving any time over towards Vitality. Now it's a level 6 Singed, able to make that play happen. And that was honestly just like, it has to be like good ward placement deep inside the lane with a pushing Vitality, not necessarily tracking that and not willing to respond to the teleport themselves from Cabochard either.
And look, Ender, you said a game with Singed is going to be messy. A Singed lane is going to be messy, and it definitely has been thus far. Bwipo making up for some of the lane discrepancies. And meanwhile, as we check in, bot lane looked like kind of a shining light, honestly, for Vitality alongside top. But now, top lane starting to even out, and mid lane also starting to look kind of disastrous as Seiken falls further and further behind in terms of CS.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis is just smashing right here, showing respect too, letting the lane push up. But I actually, even more than that, I love the swap coming through from Fnatic because as they got the play in the bottom lane, they said, Bwipo, stick around.
Selfmade, stay, take the dragon, now reset. Now Selfmade's going to be getting back onto the top side of the map the same time that Rift Herald is spawning, and there's not an objective, because they took Drake, for Vitality to trade on the other side of the map. So this sort of pulls Vitality into a potential skirmish where Fnatic should be favored.
And you look back at this, good TP comes in from Whippo. Came into this play, of course, late on the Spectre, but now seeing it in full, it's just very clean, very simple setup. Grounding the Kai'Sa just means there's actually no escape. Would have had to flash so early and still probably would have died.
Unfortunate news there for Vitality, as a lot of the work they put in towards the top side of the map gets evened out. Now, Vitality were able to secure good vision in this top side river, so it doesn't seem like Fnatic want to start that one up anytime soon. Also with Nemesis on a reset, means that they're just going to play things a little bit safer at the moment. I also think when you look at like overall scaling between these two teams, you have to give the advantage over to Fnatic with a consistent DPS of the backline of Cassiopeia. On top of the fact that you also have this Singe that's going to be a huge disruptor in the backlines of Vitality against two relatively, like, you know, immobile, Forsaken, low range for comp. He can deal a lot of damage and just cause so much, like, annoyance for those teams.
Skeens, though, going in. Knockup comes out. Ulti going in from Nemesis as well. Seiken trying to chase down, but hasn't been able to land the bubble. Nemesis flashes away. Big commitment here from Seiken. Takes an extra flash. Can't commit for that one. Rek'Sai goes over. Bit of a fumble on the cooldowns there, but now they have to be careful. Skeens needs to make his way out of this one. Has the knockup to cancel, but the kick through clean from Selfmade denies the unburrow opportunity.
That's the only way to do it too, because it's not even like Skeens has to like reactively knock up. If he just A-clicks the ground, it will automatically unburrow and interrupt Lee Sin's Q when he comes on through there. So by CCing Skeens, so he couldn't get that knock up, it allowed him to finish it off.
Troll, he thought he had a chance to back, but this is not that opportunity. Now has to run away, not getting anything done. Comp watching his support die for the second time this game.
How is this happening? Just caught out in the river like that. Fnatic like all over the map right now. Now Singe just pushing in towards mid lane. They're able to pick up another objective for themselves in terms of this Rift Herald. They picked that up pre-14 minutes too, so that'll likely go into one of these lanes to knock down a tower, get some plates on some of your carries. Like, just drop that Nemesis lane. Get them even more fed now and on this Cassiopeia.
The thing that makes this so scary too, right, is that, don't get me wrong, Comp is holding on to his CS advantage. Comp is looking fine. But the other strong point for the map, which was Cabo Shard, the more you look at this Fnatic composition, the more useless you realize Set is as a champion. And it's nothing against Cabo. We'll hold that thought as we look back at this play. But the execution here, a bit fumbled, but at the end of the day, they get the kill, and I think that's what matters for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis super greedy, right? Oh no, he had used his flash at this point, so couldn't really dodge from that. He was trying to walk into Seiken so that he would take less damage from the Zoe Q, so I can totally understand this. This is what I was talking about again, though. Flash, kick. Skeens can't knock him up.
Yeah.
Feels bad, man.
But as I was saying, Set can't chase the Singe. MF has Strut, she just walks away from you. Rakan also gets to dash away from you. Cassio has infinite stuns, infinite snares, has Conquer 2, might even be able to outduel you. All this extra gold, all this advantage that Cabo Shard has built up for himself, I don't actually see an easy way for Vitality to utilize this champion.
Yeah, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I really don't think Set is the greatest first pick, especially now after the nerfs where a lot of his dominance has been toned down a bit. Like, it's really easy to pick a lot of CC and make it so they can't access your backline, so that you're only really effective when you come in from a flank TP or like the perfect flank 2 where you can close the gap to the backline without like them seeing. So you can do it from the fog of war or catch them off guard. That's where Set can be effective when we come into team fights, but like, he doesn't have like a stationary front line like a Sejuani to be punching in the face in this game. He doesn't have anyone to really grab.
Comp, flash to safety.
TP behind though.
Ultimates. Comp now going back in. That's crazy. They're going to continue on the play. Jack Troll now moving forward. Cabo Shard looking to make a difference. That TP, it might not be a flank, but it might still be enough. Facebreaker to pull Reckless back. Timed as it comes out, but not quite timed well enough. Reckless with a clean flash to escape.
Down bot side, though, that's the Rift Herald going down, and Fnatic have enough members up here to clear away the minion wave. So really nicely done by them to stall out the dive, even if they had to use everything to make it happen. They're still pushing down bot lane, too. Vitality cannot get back in time. They must get this tower.
Has to be a big commit, though. Cabo Shard just walking, just flexing, just hoping to catch them. Nemesis locked up. The CC is there. They're going to dunk him down. Nemesis can't get anything done. The knockup comes through as well, and Reckless just has to watch his team die. That's going to be big for Vitality.
Uncharacteristic greed there from Fnatic, sticking around the tower after they had an opportunity to get away from that one. Regardless, Vitality still want a base because there's a lot of minions. They're losing to that tower on the bot side of the map, and with the fortifications increasing, the more plates you take down and the more members in the area, Vitality just could not punch through it quickly enough.
And I gotta say, good on Vitality to react to the initial attempted pick onto Comp aggressively. Hard thing to do with confidence. A lot of teams would just let Hylissang get away with burning that major cooldown. He'd have it up again for the next fight, but they do double down. They do try to capitalize. At the end of the day, sadly, Fnatic still coming out on top, still holding the gold lead, getting the second Drake as we convert over to the Inferno map.
They're just getting every objective here. And oh no, Inferno map. This feels so bad for Vitality's comp, actually. Like, Zoe, she wants bigger walls to fire through. She wants brush that she can sit in to throw those bubbles out from. Rek'Sai too is a champion that loves walls. Otherwise, is tunnels to get over wall. Like, it just, this is actually the worst case scenario for the map choice. I'm going to be honest here. Of course, it is a good dive from Vitality to come on through here. Not really much of anything Fnatic could do to escape. Reckless just like looks on in horror, like, did you really need those minions, guys? Really? It's like now Comp has kills.
Yeah. The good news is Set's really happy about the lack of walls.
Is he though? Because like, if I'm Set, I'm like, I just want to sit in a bush and then hope they face check me.
But now people can't go over walls to get away from him. Like
That's
the Rakan,
true.
The Lee Sin.
Now, I will counter that one more time and say that Fnatic have a lot of champions that can't go over walls, so they're fine.
True. Yeah, Inferno Rift.
Inferno Rift, like, it feels bad.
It does definitely feel bad. Zoe especially, I think, the biggest one that you already mentioned
For sure.
there. Bwipo, though, very comfortable now in this game, has the Rylai's, so speaking of ways to make Set useless, there's another one, sadly, for Cabochard. And, like, look, I'm not trying to rag on Cabochard. I just think that the champion here was a very bold pick, and I think that execution, anything Cabochard does is worth, like, double points in my book for the rest of the game, because it should, in theory, be next to impossible.
And again, if he can get in range of a carry, like, this champion is really, really strong. I do want to, you know, like, service that, at least because with a flash, with a TP coming in around, like, you can just instantly lock someone down unless they have a QSS, your team is going to be able to punch them out. Now, the question is, do Vitality like full commit onto that type of a target? Because their comp can only really go forward. It's really hard for them to run away. So these fights are going to be explosive and going to be decided very quickly on the side of Vitality.
And as we check in, gold is actually still very close. Of course, Nemesis continues to scale, continues to get scarier. Singe is honestly a very weird champion in terms of how he scales, but it's just going to be more and more obnoxious as the game goes on. And I like that Selfmade is just waiting here in the darkness.
Whip was a weird champ for sure.
Whip was a weird champ. Or did I say? There you go. The kickback, Selfmade. Honestly, fantastic mechanics this game. Clean insect to kick back there over the wall. And you know,
Selfmade's clean.
Selfmade is clean.
He's clean,
It's
man.
good look. And if there are any holdouts that were like skeptical, like, I don't know, is he going to have the same Lee Sin moments like Broxa did? Like, that's a pretty good case, you know?
Yeah,
That's a
like,
good look.
Brox had some sweet kicks, right?
For
Like,
sure.
don't get me wrong, like, Selfmade definitely has some shoes to step into here, but doing well so far in 2020.
And there's Cabochard's flash gone. No flash, no TP. We're going to be waiting a little bit to see more from the set. And the pick does not amount to too much yet. Fnatic pushed in for a bit more vision. They are set up to take control, it appears, of the bottom. Actually, and to a certain degree, the top side of the map. Fnatic very content just playing a very spread out map, it would appear.
And they're going to be comfortable doing that, because one of the things that you sort of underestimate in a Cassiopeia pick is, like, she sort of slots in similar to Ryze in terms of, like, DPS power in a sideline. Obviously, she doesn't have the repositioning ultimate to group back up with the rest of her team, but, like, no one on Vitality can, like, go match her by herself. Similar with the Singe, as no one can actually, like, deal enough damage to lock him down long enough to kill him, even if they would out-damage him in a long fight, but I still would favor him over a lot of the champions on Vitality's team. So, like, Fnatic going to be very comfortable to split out 1-3-1 across the map, pick up as much resources as humanly possible, whereas Vitality, because they're running the Zoe, would much rather be playing 2 lanes, right? Like, push out one, like, Cabochard just rotate between top and bot, while the rest of your team just pushes out through mid lane and tries to set up for these types of objectives.
Oof. And it doesn't really get easier too, because you're right, because as Fnatic grab 3 ways of farm, as 1 or 2 creeps are lost here and there, as Vitality keep trying to group up to try to force something, the gold advantage for Fnatic will only continue to grow. 2K now in their favor off of that last pick from on the comp, rather.
Now Hylissang's actually finished off the Shirelia's Reverie, so a little bit more move speed to try and force these engagements. Allow Bwipo to get into the fight.
There's the big engage. They've knocked back. They kicked everyone through, but it's a disaster. What? They kicked him out of the fight. They're still going to find the kill. Can Fnatic get a little bit more here? Jackal trying to run, but will get taken down there. And Comp going to get flipped back. There's nothing you can do.
Run him
He's
down.
running you down. But he walks away. Comp?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay,
I really thought they were getting the kill there, if I'm
Fnatic
being honest.
absolutely won that fight, but when we watch that back, it is a bit of a comedy of errors. There's definitely a Lee Sin kick out of a misfortune ult. There's some crazy, like, Bwipo flips back when everyone else is trying to go forward. It was good. Fnatic won that play, but they're not going to look back at that one with a smile on their faces.
Yeah, we'll have to check it out again in the replay because right now Fnatic are getting absolutely everything they could want. They get the Rift Herald, Infernal Drake is just about to spawn, so they can sort of mosey their way on over there after picking up a couple resets, finishing off some items too. That's a Black Cleaver now, 18 minutes, 2 items on Selfmade, so he has a massive advantage over Skeens at the moment. That's just going to mean like any fight they take, like it is a Fnatic win for sure.
Yeah, hugely favored. See what Vitality can do. Cabochard's TP is now back up. Maybe they get the next fight. But we look back at this one. Love the initial engage. Everything about this Spez montage to me. And then...
Oh, he flips him out of the knockup, as you said. Then they kick him away. Skeens or Saken will burn down.
To be fair, and I'm wrong there. He was still in range of the bullet time, so it all works out well for Fnatic.
It's all right. Now, Comp just ults get a little extra range, and then heals too. So there you go. He's fine. They don't want to dive the towers.
Actually, yeah, not bad. Obviously not like ideal. Some wasted cooldowns there, but
it's definitely funny at the start.
A good
like,
fight.
The zeros tell the entire story, Dracos.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, the set pick.
But also, very interesting that the damage burden of these fights has been almost entirely carried by the Lee Sin and the Singed on the team with the Cassio and the
Okay,
MF.
to be fair, I would predict that from the...
Oh, dunk back. That's exactly what they need. Hylissang now taken out instantly. Bwipo has to run. Has to be careful. Comp going to flash out to safety. The ulti coming in from Reckless zones the rest of the team away. TP comes in for Nemesis. The Herald has been used mid lane. Vitality are going to be late to the rotation on this one. It should mean the tower for Fnatic. Vitality will back away. Still
take it for another one. They should get 2 towers off this play as well because the entirety of Vitality is zoned. They're moving around. They're teleporting in from behind. This is a fight Vitality must win to stay in this game.
Cabochard, but they know it's coming. Jackdaw has to throw the hook eventually. Cabochard, no flash available.
Yeah, what? Why do you TP in if you don't have ult?
I think they didn't respect because Fnatic have that ward in the mid lane. They saw the TP coming. Sure. Maybe they were hoping that Fnatic would walk right back down mid lane. They could find that flank. They could get the dream fight and everything would work out. But Fnatic smartly have mid lane warded, and it means they just walk down.
I know what's going to happen now, Dracos, is with a TP advantage and Bwipo finishing off his Leandries, he's going to waltz into bot lane, he's going to push straight towards that inhibitor tower, while the rest of Fnatic just posture around this Baron, right? They'll try to lure Vitality into a fight, they'll try to lure Cabochard away from the bot lane, and if he doesn't come away from that bot lane, they TP in with Bwipo from the back, and then they can find their fight pretty easily. Now, this is the play where Hylissang gets caught way out, did not expect Cabochard to be there at all, and the point and click is going to be absolutely deadly on towards Hilly, so good play there from Vitality to punish. The problem then is with a Rift Herald in the mid lane, like Fnatic can just sort of run it through.
Yeah, and the reality is the Vitality's composition very highly dependent on kind of positioning tools to make sure that they're in the right spot to actually be effective. So the second they burn everything, it's not that they don't have the damage to kill Fnatic, it's that they can never really get in position.
Oh, there's about to be a fight. Look at this monstrous flank. TP and Hylissang on the back. They want Saken so bad.
Choke bubble though. Gonna lock up. There goes a lot of that TP advantage we talked about. Fnatic, well, honestly, well played by Vitality to defuse the situation, but Fnatic, I think, too keen to try to force that one.
Yeah, they wanted that to be the fight that ends the game. Now they're going to rush into Baron. I have to think they do this, right? If they can keep Hylissang in the fog of war, because they should know that Vitality haven't had a lot of opportunities to put vision towards the top side, so it's just disruption duty for Bwipo and Hylissang. Keep Skeens away from the pit, because right now Fnatic are firing it down.
Going through. Goes in from Jack Troll, does get flipped back to the team. Not the fight start to the fight that they wanted. Buys a bit more time with the stopwatch. Comp now coming in, but there's no way for him to step in. Jack Troll giving his life for nothing, and Bwipo's meanwhile in the back line is going to get dunked down by Set as Cabochard tries to run for the hills, but that's honestly going to be it. Fnatic just walking down Vitality, punishing them for their lack of coordination. Skeens maybe done. Ulti goes out. No, still has it. It's on a few second cooldown. He's going to be able to make it out. No, knockups there. Selfmade will find the kill, and Saken and Comp now have to run. Hylissang going to find the snare, going to find the lockup. Look at the kill. Is it enough? Nemesis not going to happen, but there it is. Comp finds one back, tries to dash to safety. It is simply too little too late. The ace coming through for Fnatic.
Fnatic coming through with the firepower right there. Bwipo just running down the entirety of Vitality with Selfmade right behind him. That duo has been almost unbeatable in these fights, and it feels so bad for Vitality too, because they were running in to the fog of war. They just really didn't have many options. They had to face check, and Fnatic just punished them beautifully for it.
Bwipo just gets to take this wave. In any future situation where he has a TP advantage, he can triple proxy waves.
So here it is one more time. Jack Joel just queuing the wall to get in range. He gets a little bit too far in range after the flip comes through. But then Whipple, like, he's just chasing down towards the top side, makes Skeens flash away from him. And now Cabochard, that's when he realizes, like, he messed up, right? Like, he's out of position pretty poorly there, has nowhere really to run. And that snipe was pretty nice on towards Reckless. Like, Seiken really trying his best to save this fight, because it wasn't just that. He also landed the bubble onto Nemesis a bit later on, but Zoe has to take these fights slow, and if your champions can run at her, you can't do anything.
Self-made MVP. If Fnatic win this game, I'm calling self-made MVP, because that body block just absolutely saved his mid laner dies in the
I mean,
end,
he's also connecting like every Sonic Wave, right? He's had good kicks. Like, he's been team fighting very, very well.
Where's he going? He's going to kick back. Jack will knock to the team. Now uses a highway to escape. The suppression comes down. That's going to be big damage. Now it's Cabochard in the midst of everything. This is his time to shine. The Haymaker comes in. He flashes forward. It's not enough. It's too little too late.
I mean, Seiken and Calm can't hit anything, so now Whipple is back on the chase, running down Skeens. This guy can't leave.
Comes the flip. Walking him down. Nope. Flipped back. Just uses it to finish off the kill. Fnatic are going to grab Baron here. Selfmade's going to grab Dragon just to make sure that it's the Soul as well as the Baron. That's going to be it. Vitality are dead men walking now. Fnatic are simply too strong and are only getting stronger as both these objectives
hold
will
on.
fall.
Vitality are moving towards the Dragon. They're not going to be able to steal it away. Maybe they can find... Nope. He just walks out. His ult's up soon, so like in 10 more seconds, he can turn around and solo kill Comp.
And once again, similar to last week, we saw a few moments in the early game where it looked like Vitality were really going to take control, but the second Fnatic started, I don't know, like took the gloves off, they never had a chance.
Yeah, and that's typically the story with like new faces, rookie teams. Like, this is 60% a rookie lineup here for Vitality, right? So like, you expect them to have like high individual performance, especially early on before the team play really comes involved. You saw Vitality get a kill in the isolated 2v2 in bottom lane. Say what you will about Hylissang making a mistake, but you know, Vitality have been able to find some early plays. It has just never been able to close out, and I don't think they did themselves any favors either when it comes to the draft, because this is not an easy composition to try and play out. It's heavily reliant on Zoe being able to find good bubbles, on being able to like find the perfect initiation, and against what Fnatic have built, they're just heavily outmatched.
And it's difficult too, because we heard it from the desk already. FLICKR asking to see Cabochard sacrifice himself, use his veterancy, his strength, his flexibility to benefit others on the team, to kind of put himself not first. But it appears that the strategy from Vitality is still to put Cabochard in a position to succeed. Sadly, on a champion like Set, very few positions where he succeeds.
Yeah. He's not been able to do much. Even that last fight, like he gets into the back line, but Comp and Seiken were single-handedly zoned from the fight. Well, they couldn't get any damage in there, so like the follow-up was never going to be there because Whippo and Selfmade are just so good at disrupting.
And we saw it already. He's just so far behind now in gold that the Dream Set montage is just pretty dead. He's only at 2 items. Maybe though they can get something here. Bit of poke goes in onto Hylissang. He's going to dash out to safety. 2 grounded effects, though, make it very difficult for Vitality to commit to any kind of play.
Yeah, mid lane push now coming through from Whippo, too. So the tower slowly getting chipped away. There's a big wave working in top side, too. So after this next push, just come on through. Fnatic going to try to break this tower. This may be where Vitality try to go for their final play. So that tower should drop quick.
Comp relatively strong for that Sonic Wave connecting.
That's a really important bubble on towards Hylissang. If he doesn't get slept there, I think Fnatic can step forward a whole lot more aggressively. Now the waves are sort of desynced. They can't quite reach that cannon minion, though. That's going to take the tower. They have to shift their focus to mid lane because this one's going down.
A few more shots. Seiken trying to find poke. Could not hit the cannon minion. Fnatic going to break that one. Inhibitor should be next on the list. Top lane, massive wave building, and it's stopping just outside of the tower, too. So it's just there for Fnatic to pick it up.
Fnatic may just look for a fight here to end the game. They have double cannon minions. They have Whippo rotating on over here. Instead, gonna back away towards mid lane. The wave pushing on in, not taking any chances here.
I mean, it's 8k gold advantage.
Oh my.
Infernal Soul and a Baron buff. Vitality takes an actual miracle for them to get anything done here. Cabochard trying to step forward, but he just takes so much incidental poke damage.
Vitality just can't pull the trigger, so they're gonna slowly watch as everything gets taken out of their base. The second inhibitor should go down to that cannon minion. Oh no. Oh no. Come on, back in.
They're going to Australia's. They'll take it. They'll back off. Sleepy Selfmade. Oh, locked up. That's a big shutdown. The knockup going to go through. Oh, if Comp wanted to go, if he wanted to risk it all, he could go in and instantly find the kill, but I just don't think it's worth it.
If there were any wards from Vitality behind Fnatic, that's an instant TP from Cabochard. They force that fight, right? That's where they draw the line. That's where they put their last stand, but they just haven't been able to get back on the map in so long. So Fnatic get to go back to the base. They have, 1 to 2k gold. to go ahead and spend. Don't forget they have that Infernal Soul too, so like even more damage coming in whenever they look for these fights. So Fnatic have all the tools they need now to like set up for Elder Dragon into a Baron into an end, if they even need that long. Because quite honestly, if they wanted to press, you know, say go right now, they could. They could just run straight down into top lane and force Vitality to just give up more, because with 2 waves of super minions coming in into mid lane and bot lane, there's just no real way for Vitality to defend.
No, and it doesn't get easier. The strong point right now for the team is Comp. Comp could be good in theory in an extended fight, but it's just simply too hard to reliably hit most of these champions.
How does Comp kill Bwipo, right? Like, the only way this fight, like, could work, like, if I'm theory crafting it, like, Cabochard has to jump into the backline with Skeens, CC someone, and then Comp, like, ults into the backline. Yeah. Because otherwise, a Singed is killing him, and he can't beat Singed the 1v1, so he just has to run, right? So it has to be a full dive, full commit on towards Nemesis or Reckless. Otherwise, there's just nothing they can do.
There's always a chance. The beauty of the Sleepy Trouble Bubble is it only really takes 1 change a game. Comp, though, stepping into Hylissang is going to walk down. They're looking for this pick to get things kicked off. They'll get the flash as well as the ult from Hilly, but trading the ult for Comp. Is it going to actually be a positive trade here for Vitality? In an even game state, of course it would be, but here it's a bit more
Oh, here comes the TP from Cabo on the flank. He has flash, he has ult. They must find the Fnatic backline.
Here comes Cabo. As you said, running in.
There's no ult on Comp, though.
He's coming in. He's dunking him down. Reckless now flashing back instantly, but it's a beautiful ult from Nemesis. Instantly the fight turns. It's so clean. It's everything that you wanted. It's self-made in Nemesis versus the world. They're obliterating everyone. Nemesis, that ult was game-changing.
Nemesis just popped off. I've never seen anything like that. The ridiculous petrifying gaze in the 3v4 situation while the rest of his team just ends the game. Just perfect stuff out of him. Fnatic gonna find the win.
And say what you want about Fnatic, but they sure know how to end a game in style. Clean performance, the last hope of Vitality snuffed out on a beautiful play from the Fnatic lineup.
Man, like Fnatic, they had a huge lead, but Nemesis just made my brain explode at the end right there. I think he made Vitality's brain explode too, because those guys threw everything at him, and they could not find it when it
I feel like brain explode might be a little strong, but I do love it. It was a fantastic
I couldn't
play.
like formulate words, right? I was just like, what?
Sometimes all you have to do as a color caster, speaking behind a play-by-play caster, is go, and that's it. That's all you need. Did it justice.
And sometimes when you're Nemesis, you just like pull off the insane ultis, 3v4.
Look, it has to feel good because he was getting picked left and right in the early game. He was clearly the focus. Jack Troll's ults were made for him. But overall, clean performance from Fnatic. I feel like every single member looking relatively good after some of the early mistakes there. And yeah, Selfmade looks like a monster. Bwipo busting out the Singed again. What's not to love? Hylissang tying at level 1, but then
I thought you were gonna say you don't love Hylissang. I was like, bro.
Hylissang, no, Hylissang, great. Level 1 was rough. I'm looking at him right now, but after that, beautiful. Love to see it.
It only went up from there.
Yes.
A lot, like, and this reminded me a lot because last year, Fnatic played the Lee Sin Rakan combination so much, and it was all about finding these beautiful flanks. They pulled so many of those off in this game with the TPs from Bwipo as well. It just reminds you of some of the best moments that this team has had in the past.
Absolutely. Well, key player of the game, it's time to vote, folks. Let us know who you believe in. Bwipo, Selfmade, Hylissang, they're the options at LEC on Twitter. Who do you, I don't even know what to say. Who do you vote for? It's a big question. One I don't have to answer because after 2 losses in a row, we have to ask the question, is Rogue the real deal? Join the discussion with Machine and Frosk right after an interview with Hylissang.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I'm Larsen, and we're gonna smack Schalke after break 2.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to the LEC. Guys, Fnatic just won their first win of the week, and I have Ilisang with me to talk about the game, but I don't think there's actually so much to say about the game. Looking at it, I mean, you were ahead when it comes to objectives and kills, but I feel like it took you guys a long time to end the game. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, I agree. Maybe we could end earlier, but didn't really feel like diving them on tier 3 turrets. Kind of like take it slower and just make sure we win the game instead of like trying to make highlights. And yeah, we just took it safe and yeah, make sure that we don't lose the game rather than win it fast.
Yeah, no underestimating some teams, and that's a good thing to do, taking things slow. I want to talk about the game itself now. We saw that Yuumi made a comeback today, but I'm wondering, is there more room for a poke and utility supports like Yuumi in this meta?
I think there is. If you have like paired with a good jungle and AD carry, I think you can definitely pull out of Yuumi. I think it's really hard to survive early game, but if you do, it's definitely worth it.
And we'll see if you can play something else maybe tomorrow in match of the week. I saw that the production put an emphasis on bot lane matchup, especially the fact that Carzzy may be baby reckless right now. Do you see something like this in him?
I mean, he's definitely hungry for like fame and like to show he's good, but he has a long path to ride. So I think he's pretty good, but he has a lot of mistakes as well. So I hope we can exploit them tomorrow.
I wish you good luck on this one. Thank you, Hilly, for the interview. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. That was Hilly there with Law, and it is, of course, going to be a big challenge coming up next. We're going to move on to our next game, which is the surprise team from 2019. It's Rogue as they face off against Schalke 04. Now, we're asking you guys this year that whether or not the Rogue hype train has slowed down, which does bring the question, are they the real deal? Yes or no? You can join the conversation by spamming your answer in the chat, while Frosk, you share your opinion.
I feel like I did that a little bit too gently. I was like, oh yeah, they'll be typing. I was like, no, Twitch chat will be typing.
No, they type like this.
Yeah, head first like one of those little birds.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
No, so I think the first thing to really pay attention to is where the goalposts are. If we say Rogue are the real deal, it's like, are Rogue the real deal to lift the trophy? Are they real deal for top 4? And that's where my goalposts are. Yes, I think Rogue are a top 4 team, despite where they sit in the standings with Misfits and Mad Lions kind of inching out over them, and like Rogue and Origen XL kind of falling to the wayside a little bit. And it starts with kind of 3 core factors. And the first one I want to start with is the draft phase. So we talk about this all the time. We actually brought it up earlier with like SK and their not wanting to grab something like Soraka.
Sure.
Rogue do not have that problem. Every single big power pick, things like the sets, I have no doubt that they can grab hold of the Ezreal and the Yuumi. They've shown that they have the versatility to grab whatever they want, all of those big, powerful meta picks, and then also execute on them. In fact, the only thing that I've seen that they haven't really been able to gravitate towards are things like the AP junglers. Like, we haven't seen the Elise come out of Inspired, and I don't necessarily think that's because he cannot play it, just that he hasn't really need to show it. He usually sits much more around those AD junglers.
Sure. But there's no disputing that they are comfortable within a diverse set of different champions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you even just look at not just the champions they pick, but also their inherent playstyles. Larson was known as a control mage player, but he pulled out the Kiana. He got the massive outplay on Febiven, so he can play both the control mage and the assassin playstyle. So it feels like Rogue are never going to be in a position where they hamstring themselves in draft, which kind of moves on to the other point, and it's in-game decision making. So we know that Rogue are able to play anything. They have more versatile styles, but can they actually make it count in game? And I really want to pull up the B-roll from the Mad Lions, because in this matchup in particular, Mad actually started a invade against a Jarvan versus Gragas matchup, knowing that Jarvan usually wins it. So by invading, they put Inspired on a back foot and they tried to protect Shadow. Now Inspired does a full topside clear very quickly here, resets, and then he immediately runs into Gragas' jungle to contest him. He spots that Gragas has done the Scuttle Crab, he hasn't started blue, and Inspired's like, you think you slowed me down, but I have now gotten right back on the footing and I'm ready to punch you in the face with the priority from his bot lane. So it's quick, creative thinking like this that allows Rogue that even if you kind of throw a wrench into their plans, they know how to reassess the game and get back on their win conditions.
Interesting. I mean, that's obviously from one, I would imagine, experienced voice. Perhaps Vander's playing a part in that.
Yeah, Vander and Inspired. I've listened to a couple of the comms from Rogue. Those guys talk a lot. We've heard Inspired talk a lot in interviews as well. So I think Inspired was probably the biggest surprise from a lot of Rogue fans, just how eloquent he is about the game. I think that this guy is really a superstar in the making.
Dumb question before we move on. Is there a particular reason why they're going for such a ambitious invade versus their opposition there?
I think it's because, again,
Gragas.
it was the jungle matchup, Jarvan versus Gragas, but it was still making sure that they were put on the back foot. Okay, what are the correct plans to get back onto the right foot? And it was like no wasted time. He immediately does full clear. He doesn't like dance around the red buff and gets them back in track. So leads me to the final thing. We just talked about Inspired. It's now also talking about the rest of the roster. It's not just Inspired that pops off for Rogue. It's the fact that they made adjustments in their ADC position. Because last year, that was kind of the one position along from Rogue that really had an issue. But now bringing in Hans Sama, you have players across the board that have the potential and the proven skill ceiling that they can punch with some of the best in the league.
Right. And would you consider that like baseline? You know, if you are going to be, as you've described them, the real deal, the baseline is you can mechanically compete.
Yeah, you have to be frankly good enough.
Right.
And Hans Sama was just kind of the cherry on top. And now it's really a question of where is the ceiling for guys like Finn? Where is the ceiling for guys like Larson Inspired? There's this hype around them, and you know that Hans Sama, if all he needs to do is play the ADC, can have those high highs. So I think that's kind of the final question to really show, are Rogue fourth or are they third?
Right, so they can be flexible, they can adapt, and they've got the good enough players, they've got enough beef behind this brigade that they can fight with the best.
They've also got a sick new hair color on Hans Sama there. Went from the silver to the blonde and now back to dark Hans Sama, evil Hans Sama after the Draven game.
I live for it. Okay, so evil Hans Sama's in there, and I don't know what Upset is necessarily classified as. Fiery, perhaps a fiery individual, but yes, we have got a lot going on in this real deal conversation. Froska's presented her argument, and it seems like you guys have tended to agree. A 62-38 lean, Rogue being the real deal. And against Schalke's new roster, we're expecting Rogue to come back with a vengeance. So let's see if they can get the win.
We will see, Machine. Thank you very much, Froska Machine, for breaking down Rogue. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the other side of the matchup today. It's Schalke. They've been struggling so far this split, but they've made some changes coming into this week.
Yeah, they've got Inax coming in from the bot lane. For those that may be unfamiliar, Inax has actually spent pretty much the last year playing with the Unicorns of Love over in the LCL. Most recently, he has also been playing in the German Prime League, and he's actually been incredibly successful. That team was undefeated until last night, I think it was. But the fact that they were undefeated, they seem to have a very strong ERL team, and they did bring up Lurox from that, and of course he wasn't able to find a win last week, but perhaps with the introduction of Inax and Lurox together, I've heard from many people that watch a lot of the ERL leagues that these are two of the prime players that have a good chance of competing at the LEC level. We'll get to see today how they stack it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter saying that these are two of the guys that they expect to be able to join LEC teams next year. Of course, they're being promoted just that little bit earlier than expected, but we'll see just how Schalke adapt and change for their new bot laner. Of course, teamed up alongside Dreams in that bottom lane. Now, I did watch some of Inax across Worlds. Of course, he was in the Plains Unicorns of Love squad that challenged Splice, took them to all 5 games, and he tends to be a traditional marksman player. Had a couple of Heimerdinger games in there.
Yeah, Heimerdinger was the champion, I remember him from.
But against Hans Sama, I'm expecting very traditional bot laners to be played in this matchup.
Well, I wonder, because, you know, they've got nothing to lose. They haven't won a game yet this split, and I do think that what Odoamne has been very solid up in the top lane. I think that maybe you go for something a little bit different down the bot side of the map. Maybe you do consider something like a Heimerdinger. We'll have to see which direction the draft somewhat takes. I think that Rogue have been pretty conventional, been pretty meta so far with a lot of their drafts. I say that they often go to more towards the scaling angle. I wonder if we are going to see the continued focus on things like a Zia, maybe a Corki as well in the mid lane for Larson. We did see a bit of Lissandra from him last week, but we know that Abadage is someone that does like to try and play that LeBlanc. And I know that the Lissandra can be a good way to shut that down.
And Larson was traditionally known for his Azir and Corki when he first came onto the LEC stage. With them being buffed on 10.3, wouldn't be surprised at all if we see Larson falling back to some of those more scaling, in inverted commas as well, safer picks early on. Now, we're going to jump on into Champion Select. So far today, we have seen Soraka, we have seen Karthus, and we have seen Ezreal in a lot of our games and in a lot of our bans. We'll see if that continues to be the case here. I'm not going to try and speak over the music. I say while speaking over the music. Now, Drake and Ender did this last time. I'm not sure how well it works. We'll listen back and see. But for now, we're going to jump straight on in, and the bans are rattling off thick and fast already. Schalke get rid of the Olaf and the LeBlanc themselves, and Rogue will remove Syndra.
Okay, the Yuumi being banned as well, so we can see throughout the day that Yuumi, very high priority for many of the teams, picked or banned 100% so far throughout the day. We're also going to see the Soraka taken off the board from Schalke. Clearly don't want to put a huge amount of priority on that. Obviously, a lot of AD carries left up and available. The Aphelios is something that you have to take into consideration. Do Schalke want to try and grab that pickup early, or instead will they go for a top lane champ? And it looks like that Set will be the priority this time around.
So Set, of course, is still flexible. Can go jungle. We've seen him mid from G2 last week, but I'd love to see Odo on a champion that can really dominate his lane and have power in that laning phase like the Set. We'll see where Rogue decide to go next. You said they've been relatively conventional with their drafts, and what more conventional can you get than a Gragas in the jungle?
And with the Aphelios still up and available, we know that Hansamah does love to play it. It's a champion he's very comfortable on.
Yep.
Rogue are going to be very happy with this half of the draft right now. Very safe, very reliable. And Schalke immediately going to respond with the Xayah Rakan in the bot side of the map. So we will see Inax and Dreams going for the Lovers duo. Considered a pretty, well, strong duo when paired together. In isolation, perhaps not considered the strongest in the current meta. But as we heard from Kadril in his interview earlier in the day, he talked about how the bot lane meta has kind of shifted quite a lot with the recent nerfs, especially to Senna. A lot of champions can beat a lot of other champions now, and with the low mobility that exists on top of Aphelios, you can understand why champions like Rakan offer good setup. So overall, solid engage coming up from the side of Schalke. You're going to have a strong top side matchup as well, given that you now know it's going into the Aatrox, which means that Schalke should actually be able to get push in top and bot, and I think they should look to start banning away these supports. Consider taking away things like the Nautilus, maybe take away the Morgana as well, and just limit some of these good matchups that can mitigate a lot of Rakan likes to do in the laning phase.
Yeah, there's a few matchups that you want to get rid of, as you said, Nautilus and Morgana, but I'd put Leona on that list somewhere as well.
After the nerfs, I wonder if they still value her as a high priority ban.
That's true. I'm just thinking about how much you can disrupt Rakan when it comes to fighting. If you stun him as he tries to get in, if you stun him as he tries to get out, it can be very difficult to play around. Now, Rogue will get rid of the Cassiopeia themselves, and Schalke, you expect to see support bans. It's what you said. Thresh will be the first one on the menu.
Thresh is another good one. Yeah, I think that Thresh is a pretty good pick into the Rakan. Also very meta and works extremely well with the Aphelios, offering that lantern in the event that Aphelios is in danger. So I like the ban a lot coming out from Schalke. Rogue, considering that they have priority on the next pick, it looks like right now they're just trying to ban away some of the more obnoxious mid lane champions with LeBlanc and Cassio banned. I wonder if they'll want to try and tunnel deeper into this pool. It looks like for now they won't. They're actually going to limit some of the junglers, but Lee Sin still up and available. We know that Lurox is happy to play that. Sejuani, it would offer a bit of extra engage. I debate whether or not they want to do it into a Gragas, but definitely an option I think is worth considering. Right now I've heard that a lot of the champions from before, so the Elise, the Rek'Sai, the Lee Sin, still kind of top dog outside of the Gragas, of course. So that's where my expectations lie for the time being, but we'll see what direction Schalke choose to go.
We definitely will. I think Lurox had a couple of okay games last week, but will really still be looking to prove himself on the LEC stage. We talked about safety with the Thresh. Vander picking the Tahm Kench does give Aphelios a little bit more safety in the bottom lane, but you are cringing and screwing up your face at this, buddy.
I don't like Tahm Kench, man. I'm not a fan of it. I think that you just concede so much lane power. I understand the goal of what it's trying to do, but I'm never really a fan of it. I think you lose a lot in the laning phase. But in terms of the overall comp, sure, it makes sense. But there's the Sejuani that you were talking about, Medic. It does offer that additional engage in the current meta. It's like risen in priority due to the jungle changes, on top of the fact that Sejuani herself got buffs. Now what Schalke doing are missing a mid laner. Today we've seen a lot of blind pick Zoe as a very safe option, and it looks like the Schalke are going to continue with that trend. So when we look at that comp overall, pretty solid scaling. They have pretty reliable engage, but Rogue gonna answer with a Tristana in the mid lane. I really love this mid-jungle duo that they have for themselves. Very easy to play around, pretty easy to bully the Zoe as well, and you can easily find these advantages in Rogue, considering that Gragas brings a lot of AP damage to the forefront. They're gonna rely on him to offer that, but also they're relying on Inspired to be one of the primary engage tools, and I don't know how much faith I have in Inspired to be that. He hasn't really been that for a lot of the split so far. When we look at the engages, often it's been someone like the Finn or Vander finding successful flanks or being one of those people that just actually kicks off the fight. But we'll have to wait and see. I quite like Schalke with the amount of disengage they have with things like the Sejuani Ultimate, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Schalke have really strong pick tools. Okay. They have really strong engage tools. I think they have pretty good follow-up, and they have good flanking opportunities. It's quite an interesting comp. I think the scaling's pretty good, but against the double AD carry of Rogue, I think it will fall off relative in the late game.
We'll see how Larssen and Hansama can team up. I believe it's the first time we have ever seen Larssen pick up the Tristana. Of course, is known as a mid lane answer to things. You know, you can jump on people. You have really powerful level 2, level 3 in that lane. You can harass people out of lane. You can even see Abadage is running heal on this Zoe just to keep himself that little bit safer from Larssen on Tristana.
It's going to be an exciting one. Inax, of course, I suppose returning to the LEC stage, given that he was here for the World Championship.
That is true.
We'll see how he stacks up. Can he be the change that Schalke need in order to get themselves their first win on the board? Rogue trying to bounce back after what was a bit of a rough week 3, currently sitting at 3-3 in the standings. We're going to be jumping in for Rogue versus Schalke. Definitely an interesting game to set up for game 4 of the day.
And in we go. Onto the Summoner's Rift once again. And as you say, Rogue did have a disappointing week by their standards. Their first game against G2, they were about 1,000 gold ahead at the 15-minute mark, ended up losing that one in some pretty epic late-game team fights. And then against Mad Lions, they were actually 3.5k ahead and ended up losing that one as well. Just weren't able to cut down the Mad Lions as the Soraka kept healing them up.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great point that you mentioned, actually, Medic, about the Soraka. I believe we actually have some information relating to it, because 2 of the losses that Schalke did experience was to this champion. Yep. They went 0-2. You can see that the goal difference was pretty significant. They got these huge early game leads, but then they just couldn't close things out because Rogue have this... They have this tendency, Medic, that they've had so far, this split where they take these mid to late game team fights, normally around the 25 to 28 minute mark, where things just kind of go wrong for them. They over-aggress, they try to find these flank TPs, they just try to force a fight that just doesn't go in their favor. And I've decided to title it, they go rogue, right? Because it's just something where they force a play and then it just doesn't work out, and then the game suddenly becomes a lot harder. And in week 1, we saw carry them out of those situations. Yep. And we've even seen them go with scaling comps that have kind of remedied that factor. But last week in week 3, champions like Soraka, when you had those bad fights, she then got to the late game and then Rogue could not win any more fights. So something I'll be tracking as we get to that 25 to 28 minute mark is, will Rogue go rogue and put themselves in a similar situation?
Will they put their hoods up, blinkers on, and just dive into the fight, even if it's against their better judgment? Well, we have a long time before that's going to happen, Vedius.
And I want to focus in on a couple of the lane matchups. You can see right now that the Zyra Khan has push. This is one of the reasons why I'm not a massive fan of Tahm Kench in the draft. Again, I understand how it makes sense paired up with the Felios. In the late game, offers a great amount of peel. You can attack the side lanes with this champion as well, and it can be pretty good against someone like a Zoe that maybe goes up to those side lanes to help wave clear. But during the laning phase, you can see a lot of pressure. Now, when we look at the mid lane, what's really interesting about this matchup is you see that it is used as a counter pick to Zoe. And the thing about Zoe is she's typically very good at getting priority in the laning phase. And when trying to get priority, the thing you have to consider is how quickly do you kill the melee minions. And this is why Zoe's great. Her Q is low mana, high damage, and low cooldown, which means she can just throw that out very efficiently in the early game to help get that early game push. But Tristana just relies on the auto attack and the splash damage to just mow these melee minions down. And as you can see, he just slowly gets pushed back further and further, and Larssen is able to gain a lot of priority and a lot of pressure in this lane.
Also meant that Larssen was able to get a ward on the Razorbeaks of Schalke, knowing Lorox's path early on. Lorox has gone for a full jungle clear. He's going towards his Krugs. We'll get that little bit of experience from those now, of course, with the 10.3 changes. But it does mean he sacrifices this bottom side Scuttle. And I wonder if Inspired will now path up towards top side to make sure he gets double Scuttle early on.
Yeah, well, I think he can, because you'll notice on the minimap, once again, there is push up towards the top side, and Zoe against Tristana, yes, while Tristana will have push for a lot of the laning phase, doesn't mean she's completely pushed out. As I say that, she's getting all in by the Tristana, and this is kind of the next thing about the match. If we don't have time, trade in the bot lane.
We do have time, Vedius. The trade happened. Hansama and Vander were able to push Dreams and Inax back, but underneath the turret, they should be safe.
Okay, so not a great trade there for Inax and Dreams. Not entirely sure what happened, so they ended up in this situation, because normally this shouldn't happen.
I think they both got rooted by the Graviton. I believe that's what happened.
But it's very surprising. It looks like Dreams actually took a pretty poor trade early on where he tried to force an all-in, and that's when Tahm Kench can actually punish you because you can then chase them down. And because he took a bad trade, they were forced to play more defensively, which then put Inax on the back foot, and then they set up for that play underneath the tower.
And even though Inax and Dreams did have that push early on, they are 14 CS down. They're losing a cannon wave because they've got heal instead of teleport, so they can't get back to this wave quickly. Hansama and Vander having a very good time early. Let's have a look at this.
So we can actually see the Severum paired up with the Gravitum allows... So the Severum, the red one, when you use the Q, it applies both your on-hand and off-hand effects to the target, which means that you can then swap to your Gravitum, pop it, and you can apply the root pretty effectively, which allowed them to get a pretty favorable trade. And it all just comes from them taking one bad trade early on in the laning phase, which then ends up getting very effectively punished by the likes of Hansama. And just goes to show how strong of an AD carry player he actually is. And Hansama already dominating in a lane that really Rogue should be falling behind in during the early laning phase. So props to the Rogue duo.
Yeah, definitely in a very good position at the moment. Getting that plate will mean he's about 300 gold ahead in the lane. Has got a BF sword to the Cull of Inax. Now, as soon as you get Cull when you know your enemy's getting a BF sword, you're pretty much giving up that laning phase. So Schalke perhaps will look up towards the top side because that's where their pushing lane will now become. And you can see Inspired thinking about it. He's up here, he's looking to see if he can get anything done, but decides against it. And we'll just back away and go back to farming his jungle.
And you can see the lifesteal now being picked up for Larssen. And I talk a lot about this mid lane matchup because, I mean, mid lane is super interesting to me. But
is it because you're a mid lane man?
I mean, yeah, partially. But I think it makes a lot of sense against Zoe because a lot of her power in lane comes from her poke. And by going for early lifesteal, it helps mitigate a lot of that poke and helps you deal with it. But also, I think this is useful information for people that see Zoe in their solo queue game. One of the easiest ways to deal with her is to have stronger wave clear and ways in which you can mitigate her poke. And that's why Tristana is such a strong champion, because it also scales better in terms of your 1v1 in the side lane, and I think that you can hit a pretty powerful mid-game spike as well by usually going for an early Blade of the Ruin King, which is a very powerful trading tool, and when paired with the bombs on the Tristana as well, means that you have a very strong 2v2 when paired up with your jungle.
Inspired was down here, he scouted out Lurks, and with the control ward, Rogue will be able to clear out any vision down towards this bottom side now. Inspired gets the ward across the wall. I was wondering if perhaps he'd look for an invade, but instead he's just going to get all of this vision removed and make sure Schalke are in total darkness, as it is an Infernal Dragon on the Rift early on, and it looks like Rokar's setting up to take it.
They're using their mid priority right now in order to secure this objective. Inspired should be able to solo it, and if we have a quick pan down to the bot lane, you should be able to see that Hansama and Vander have control over this wave, and they're zoning Dreams and Inax away. Even though there's actually no minion wave here, Rogue still have control. So props to them. Lorox, though, just going to fake check this one. This is dangerous, though, because, again, the bot lane of Rogue can collapse first, and same for the mid lane. And you can already see them moving. That's why Lorox can't contest. The Dragon wasn't low enough for him to get that steal. And while this play was relatively safe, because Sejuani had the flash up, also had the Q available, it meant that there was no real risk. But it was a great representation of why, maybe in solo queue, if you try to contest those drakes, you can't always, because you don't have the appropriate pressure on either lane.
Oh, it's always joyful when your jungler starts up the Drake. You've just reset the waves pushed into your tower. You're like, oh, why didn't you help me? It's like, well, I wasn't actually anywhere near you.
Exactly.
And didn't have Moby boots early on, but that CS lead in the bottom lane is only going to keep extending as Hansama now has about 25 farm over Inax, who's sitting at 47, not stacking that cull up as quickly as he'd like. And with it cutting up to the 8-minute mark, Vedius, I predict a lane swap. Usually we see Hansama and Vander go up towards that Rift Herald and try and help their team secure it.
Well, Medic, let's see if your prediction is right. Vander, level 5 right now, passing towards the Rift Herald. The Aphelios is also making his way across. Medic.
Oh.
Someone's been doing their homework.
I mean, all I did was listen to Foscurin's incredible setting up for Rift Herald segment. I think it was 2 weeks ago in the Vitality XL game.
I mean, yes. As much as I acknowledge your recognition of the lane swap, it is something that we've been seeing a lot, especially in Europe around this point in the game. You try to get a good reset off and then you swap towards the top side. The fact that Rogue had already taken the Drake means that it's a very easy swap for them to make. The teleport is not available on Finn, but the same can be said for Odoamne. Because Rogue is first on the play, they should be able to get control, because you'll notice that they'll actually look to push in that top wave first. This will force Schalke to catch that wave, and then while Schalke are in the river right now, they're going to lose all this vision, because Rogue can use their priority in mid lane and top lane to then move into the river.
I guess the only benefit for Schalke is that they have secured the Rift Scuttler, so they have some vision over the area. They were able to get a couple of wards in, but the 3-man squad of Rogue will clear out one of those control wards and may look to force either Inex or Dreams to burn a summoner before they go for the actual Rift Herald itself.
I think they're just going to prioritize on looking for that early push for now. They will have, as we can see, a lot of respect being shown. I think a lot of it comes down to this early itemization, but also the fact that Gragas is lingering nearby, and Inex and Dreams want to show that respect. But now the BF sword has been completed for Inex. Of course, doesn't have the same Zerk as Greaves that Hans Sommer has for himself. So you can see that Rogue not entirely confident wanting to start this one off. Of course, Larssen is currently on the blue buff, which is probably a large reason as to why that is. But both teleports are coming up from the top laners. Finns will be up a little bit before, so let's see if Rogue want to try and force a play before Schalke's will be available.
So I really like this idea from Schalke. They've seeded river control, and they're trying to bring Lorux in through the lane to see if they can catch out Hans Sommer or Vander. We'll see if they're able to do it. Inspired, lurking just around the corner, will make his position known to Dreams, and Dreams just backs away. Now they use the sweeper, clear out any vision. They did miss a ward in the bush at the top, but more about making sure that their jungle is secure. We have talked about the AD carries items quite a bit. Bilgewater Cutlass now finished on Larssen, so he is going towards that Blade of the Moon King. And I was interested to see Odoamne go for a Barmies Bramble Vest to kick us off, especially since he's going Conqueror. He's not going for that full tank set.
It's something that we see a lot of, though, in this matchup, at least more recently, because it's a relatively cheap item, and the Grievous Runes application to the Aatrox is just extremely valuable. It helps you trade a lot, and Aatrox doesn't get to take advantage of his passive, which gives you that increase. That's a lot of where your life still comes from during the laning phase when you're going for these early trades. And so by cutting that in half, it allows you to take advantage of your high health regeneration on the set, and you can just get a lot of favorable trades. And that's a large part of why Set can get this early lane pressure. But it looks like that we actually see a bit of trading down towards the bot side. Flash actually burned.
Flash from Finn, flash from Odoamne. There's the showstopper, and Finn on the wrong side of this, but Inspired's on his way. They're looking for the stun. There's the first Haymaker coming out as well, but the second stun comes in. Finn doing it on Aatrox once again, just turns it straight on its head. Lorox should fall here as Inspired flashes underneath the turret. It's 2 to Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue are able to turn that play in their favor, and a lot of it comes off the back of a great engage off the back of Inspired. I think that ultimate managed to knock Odoamne just out of the way so that the true damage doesn't come through onto Finn. It was only the regular physical damage being applied from that Haymaker. So when we get a look at the replay, we'll get to see that one back out. But Inspired playing well around the bot side of the map, which is interesting because you would expect when that play to happen, Rogue would actually trade it for a top lane Rift Herald. But because he's in that position, not only do they get 2 kills, he can now path his way back up. Finn still has the teleport, and I like this. Notice he's walking back down towards bot lane. He wants to keep this available as we see some trading in the mid lane once again.
Yeah, Larssen jumps in, but Abalage did have the exhaust on his W, so it's pretty hard to go for anything more. Root's going to land. There's a charm as well on Vander. Ignite is ticking away, but the sentry there with the Gravitum means that Schalke won't want to force anything more, and don't actually see a summoner burnt from Vander. He was able to stay safe for long enough.
That's a little bit more of what I'm used to seeing from the Zyra Khan lanes, where you can get these favorable trades against a Tahm Kench if they overstep. Because of the high mobility of Rakan, it's often actually difficult to answer back. It's fortunate for Hans Sommer that he had the Shuriken's turret, because that was a great deterrent, as we see an all-in now from Larssen.
Cleanse used. Sleepy Trouble Bob was not going to connect. Larssen has to jump away. And no summoners burnt in the mid lane once again. Ocean Dragon taken by Lorux. It felt like Schalke sort of gave up control of this topside river, understanding they couldn't really win the 3v3, and so Lorux just decided to get something on the other side of the map. Rogue will get the Rift Herald, and at the moment have a 2,500 gold lead, 13 minutes in.
Well, excuse me. A lot of that, of course, comes from the AD carry CS difference, but we're going to have a look at this replay right now. So Finn uses his Q. That Odoamne uses that as an opportunity to dive in. He sidesteps pretty much all of the damage, and then he uses the ultimate just as Finn's W is being applied to him to be able to drag Finn back. And there we see the W just knocking him slightly south of Finn so that true damage doesn't get applied. And then, of course, Finn gets all this lifesteal back off the Sejuani. Inspired, forced to use his flash on top of the W to help secure that final kill. And I'm not sure if there's much more that Schalke really could have done in that situation. It's just a matter of unlucky timing that Inspired arrived when he did, and he was able to land that good ultimate. So props to Inspired there as they use the Rift Herald mid lane.
Inspired has his moments of brilliance. Like, his ability to track his enemy jungler is usually pretty on point. We saw it paying off for them in the bottom lane there. Now with mid lane turret broken open, It's a lot easier for Rogue to get this goon squad of Tristana and Gragas across the map. Do a lot of damage, a lot of burst actually on Tristana and Gragas. Lorux perhaps not knowing that Rogue around the corner. Abbedagge will now know.
Looks like they just silently pass each other. But we can see some of the big itemization now completed for the mid laners specifically. Luden's Echo now done for the Zoe. Will definitely help a lot in terms of her poke. But Blade of the Ruin King also finished for Larssen. And we talked about how this first item spike for Tristana very strong, especially now that the Trist is level 11 as well. The Tristana is going to be very difficult to duel and deal with, especially in a side lane. So if they wanted to, they can start moving Larssen to be this like siege champion off on a side lane. He's not gone for a Demolish. Sometimes we would see that from Tristana players, where they would actually run Demolish, move to a side lane, and then they would just siege through all these towers and no one could outduel them, so you just kind of had to sit there and let it happen. Larssen going more for the sorcery option instead.
And it's working out for him so far. Has about a 15 CS lead, about 34, 35 in the bottom lane. Hans Sammer over Inax, and it felt like Schalke hasn't really been able to use those pushing top and pushing bot that we discussed in Pick and Ban. Of course, losing out early against Hans Sammer and Vander did cost Inax in Dreams. And now we see if Schalke can do something in this mid game. Maybe wait for Rogue to go Rogue in one of these fights and then capitalize on a Rogue mistake.
Because this is something that we see Rogue do a lot, especially within the first 20 minutes of the game. It's just their lane assignments are often very good. They play around objectives extremely well. They have a very good head on their shoulders when it comes to reading the map state and knowing what they can and can't do. And again, like you can see it right now. Notice how, if we can...
Yes, we can. I'll remove the glass that covers our telestrator.
Notice how every time the mid lane is being pushed in, Larssen is rotating down in towards the enemy jungle, and this then facilitates the jungler to move bot. So all of their movements are in support of each other. Everyone is doing something to help one another. Meanwhile, Hans Sammer and Vander playing extremely defensive on the top side of the map. They're not overexerting themselves. They're not trying to win any trades. They're just sitting under their tower, accepting the farm as it comes to them, and they're not pushing anything, which just means that you can see that Rogue are just respecting what they can and cannot do, and that has just converted them into another tier 1 tower in the bot lane, with Schalke not being able to do anything.
And they're 4,000 gold ahead right now, a substantial lead this early on in the game. And you were talking about how Schalke aren't able to do anything. Like, they're not able to play against this because Rogue's positioning in lane and their lane assignments are so good. If you were Schalke, if you were a coach for Schalke right now, what would you be telling them to do?
I mean, so you just have to commit a little bit harder, because while Rogue are investing 3 people bot, you can invest 3 people top and you can force the tower. So while Rogue are taking that tier 1, what Schalke wanted to be doing was trying to take the tier 1 on the top side. So every time they make a move, you can try and trade on the other side of the map. Now, of course, that's a little bit harder because you don't always get mid-prio against the Tristana who's shoving you underneath that tower all the time. But you also know that Larssen was playing a lot towards the bot side of the map. So you have to consider, like, oh, maybe I just sacrifice a bit of this experience in farm in order to play towards top side. It's never going to be easy because Schalke's in a losing position. So often when you're trading things, you're losing more than you're able to trade back. But at least it gets you some objectives on the map. At least it gets you a little bit more control, because if you just look at the map state right now, you'll notice that Rogue is up 4 towers to the 0 of Schalke, and Drake is spawning soon, but Rogue is already in a position where they're ready to set up for it. They have the wave up top that they're going to be pushing out from Finn. His teleport is available, so all Schalke need to do now is stall. Or maybe they just don't contest it at all because they were a little bit slow to the play.
It feels like it. Schalke in the right position at the right time. Rogue could have gone for it, but they decided against it. They didn't want to walk into the darkness of the river.
Yeah, so watch now what Rogue do. They push in mid. They know they have the advantage in this situation because Schalke have to take the long way around. So what are they doing with this opportunity? Stealing away enemy topside jungle camps.
Sleep's going to land. Blade of the Ruin King stolen away by Abbedagge, but the jump continues. Larssen on the chase. One more auto is enough, and Larssen gets a solo kill.
Well, we get to see some of the all-in power of the Tristana there in the 1v1. He's going to be able to push out bot. Hans Sammer's going to be able to push out mid, and you have 2 people pushing in top as well. Rogue generating a lot of pressure all around the map right now, and Schalke is struggling to answer, especially with the loss of Abbedagge in that 1v1.
You can see Hans Sammer and Vander coming down here. Bit of protection for Larssen, but that double AD carry will shred through turrets in a heartbeat. Lorux the only one here to defend right now as the wave begins to push in. Severum gonna clear out that wave. We'll see if Dreams can get a flank off, because this is something that Rakan does do very well. The enemy overextends, you can jump in, but of course Larssen could buffer his jump away if the quickness came out, and Vander always has the Devour to save Hans Sommer.
So let's have a look back at this 1v1. The important thing to note is the fact that Cleanse is available on Larssen. He avoids the Q, which ends up getting used on the minion wave. Of course, the Cleanse, if the Cleanse wasn't there, I think Abadagi actually had a chance of being able to win this. But because the damage is immediately removed, and Abadagi doesn't get to use 2 rotations of his Q, that's a large part of why he ended up losing there. So initially, it seems like strong damage from the Zoe, but then the Tristana comes out and says, yeah, well, I get a reset on my W because I popped the bomb, and now I get to chase you down, and now you're dead.
It's also very telegraphed where Larssen needs to jump. If you see one end of the portal, it's like, well, I wonder where he's going to end up in half a second. Just jump straight onto it, and that's what Larssen did as soon as he saw Abadagi using his ultimate. Now, second Rift Herald did go to Rogue. We saw Inspired secure it just now. We'll see where they use that. We are about 5 minutes away from Rogue perhaps going Rogue in one of these team fights, but I think even if they take a really bad team fight right now, because of their 6,000 gold lead, they're probably going to win out.
Yes. I probably didn't pick the best game to introduce that trend. I mean, we may still see it, because the thing that happens is they often pick bad fights, but like everything about their control right now is so good. Their Baron is really fast as well, because you have Tahm Kench who can out-tank this the tower a lot. Even though you don't have like a dedicated tank, Tahm Kench can just mitigate a lot of the damage. Looks like he is working towards the Stone Plate as well. And with the Death Dance now completed on Finn, just everyone on Rogue is just so strong, and it's one of those situations where Rogue really has to mess up in order for them to lose control over this game. And given their track record, they might do it.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
But we'll have to wait and see. Right now, they're just kind of dancing around the Drake, not going to be spawning for another 2 minutes. Kind of in a bit of... There's not really a lot to play for right now. For Rogue, their best bet is to try and steal away some of the jungle camps, try and maintain control around Baron. They could consider trying to start it, but they're probably waiting for Hans Sommer and Larssen to actually finish completing their items before they try and force that objective. And when we think about like ways in which Schalke can come back into the game, I think their best bet is to try and look for picks. We talked about it in draft, how they actually have pretty good pick power. With things like the Rakan ultimate and the Sejuani ultimate that can kind of stack on top of each other. Then you can try and burst someone down with a Zoe and a Xayah. But in order to do that, you kind of have to have some vision control, which right now they're being starved of. They have pretty good vision on the bot side of the jungle, but again, Rogue is showing a lot of respect to that and largely avoiding it.
The speed of rotation coming out from the Abyssal Voyage as well makes it quite hard for Schalke to find an advantageous engage. Rift Herald's going to be used bot lane about 2 minutes after it was taken. The charge will take down the turret, and this will be 5 turrets to 0 in favor of Rogue. Schalke really haven't chipped away at the Rogue towers either. All of them above half HP. There's the Moonlight Vigil into the root. Hans Sommer just using it for the damage. The second Rift Herald chunk comes out, and that turret's almost dead. Blade Caller was not able to find its mark.
I like what Hans Sommer did there. Yes, he did use the ultimate, but his purpose was to zone Inax away from the wave because he's the primary wave clear tool. With Abadagi dealing with mid lane, if they zone Inax away, it guarantees that the Rift Herald is going to be able to land another charge, which then opens up the map a little bit more on the bot side. Now, Rogue only need a little bit more damage in order to secure this objective. And notice how they've now transitioned all of that pressure towards the bot side of the map. All that vision that Schalke had has now been cleared out, and Rogue have set themselves up to secure the next Drake. I think they're putting a little bit too much focus on it. Personally, I think they should invest a little bit more towards the top side and look to trade that Drake for something like a Baron. Yeah. But the only other consideration they're probably making is the fact that Odoamne has TP. So he could probably solo the Drake while the rest of Schalke just act as interference around the Baron, and then he can TP in later to assist Schalke should Rogue try to start the Baron, which is probably why Rogue are putting more focus on securing the Drake for now.
Yeah, Odo's still only sitting on 1 completed item, about 50 farm behind in this side lane. Of course, he's had to deal with the fact he doesn't have a mid lane turret, doesn't have a tier 2. It's very hard for him to push forward and get as much CS as he'd like. And now with Rogue getting their second dragon of the game, the Soul is a long way away, but Rogue, pretty soon you have to feel, now with the Runans complete and the Essence Reaver complete on Larssen, it's going to be very, very quick Baron take if they decide to go for it.
And again, you'll notice Rogue playing through all 3 lanes. They have this tendency to really push the mid lane in very deep. Okay. They are a team that often plays through mid lane. Everything has to happen mid first before they then move out to these side lanes. And given that Hans Sommer has just reset, I'd be surprised if they continue to push that much harder. Yeah, okay, he has just picked up the Runans as well. I want to have a quick look at how much wards... Oh yeah, okay, so they're fully stocked on vision. They have the control wards available to them. Everything that they need is in their inventory, so now they can start setting up for this Baron.
Rogue, even last year, were pretty good at setting up, you know, the triangles of vision that we talk about, the deep control wards that we talk about. Schalke trying to find a pick. This is what we tend to see teams do when they're falling behind. You look for one catch. You just try and get one kill at a time, one bit of gold at a time. But Rogue and Larssen very safe. He's always been a very safe mid laner as the engage comes in. Lorx perhaps overextended. Vander's going to gobble him up there. So Inspired who's overextended. The Ignite is ticking away. Inite's going in. The sleep's landed on Hans Summer. And perhaps Rogue have gone rogue here. They put the blinkers on. They went into the enemy jungle. And Schalke just gobbled up all of those kills. It's 2 to them already. And Schalke going to turn on towards the Baron.
Now the jungle is dead. And Schalke have a Baron in their eyes. Can Larssen save Rogue like he often has done in the past? Finn level 16 full health.
I've seen Finn on Aatrox in this position before, Vedius. I've seen him 1v3. We'll see if he can do it again. Larssen's here as well. Finn with the World Ender. Dream's trying to jump in, but Finn is in the back line. Inax almost down. That's 1, that's 2. Larssen and Finn. It's just the Rogue show here in the river. Finn gets another connection onto Lorx. Can't quite find the third, but he flashes forward. It's a double. It's Finn. He's 20 years old, Vedius. Look at him just shredding through Schalke. Larssen jumping in. You just can't do it against Finn. Odoamne chased off with the explosive shot. Abadarge is going to have to flash. The sleep lands on Finn, but he's gobbled up once again, and now they're going to turn it back onto the Zoe. Hans Summer teleports in. Abadarge has nowhere to go, and Rogue just take all the kills in the river.
Well, we did get to see an example of Rogue going rogue. But fortunately, Larssen and Finn were able to save the day. And let's have a look back at exactly what happens here. They're trying to push into enemy vision without actually having the Tristana there to properly support them. Finn doesn't immediately teleport, and Inspired just gets caught out. Rogue were not expecting 5 people of Schalke to just be in this brush and getting collapsed upon. And at this point, you're thinking, okay, Schalke, this is your avenue back into the game. But then we see Finn. Look at his target prioritization in this fight. He wants to just shut down one of the main damage dealers in Inax, so that's the target that he goes for. Straight onto the back line. Larssen is dealing with the front line. Abadarge is trying to go for the one-on-one, but Larsen's just disengaging, and no one is dealing with Finn. Lorx has to deal with the Baron, and there's no one left to keep Inax alive, which means that Finn can just find kill after kill after kill.
And that World Ender just extending with every kill that he gets. At the end, Odoamne is chased off with the explosive shot. Abadarge does manage to pick up a kill. Yeah, the TP.
It's a little unfortunate that Larssen doesn't get that final bomb proc off, because then he would have had the reset to be able to jump out and probably survive. But that meant that Abadarge was able to at least get 1 kill onto Larssen. I'm curious now as to how many actually got the Baron. I think it was 4. Yeah, the only person that didn't get it was Larssen in the top lane, but that's okay. Rogue now with the Baron buff can look to try and break into the base of Schalke.
27 minutes in, and Rogue have truly cracked Schalke. 8,000 gold ahead. Schalke, they saw that brief moment of opportunity, that glimpse of their first win of the split, and then it just collapsed in front of their eyes. You can see Finn now down towards the bottom lane, pushing in on that Aatrox. 4 members mid for Rogue. Larssen pushing in top where he can. But he's willing just to step back whenever Schalke get near him.
I mean, Finn is really strong.
Yeah, he is.
Level 17 now. The levels alone make him extremely difficult to deal with, let alone the fact that he's got 3 completed items. He's having a great game so far. We can see it once again, Rogue looking to play through all 3 lanes. The Tristana without the Baron buff, not as threatening, but of course, Trist, Siege, still very potent. Rogue going to take their time, only a minute left. I think they should commit a few more resources towards the bot side of the map. They're a lot stronger than I think they are, which means that they could just go for a fight and win.
Yeah.
But they're playing much more of the conservative style of let's just slowly break into the base through multiple areas of the map. And, you know, kind of chip away at Schalke rather than just win a fight and end the game.
I mean, this is safe League of Legends, right?
Sure.
You don't have to take a 70-30 play, which is probably what it would be.
I mean, I'd call it like 90-10. Like, there's a 3-item Tristana.
They did lose a fight when they were 5,000 gold behind a little while ago.
But I think that it's one of the things where I think they just group, you know, just group and fight. Like, they could just force that bot inhibitor right now. And I like the fact that they're playing through 2 lanes now rather than 3, because I think they split their resources a little too thin. That wasn't a pun. Let's see. Larssen and Rogue are sitting in the bot lane right now. Again, like, part of the problem for Rogue is they kind of have to rely on Inspired to be the engage. He's, of course, very squishy, unless they want to try and find a flank with Vander. So I guess that's probably another reason why they're taking the slow and steady approach.
Easy enough to do. Larssen and Finn with a 2-level advantage over Abadarge, 1 over Odoamne. And now that mid lane inhibitor tower down to about 1/3 of its HP. Here comes a bit of an engage from Finn. Knocked back, buster shot. Larssen disengages. No RKOs coming in here. Larssen used the cleanse as well, but the mid lane inhib tower will fall. And Rogue's like, okay, that's enough for us for now. There's a Cloud Drake that we can go and secure. You just want to keep that clock ticking over. Yes, Rogue perhaps could have won it. If they'd hard engaged, perhaps they could have done it. But here, this is safer. Wait 5 minutes, get yourself Cloud Soul.
Sure. The other thing you have to remember is that you see it in solo queue all the time. When people know they have a gold lead, they just keep sieging. Being aware of when you can reset, you get chipped away at when you're making these sieges, right? It's like a normal battle. You know, if you're trying to break down the gates, you're slowly going to lose men as they're dealing with the archers and the pots of hot oil that's being dropped on top of you, right? Yeah. And you've got to pick the right times to be able to disengage, recognize, okay, we've done enough damage, we've got to restock, resupply, and then we go and set up the siege once again. Because if you overstay, you're going to realize that you're just kind of left by yourself, only with a single man and a shield, and that's not going to be enough to be able to break the gates of the castle. So I like the respect being shown by Rogue, and they're just going to spend their gold now, look to do the same play again.
Have you ever heard of Defender's Advantage, Velios?
Defender's Advantage?
Defender's, so it's a battle term. If you are sitting in, say you're in Helm's Deep, and your medics are right near you, and your food supplies are right near you, it's a lot easier to defend.
Yes, exactly.
You can get resupply. It's exactly what you were explaining. But I wanted to give you the terminology.
No, yeah,
and
it's a
get
good
Lord
one.
of the Rings in there, because that's always important to me.
But no, you're right. It's that idea of how quickly can you resupply, and of course Schalke can resupply much faster than
Fountain's there for them, ready and waiting.
In any case, the Baron spawns at around a minute and a half. That's likely the objective that Rogue will want to fight for. And out in the open plain, the
Pelennor Fields, they were called.
the army,
Tirith, technically,
the army with greater numbers is the team or the army that's likely to win. And you can equate numbers of an army to gold being spent in League, and I think that given that Rogue have a 10k gold advantage, they have the equivalent of 10k extra men in their army.
Rogue are the Lannisters and Schalke are the Starks. Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would say that. We'll see if the Starks can hold out in this one. I'm really worried about... I don't know, never mind. Forget spoilers. We're going to ditch this now.
We've learned that we didn't spoil anything. Those are just two names of the houses.
Excellent.
Okay, so Baron...
Finn has TP. There's... this is what I want to highlight.
You can do it, mate.
This ward. That's the ward I want you to pay attention to, because if Finn is going to flank, that's the ward that he's going to try and take advantage of to come in from behind, while Rogue likely look to push in through mid and then move upwards. Thank you, Observers, for highlighting that that's not a teleportable ward.
That's actually really well highlighted.
Yes, thank you very much, Observers, because that is that's the blue trinket ward.
Farsight alteration.
Yeah, you can't TP to that one. So they're not going to use that to TP, in fact.
No? Do you want to highlight any other wards?
No, because they don't have any other flanking wards.
There's one down here by Razorbeaks.
I don't think they'll TP to that one, though.
Okay, so we'll see if Finn just goes for the win if the fight begins as Lorox... Whoa, that's a long buster shot. There's the TP. Didn't use a ward, used a minion. I'm not even sure he needed it to do it. And that's going to pop the ultimate, but already they've lost dreams. And at the moment, it's only nightmares here for Schalke, inspired with a beautiful engage. The follow-up coming out from Rogue, and Schalke are running for the hills. Helm's Deep was not enough to hold them as they lose another. Lorox falls. Abadage chased off towards the top side. Odoamne, the next target, alongside that inhibitor. Rogue might not even need the Baron. They don't even need the help of the big purple worm. They're pushing in for the win. Abadage is TPing back to base, but he's not going to be there in time to save it. Rogue take the Nexus Towers. Rogue take the game. They go 4 and 3 in the LEC.
Solid game overall from Rogue. Huge props to the bot lane as well, winning a matchup and punishing the small mistakes that NX and Dreams did make in order to come out on top. And then they turned what should have been 2 losing lanes in the top and bot into actually a winning advantage in bot and pressure in the mid lane, which Inspired was very quick to take advantage of. Early Drakes in their favor, they were able to set up a lot of invades on the bot side. And I think overall, Rogue played a very clean and solid game. We did get to see them go Rogue a bit. It was a little bit earlier than I expected, the 24 and a half.
I'll give you that. 30 seconds leeway, Velios.
But yeah, this is a trend that we do see from Rogue, where they make that one slip up. Sometimes it's they try to force a fight too hard. Sometimes it's because they're slightly out of position. Sometimes they mess up in some of their setup. But you can see how often they're able to very quickly correct and then come back in control. But it's usually players like Larson, like Finn, that end up compensating for those small mistakes. And we saw it a lot in week 1. We saw it a bit in week 2, but then they struggled in week 3, especially against the Soraka that we highlighted. So overall, very solid game from Rogue. Yeah.
And if you want to say who you thought was the most solid or the best on Rogue, you can vote Key Player of the Game at LEC on Twitter. It's Finn, Inspired, and Larson. So it's like Aragorn, Legolas
Okay, you need
or
to
Gimli?
stop. You need to stop.
Which one's Gimli? That's the question you ask. Yeah, you can vote. I think they all actually had pretty good games overall.
I think I would probably give it to Finn. I think that he was the. I think that he was probably the best performing player this game.
Here's the thing, was it Finn or was it Inspired being in the right place to help Finn? I'm going to leave you with that in your head. You cook that up, you think about that, Vedius, because Misfits Gaming have pulled off a massive comeback, but their win streak might end tonight against the undefeated G2 Esports. We're also going to ask Larson if he is in fact better than Bjergsen, so don't go anywhere.
The Misfits' actual goal this year is to just grow their players. The positive side is that there's no pressure on us. I think people are going to be quite surprised with what we can bring to the table.
I personally have plans on winning this year, so I just want to win LEC, I want to win MSI, I want to win everything. I'm sure we will be the strongest at that.
Welcome back, everyone. Rogue just bounced back from an 0-2 week, and I have Larson with me after the big W. But I didn't call you to talk about the game because I read something very interesting on Esports recently. You are now better than Bjergsen. Can you give me a bit more about this statement?
Well, the reason I said it was because we were discussing which players I looked up to before when I was younger. And they asked me if I thought it would be special to play him, and I said it wouldn't be special because I think I'm better than him anyway. So, I mean, yeah, that's it. It was not anything special.
What does it mean to you to overcome and get better than your heroes and the people you look up to?
It's not something I think about really. I just play the game, and I look up to Bjergsen a lot in the past, since he was really good and is still pretty good. So yeah.
Okay, so now talking a bit more about you, your current level in the game. Do you think it's matching the expectations you had coming into this split and this year?
We're only 7 games in, right? I have way higher hopes for myself. I think I can play way better on stage, and I hope to show that in the future, that I can still play way better. And yeah.
And you're already playing so well, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what's next for you now. You said you used to look up to Bjergsen. Who do you look up to now?
I mean, now when I'm in the LEC and I'm pretty good, I would say. I don't really look up to anyone. Obviously, I watch a lot of replays of good mids like Perks, and I respect Perks and other players. But it's not like I have an idol like now, because yeah, I'm obviously up here and I shouldn't respect anyone too much.
And let's hope you can overcome them maybe in a few years, month, maybe. Thank you, Larson.
Thank you.
Interview. Congrats on the win once again, and good luck for tomorrow. Back to you guys.
It's like, okay,
Thank you. No worries. We were just actually having a little bit of a conversation about eyes, and I would like to thank Law and continue to welcome back not only Frosk on our analyst desk, but Finn is joining us as well. He's got blue eyes, in case you were wondering. That's what we were just talking about. And now he's also got himself the Kia Player of the Game, you guys. 66% of the votes. The crowd goes wild.
Deserved. I love the crowd.
Yeah, this one right here, of course, giving you a heavy hand of applause. How was the game for you, though? You don't like that matchup you were just telling us?
What? No, I like this matchup as the Aatrox.
Okay, sure.
As I said, I'm not very comfortable in it, I guess. I think just Aatrox has a lot of more tools to play and make a lot of good plays, while Seth is more like, he's kind of watching the Aatrox spit on him after a while, and he's just chilling there, you know? And he hopes he can get a good team fight off, but if that doesn't happen, the Seth is quite sad.
How do you feel about the set priority? Because we saw Vitality and then Schalke priority pick it from blue.
I mean, I think this champion, it's a really nice pick if you would pick it blind, maybe last 4 or 5 in either red or blue side, but the champion doesn't offer much on its own, and it's not the champion that will win you the game per se, unless you play heavily for it then, with like a Sejuani or a Elise, and you permanently snowball him. But first picking him is a way to overboard, I think, but maybe going for picking him later in the rotation, I can see he's a fine pick, but yeah.
What kind of key champions do you kind of want around a set to help him set up so he can actually, you know, get into the middle of the team fight and find the backline? Are there any picks in particular you think he works well with?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, like a strong engage or follow-up engage support. For example, I think Rakan set is a really good combo that they had this game. For example, the set will just run into the backline, and Rakan will first E to the set.
Yep.
Set jumps in, and then he will E again with the ult, and then there's like this massive cluster
stack.
That's nice, yeah.
Of damage and CC, and the enemy team just can't deal with it. They didn't get this combo off this game. I think maybe they did, but we were able to win the fight anyway, thankfully. So.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it was a fantastic win, and we are gearing up for our final game of the day, where Misfits Gaming are looking to continue their massive win streak. However, the young lineup face a near impossible challenge against G2 Esports. So let's focus our attention on the bunny for a second. The funny bunny. Frost, what do you reckon?
Well, there's kind of like 2 sides to this. The first side is Misfits hype. They're now on a 4-game winning streak, I believe.
0-2, 4-2.
Unfortunately, they have really tough opponents, or the hardest like strength of schedule. I guess what I want to start is they've kind of breezed through some of the smaller teams, found, I think, a surprise victory, maybe 2, which puts them in this tie for second. But kind of turning to Finn, do you feel that Misfits are a threat to you guys, or like where would you kind of rank this team?
I would say upper half for sure, playoff contention, maybe even secure playoffs. They're up there with like Excel and Mad for sure. I think these 3 teams are just slightly below the other 4.
So would you say it's like because I always rank it as like G2, Fnatic, Origen, Rogue, and then we just had this conversation where like, who really is the third place team? Is it Rogue or is it Origen?
Yeah.
And then it's Excel, Mad, Misfits. It's kind of my soft power rankings right now.
I mean, time will tell where we will end up. I think hopefully we will reach top 3 in the end of the split. We're still figuring out how we want to play and stuff. But I would say that Excel, Mad, and Misfit, it's hard to rate them for me right now. I think they're all on the same level, and I think the team that plays better on the day will probably win in a match between these teams.
Is there any player in specific on Misfits that you think is kind of like their key player? We were talking a little bit about Febiven and how well he's playing.
I think Febiven is playing really, really well lately. I think he has found some good synergy with Razork, and they're working pretty well together, and they're moving across the map. I also think Dan has been playing really, really well lately. He's always doing his job, I would say. Either if it's on the GP or the set or the Aatrox, he's always kind of doing his role for the team, and it's really making it a lot easier for the team to play around him and pick up those wins. That's really necessary.
And kind of picking up off of what Finn's talking about with like Febiven and Razork, I think Razork's also a guy that I really want to highlight, simply because he's kind of like the night and day difference. Like Febiven is very consistent right now, and Razork is having pop-off performances. And it's really like with Febi in this Misfit squad for this middle of the pack, they just need one other person to really step up. And more often than not, it has been Razork or Dan being consistent. But like, it's who's going to consistently rise with Febiven to make sure that Misfits continue on this development.
And for you, Finn, who is that pairing? Is it Razork? I mean, obviously, jungle mid synergy is always going to be a topic of discussion, but is that the second name in that list, in this roster of Misfits?
I mean, just a strong top side as well, I would give them. These 3 people together, I think they can unlock the bot side and create a lot of plays on their own and kind of carry the team through smart plays and good map movements.
Okay, so we'll keep our eyes on them. Now, I tried to, this is a term that's quite common in Counter-Strike. We use the term gatekeepers, as in a team that, you know, they're kind of stuck in this middle of the pack where you're never, you know, if you beat them, then you are within the top 4.
They decide the top.
Precisely, they determine if you can beat them, then that you're above them, and everything else, you know, you can't beat them, then you just are, you belong in the bottom. Do you think gatekeepers could be a fix to Misfits if the season continues the way it has?
It's actually a phrase that we used really commonly for Splice last year.
Oh, perfect.
Obviously now Mad Lions have the spot. So I actually am aligned with you that it's probably Mad Lions or Misfits. I'd give the edge that personally I think that I see a bit higher ceiling in Mad than I do in Misfits right now, but maybe I just need to see more tape of Misfits. But I agree with you. I think it's kind of these 2 squads that will be the defining line for if you beat us, you make playoffs, but otherwise they're my bottom playoff teams.
Now, the Champion Select is coming up shortly, so I just wanted to start getting a couple of the opening conversations that we've been having throughout the day thrown towards you, Finn. We brought up the changes from 10.3, and a couple of people were, you know, leaning towards the Yuumi changes, thinking we're going to see a lot of Yuumi. Do you also kind of think that we're going to be seeing more of the kitty, we're going to be seeing more of the set? Is there any particular priority that's currently been going down in these 4 games that you think is misplaced?
I mean, I think the Yuumi priority is something that teams recently started picking up on. The champion, it kind of changed playstyles. People were a bit surprised because before she would just be this in and out champion that would constantly put herself in danger and jump back in safety. But now she's more of this really safe champion that she doesn't really leave the guy just on.
She just sits inside.
Yeah, she's just pretty much chilling, and I don't know. I think we'll see way more Yuumi priority coming up. Maybe not this week, or maybe tomorrow or next week, even more, because people will figure out how to utilize their champion. And maybe even people will figure out these cheesy counters that have been seen before. For example, like a Mordekaiser that just smacks her out of the partner.
If you haven't seen it, Machine, what Mord does is he ults the partner and he can separate them. And
He
then
actually has the power to separate them.
And then you kill, one person kills the ADC, one person kills the support.
Perfect. Has there been a cat laser pointer joke made? Because that sounds like a good time to make it.
Not yet, but speaking of Yuumi, yeah, G2 Esports don't want to play with that. We talked earlier in the day about how with the Akali nerfs coming through, that probably the ban spot of like permaban Akali would probably change over to Soraka.
Yeah.
She hasn't been 100% pick ban on the day. I think that's a bit wrong, because I think Soraka's not my favorite champion, Finn.
Well, I'm an expert in losing to Soraka, so I highly value this Soraka ban by Misfits. It's quite standard, I would say, especially against G2. It's one of the scariest team to give Soraka, because I think they have the flexibility to play her all over the place. I've heard legends of it. Who knows? Maybe it will come out today. But I see Syndra ban as well from Red Side. It's really standard, especially against a team like G2 that can play it both lanes. Lucian as well. They're just targeting a lot the strong flex picks for solo laners and AD carry position.
Do you think this is a Aphelios lock-in then?
I would assume they would pick Aphelios here, unless they have another priority. They could also look to pick a jungler, like Gragas.
And of course, we talked about this earlier on the day with Machine when talking about the draft. The fact that Senna got hit really hard means that Aphelios just rises up in priority, especially when you things like the Yuumi and Soraka being banned away. But there's your other favorite champion.
I mean, I'm not a big fan if they look in the set here. I think I would rather go for a strong jungle and maybe like a Gragas MF rotation or either Sai Rakan. I mean, now they're kind of locking their third pick with Rakan.
Yep.
So G2 can kind of anticipate it by looking like, I don't know, like a Leona or a Tam that would give them a really good bot lane matchup.
Do you think there's any value in taking the Rakan away, or do you feel fine that you can give Xayah Rakan and still find a winning matchup?
I think if you have Aphelios, you can always give them Rakan because they should be able to get a winning to a bot side even if they have the full kit. What they can also do is take a jungler now and then ban out 2 junglers from Razork. I would go Gragas, yeah. Because this opens up a lot of strong mid lane picks like the Kiana, the Yasuo, like these AD mid laners that are really powerful right now.
I think Jankos definitely was just pulling fun by flashing the Sejuani, but something to take note of as Sejuani rises in priority, especially with Aphelios, is Aphelios Braum work really well together, and Braum Sejuani is so obnoxious together because of their passives.
Yeah, now they didn't look in the support. They went for the Yasuo instead, which I think is fine. What Misfits could look to do here is put the set mid. I think it's a pretty good matchup into the Yasuo.
Do you think it's also a flex on the Yasuo? Like, you expect Gragas Yasuo mid jungle combo, but
I mean,
that Wonder can take it?
They could possibly put the Yasuo top, but the Yasuo top is not something you really want to blind pick, assuming you know that the other top laner can play a lot of scary picks, like Dan. He has this Nocturne, for example, that completely shits on the Yasuo top. But now they lock in the Rakan, which was kind of expected. So now G2 will look to pinch the jungle pool, I would assume. Maybe look for a Olaf and Lee Sin ban, some of the sort, Olaf and Lee ban, something like this that just put Razork on the worst possible jungle for him.
Do you think they're going to pinch, or Misfits will pinch support pool to get rid of things like the Thresh? Maybe try to force Mickey onto Kench? He's not the most comfortable Kench player.
I think like this, there are too many good supports for G2 to pick.
So it's not worth
matchup. Yeah. What I like what they're doing instead, they're targeting the best blind pick tops, for example Aatrox, maybe even Ornn. Ornn looks really nasty with the G2 combo right now. The Yasuo Gragas Ornn could surely be really dangerous if they give them over.
Last ban coming in from Misfits Gaming now.
Yeah, they banned the Elise, which makes sense. Because a lot of these AD mids are really strong right now, so getting a strong AP jungler like the Elise is really key to unlocking these champions' full potential, because that makes the itemization for the enemy mid laner really hard.
Likewise, Febiven's been doing really well on the Kiana, which that works really well with the AP AD.
They did take a shot at the support pool.
And they did ban Nautilus, which is a bit weird. I feel like Leona and Tam will all give a really good matchup for the G2, but I guess they really didn't want to play against the Nautilus. Maybe they have something else prepared.
Something spicy, I hope. I think it really is just that you kind of pick your poison with Mickey, because he'll either go Thresh or Nautilus. Not that he can't play Leona and Tahm Kench, but just they're not as effective or as good looking as when he gets something like his Thresh.
So they take off the GP, which is a bit weird, but I guess they want to blind pick something and not give Dana his most comfortable champion, which is the GP. Sejuani I would like here a lot. It would open up for a really strong mid-top flex for the set. They can round out the comp with pretty much whatever they want. Even a Diana mid lane, for example, would be pretty powerful here because of the synergy with Sejuani and this solo AP threat of the Diana with a follow-up to Rakan. That's Echo.
So Razork apparently has a really strong jungle Echo. It's one of kind of his pocket picks.
His solo queue pick.
I would assume this Echo to go jungle unless G2 picks something really weird mid. Or okay. I mean, this Echo is probably for sure going jungle. That's what I would think.
God,
that also means that it's probably going to be Kiana for Febiven, but the only thing is then you have a lot of melee champions, but it's going to be some sort of AD mid laner since you have so much magic damage coming out of Razork.
I mean, I would probably look to put the set mid in this game, and then look to give a nice counter pick to Dan in the top lane. Because now Wunder needs to blind pick. I would probably go for Ornn or maybe Mordekaiser, something like this. I'm a bit curious to see what he'll do if he brings out the Sona.
If he does something like Ornn or Mordekaiser, is there a champion that you think Dan should gravitate towards?
I'll need to see. Don't look in the Sona, please don't do this. Don't. Why is he doing this to us?
Okay, so we make the joke that Wonder has the 7 wonders of the world, and there's like these 7 signature legacy picks that he has, Sona top being one of them.
I mean, I hate this. Now everyone's gonna start playing it as well.
I thought she got changed in 10.3.
So here's the thing.
Not enough?
It works in top lane as a funnel. What you do is you build the support itemization, and you actually forego farming minions, and you're just trying to stack the support item as quickly as possible by using poke, and then once your jungler completes his jungle item, he actually doesn't have repercussions against farming the top lane. This is how it works in solo queue. We'll see if G2 actually do it. So it's about like a 2v2 the jungle, and Sona's like running down river constantly into Yasuo. So this will be Wonder sits in lane, gets gold item, is poking, then Jankos comes and farms his lane, then the two of them use the E, run down river towards Perks, and just start chucking things at mid.
Yeah, fantastic. So when he's not playing Soraka Ambulance, he's whipping out a Sona for us to enjoy. So we'll check that one out, and we've got our draft locked in. It is a crazy storyline, isn't it? You know, you've got this rookie star-studded roster going up against the gods of LEC at this point in time. It does seem like a David versus Goliath story. But my question is, you know, how much do you think Misfits have got a shot in this? You've seen the draft.
Yeah.
You think they've got a shot?
I think they have a good shot, actually. I kind of like the Misfits draft. They kind of going for the game plan that they want to kind of, not chill, you know, but they want to play a slow early game, and they want to let the Azir scale up. I think if Misfits can do that, they have a shot to win.
Okay, keep our eye on the Azir. You can see Caps on your screen, his eyes fixed to his. And we are going to be jumping into this one. It's time for us to work it all out, put the pieces together. The G2 fans are here, and they're here en masse to witness. Will this be the 7th? Will G2 continue to be undefeated? We're going to see if this win streak does continue right here, right now, as Misfits and G2 hit the rift.
Well, they will hit the rift in just a second's time, Machine. You build up all the expectation and the hype, but we have a pause just coming out to start us off. Now, before we get into game, before we get into champion discussion videos, I do want to bring up something Perk said on stream yesterday about Resork on Echo.
Oh, yeah?
So Resork has an 80% win rate on Echo in solo queue.
That's quite high.
Perks was playing support Nautilus against it yesterday, and he got demolished.
Right.
And Perks actually said he always smurfs on Echo jungle. I hope he doesn't smurf on it against us tomorrow on stage. So we'll see what happens.
Wow. Okay. I'm excited. So it's funny because Echo Jungle got nerfed specifically on this patch, where his damage to monsters is now slightly lower than it was before. So his clear speed is a little bit weaker, but I don't think it removed him as a jungler. It just made it a little bit weaker.
Well, we are going to get on into the game in just a moment's time, I believe. And they just gave me a weird hand signal there, but nothing's actually happened. What was that hand signal for?
I got a ping saying, like, get ready to toss. And I was like, okay, medic, toss.
Okay, you didn't verbalize any of those, and I can only read you so well. We got there in the end, Vedius.
Yes,
handed it off, and now we take back the reins. Now, Vedi, we didn't get to talk that much through pick and ban. You were concentrating on what Finn and the analysts were saying.
It doesn't matter. Let's just talk about the Sona, because that's all anybody cares about. So, I think, well, this is definitely the first time we've seen it in Europe. I'm not sure if this is the first time we've seen it globally. I don't think it's been picked in LCS or LCK as of yet. But this has definitely been a thing that has been around in solo queue a lot. And we can already see Wonder off to a great start, as he already gets himself 2 very quick stacks off of his support item. And you will have heard Frosk talking about it on the analyst desk. You don't really farm on Sona top. You basically just want to stack your passive. You will take the odd last hit here and there. You might kill a cannon minion. You might just take the odd farm. But basically, you just want to stack up your passive as quickly as possible. You'll also see an early Kershey's Shard, which is one of the components for making things like Static Shiv. But the main reason why you do it is because of the changes that happen to Sona's E, where she gets much more bonus movement speed to herself. It's extremely easy to stack, and it gives you really effective poke in lane. So it's a very cheap item. It works extremely well and synergizes very well with Sona. And basically, once she's got that item, she doesn't play top lane anymore. She leaves. Now, I am surprised by Wonder's rune choice and Summoner spell choice, because in solo queue, he often does Dark Harvest, and he often runs Ignite. So he's choosing to run the Teleport this time around, which does surprise me, because again, I don't expect him to actually be playing much in the top lane. But you can see Wonder looking to build up those stacks. He's going to keep harassing, and it's super obnoxious, especially for a set, because there's little he can do to close the gap, especially at early levels. So you just kind of have to sit back, you take the farm. You can see how Wonder, he takes a couple of the last hits, but he's not taking all of them. His focus is on just harassing and landing that poke.
You want to stay below, of course, that cut off the excessive minion kills that you have on the support item. Wonder will now have his W, I assume, the the aria of Perseverance, my mistake, and will continue to harass. Perks on his trademark Yasuo in the mid lane, losing out a trade against Forbidden.
Yeah, so this matchup is super rough for the Yasuo. You can see that every time you try to go in and trade, initially it might seem quite good for the Yasuo, but a really confident Azir player will appreciate that, hey, every time he tries to close the gap, I throw a soldier up, I auto him, and then as he's dashing away, you follow with your Q, which means that you then apply a slow and you can land another auto. So sometimes you'll see on Yasuo's Hail of Blades where they try to go in, go those 3 auto attacks and then dash out. Against an Azir, that's not as effective, which is why you're seeing the fleet footwork to offer a little bit more sustain. And he's also started with the Doran Shield to help mitigate a lot of the poke that often comes out from this Azir matchup as well. So I like the itemization choices from Perks, but you'll see him get bullied around a lot, and you expect him to fall a little bit behind in the farm department as well.
You see Jankos and Perks trying to get control of the vision around this mid lane. Ward up towards the Razorbeaks, Ward down here, spotting out Razork. Now Misfits did ping this Ward so that they know it's there. Razork will understand he's on vision, but happy just to trade Scuttle Crab top and bot right now.
Just gonna clear that one out. Here, Razork has done a largely full clear, as you mentioned, without doing the Grump as well. We see a bit of a trade in the bot side.
The root didn't quite connect down to Caps. It could have spelt his demise if it did. Now here comes Razork coming down towards the bottom lane. There's a wave pushing in. It's only 5 minions strong. 4 now as Caps takes out 1. And we'll see.
I don't think he's actually going to go for this dive. I think the minion wave is too thin. And normally, when junglers are looking for a dive, they'll actually catch the wave before it hits the tower, so that the minion wave is much closer to the tower, and you kind of threaten what is going to happen in advance.
I really like this from G2 though. Mickey and Caps realizing the wave's going to push into our tower anyway. We can come back and get the farm. Let's keep these Krugs alive for Jankos, who's on his way down. Parallel conversions coming out. Caps locked up, but is able to flash away. And now B-Boy flashing forward, but Jankos is here in time. Trying to turn this one around. Denick flashes with the Ignite. B-Boy's got a fall. The TP coming in, but it's 1-for-1 in the bottom lane. TP cancelled. Wonder not able to get there in time because a great base breaker comes out. Now Razork's trying to trade back into this, but the concussive blows are just going to lock him in place. Denick unable to do anything about it, and now he's going to be next on the menu. Concussive blows, 1 more auto needed. Jankos flashes forward, there it goes. Denick will have the W up in just a second's time, but it's not here now, and that's 3 kills to G2.
And Jankos was able to respond because he saw what Razork was up to. He was spotted out on the Krugs, and that meant Jankos was like, okay, my bot lane could be in danger. I've got to start pathing down to try and offer some assistance. And again, look at the minimap. You can see the pings, the blue pings coming out from G2 highlighting, hey, we think that Razork is around the bot side of the map. Can we please get some assistance? And here comes Jankos. I think Misfits just overcommitted to this play. They could not make that initial dive happen, but they tried to make it happen anyway, and this is where they overcommit. And while they do get that initial kill onto Caps, they ultimately lose 3 people, but Razork isn't done yet.
He's all over the map already. Wonder flashes away, down, hits the Haymaker! And Wonder goes bye-bye. Misfits, 2 kills on the board early on. Still behind, of course, because of that third kill down towards the bottom lane. But Razork's already showing us why you need to fear his Echo.
This is one of the great things that I love to see when playing against a Sona top. Just camp that champ. This Sona is so squishy. Her base HP right now, let me tell you what it is. Her base HP is 731.
I believe
it is
lowest in
so
the game
low.
to start
it's,
with,
It's
right?
very, I think Yuumi may be the only other one, but she only has 32 magic resistance this early on, which means that it's very easy for the Echo to get a lot of damage out, but she's just super squishy, very immobile.
Oh, Caps! No, this isn't good. This isn't good at all for Caps. Misfits, what were you doing, Caps?
Yeah.
Just stepped way too far forward. Yum is correct, Fetty.
That's a question mark ping right there. We'll have a look at the replay, see exactly what happens as Perks goes for a bit of a cheeky trade in mid lane. Yeah, I'm surprised by the amount of action that we're... why am I surprised? It's G2 games. What am I talking about? I love the proactivity that we're seeing from Misfits. They're trying to go toe-to-toe with G2 in the early game. They're trying to play around where they have pressure. They attack the bot lane, they're attacking the top lane, and they're finding kills. They currently sit with a small early game gold lead, and they're looking pretty good. Caps, so he tries to play defensively, goes for a bit of a trade against Denick. Of course, Denick hasn't used his W yet, and Caps just takes 1 step too far. He should have just forced Denick back, and then that should have been the end of it, sat underneath his tower, but he oversteps, loses his life, and now he's sitting at 2 deaths and 20 CS behind B-Boy.
Yeah, he's 600 gold behind in that lane right now.
Yes.
That Xayah is going to be incredibly strong, and the power of Xayah Rakan could keep this snowball rolling for Misfits.
And one of the things I wanted to talk about for Misfits is that their laners, actually this split, have not been that strong. Febiven has been pretty reliable, but when you look at top lane and bot lane, they've actually averaged a minus 15.8 CSD, both of them.
Yeah.
They often fall behind in lane, and you have to say, okay, sure, Razork, he usually plays around the mid lane. The bot and top don't get that much investment. The bot lane also often plays more defensive bot matchups. But now that we see Razork not investing in the mid lane, investing towards the side lanes, and you're also playing against the Sona top lane, they're going to be able to remedy those CSD stats very quickly, but so far they've had a great early laning phase, and it's kind of been up to Jankos to try and rectify and save the situation.
Facial Fissure used in the bottom lane, the root's going to come out, but here comes Razork. B-Boy almost dead, but Caps oversteps once again, and the chase is on. Misfits with another kill. Caps is 3 down already in this lane. Jankos not even on the right side of the map to do anything about it.
And this was a situation where G2 thought that B-Boy and Denick had misstepped. They had overstayed their welcome, and G2 could get a good punish. But you need to appreciate the fact that Jankos is on the top side of the map. You don't have full information on where Razork could be. You can actually see that his blue buff is up right now, but it depends on whether G2 can get that deep jungle information. But either way, it ends up being Caps losing his life, still not level 6 yet.
Oh, Febiven's going to push Perks underneath the turret here. Jankos on his way, 2 turret shots into the back of the Yasuo, but Jankos coming in. Febi still has the heal, still has the flash. Very safe underneath that turret.
Perks playing this matchup extremely well. Knows he does have the jungle assistance as well, but notice that he actually has a small CS advantage. As the levels get higher and the sustain he has on his fleet footwork, he's feeling a lot more comfortable in this matchup. Let's see if Caps oversteps once again.
Have you learnt your lesson, Caps? That's the question.
I mean, the expectation is that this duo has reset. It's not unreasonable to think that the...
Then it goes in, the charm comes out, and Caps goes down once again. B-Boy 2-1 and 2. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Jankos gets the kill. Perks, one more turret shot. It's enough, but the tower takes him down. Febi not able to get an auto attack in. Razork tries to get a bit of dessert on the top of that fight, but unable to find too much. Now, Wonder has roamed down. The River Sona on its way. Mickey there as well. Razork pops back with the chrono break, but Mickey tanking up the tower. There's the crescendo, and Razork parallel convergence is enough to save him with the TP coming in. Razork survives, and Dan is there just to act as a bouncer for the turret.
Ooh, okay, but Misfits sitting with the gold lead. Jankos, congratulations on getting 2,500 LEC assists. That's a lot of assists.
It is a lot of assists. So I'm actually going to say he's at 2,499. I'm sorry, guys.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I didn't cue the graphic myself, and we thought he had an assist off that kill, but he actually got the kill. And so he is still 1 assist short of 2,499.
Guys, we're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry.
Sorry, guys.
He's at 2,499, but now you all have something to look forward to.
I did miss Mickey's 2,001st assist. I'm sorry. We missed his 2000s last week. We forgot that it happened.
You had one job, Medic. A lot of assists have been gained by the G2 team. We don't have time. Fight top lane.
Yeah, Dan flashing in. Razork, look at where the power converges. Dunk him into the baby cage and then take the kill. Just camp that champ, Vedius.
Camp that champ. And Wonder not having the impact that we often see from Sonas. Oh, here's the ult.
Perks with the knock-up. Jankos there as well. Great disengage by B-Boy. Had to burn his flash. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Dan hitting turrets, getting plates, getting gold.
I mean, right now, G2 is just being bullied across the map. The 2v2 is just straight up losing. Admittedly, a lot of influence has come off the back of Razork, but he has been all over the map right now. It's not like Jankos is slacking, right? This guy is not... he's doing what he can, but the amount of times Caps has just died in the 2v2 in the bot side of the map, the amount of times that Danon has been able to shut down Wonder. Normally, we see the Sona roaming around way more. Normally, she's just abandoning that lane. She's going mid. She's going bot. You can see the Kushi shard has been complete, and this is where you really start to see her just get involved with the rest of the map. But Wonder's really just stayed focused in the top lane, and we haven't seen that same level of roaming that we normally expect from the Sona.
And even with the Rift Herald used here, Perks will be second on the play to take down the turret. In the mid lane, looks like they're going in. Oh, the great knockback there from Febiven. Caps caught out once again. Mickey's tanking up the tower. Wonder on his way. Will be able to force Febi back. And Misfits, 1,000 gold ahead at the 12-minute mark here, Betty, is against G2 no less. Now G2,
I was going to say
that in early games.
That happens a lot.
They have some in early games. Caps has got 5 deaths already.
He has 5 deaths. This is the first Craps we've seen all season, to be fair. I mean, many people were wondering, you know, hey, maybe he's got the int out of him. You know, ever since he's become an AD carry, he's become a lot more consistent. I think we can safely say this is his first bad game on AD carry that we've seen from him.
I mean, he's died 8 times across the course of the rest of the split. And he's died 5 times in this game.
Yeah. But it's okay. It's okay. They happen. I think the people that are making up the stack right now is Perks and Jankos. This duo...
Oh, here we go, Jankos. But B-Boy able to survive. B-Boy might even get out of this alive. They get one. Perks trying to get the kill. B-Boy will fall, and that is Jankos' 2,500th assist. Here comes the crescendo off towards the side. Congratulations, Jankos. Good stuff for you. Dan's fighting off towards the top side of this, and so far it's a 2-for-1 in favor of G2. But Bebby's here now, trying to trade in, has to flash away. And bring down that graphic as the concussive blows comes out. Mickey, great glacial fissure across the wall, and G2 have turned this. Dan caught out as well, pulls the haymaker, but can't even take down. Oh, it can get Caps, just in the end. Razork comes back off from the side, but that was a great fight for G2.
And all of a sudden, G2 are back in the game.
Yeah.
A single fight and the game flips on its head. They were at a 1.4k gold deficit. They now have the gold lead. A lot of shutdowns were, of course, picked up in favor of G2. And Caps, he was actually very aggressive in that fight. He flashed in, he was dealing a lot of damage. He couldn't find any kills though. He was getting a bunch of assists, he was assisting his team, that's for sure, but he was not getting the gold. A lot of that went into the back pocket of Perks. When we get a look back at how the fight played out, you can see that it was a situation where I think Misfits, the setting looked good, but then I think they overcommitted to the fight. And because they overcommitted, that allowed G2 to be able to turn things around. And in these prolonged fights, that's why Sona can be really obnoxious. So let's have a look back. You can see that Jankos and Perks, they think they've called out B-Voy. They think that he, you know, they can get that kill. But of course, Misfits are lying in wait in the Dragon Pit. Really good stun kills. Jankos, we see a quick wind wall here come out to try and mitigate some of the damage, but it doesn't really help. We don't have time. We have another fight.
Bebby's getting dived in the top lane. Perks doing what he can, but Bebby able to survive for the moment. He's going to take down Perks. He dodges out the barrel as well, and Jankos...
That's a double!
Oh, stopwatch! It's for Bebby, couldn't survive. Jankos goes in, flashes out, he gets in. Well played, Jankos.
All right, Jankos is the Smurf this game. Jankos is doing everything he can to carry G2 because there are a lot of misplays on the side of G2 right now. That dive did not go the way they wanted. Props to Featherman. He had some great outplays. Now the dive.
Oh, poor baby Caps. He gets taken out again, and Misfits, you can just jump back with a chrono break. You can just disengage with the Rakan. And Caps, he's currently 1,500 gold behind in that lane. You have an Essence Reaver complete on either side, but B-Boy going to be able to go back and start building up that item advantage.
I love the aggression that we're seeing from Misfits. I feel like a lot of it's coming from Razork, and I don't know if it's insulting to say it almost feels like that he's treating this like a solo queue game, you know? It feels like that he's not putting... It sounds rude, but he's not putting a huge amount of thought into a lot of it. He's just like, okay, I see a gank here, I see a gank here. You know, he's kind of relying on his instincts, and he's making so many successful plays happen. 3-1 and 3 right now. The man has found so many successful plays. He's helped Misfits get back into the gold lead, and you can see why this is a comfort pick for him, really knowing his limits and mitigating a lot of the aggression that G2 is trying to force.
Right now at the 16-minute mark, Misfits have a 1,000 gold lead. They have been a little bit more methodical over the last 2 weeks. I compared some of their stats from week 1 to week 3, and they just slowed down the game in the early game on average, which is why I was very surprised to see them come out of the gate swinging just this much. Wonder has joined up with the rest of G2 in this mid lane. It's a 5-man stack for them. Razork and Forbidden are going to take this Rift Herald.
Yeah, G2 trying to trade it for pressure in the mid lane. You can see a huge amount of farm just being lost in the top lane. Wonder not going to be picking that up anytime soon. He's got to be very careful pathing that way through the jungle as he could be in danger. Mickey now. He has the shield, so he's going to be able to get out of that one. Misfits has 5 members. They're going to siege on mid. They also have the Rift Herald, but I don't think they need it. They can just take this tower and then maybe even use the Rift Herald to go even further if they want to.
Shirelli is in. Mickey has to flash away. They dash back out. New Shirelli is so good on Rakan. I say new, relatively new. Able to get in and out of these fights pretty quickly. Perks is off in a side lane by himself. But Wonder is as well. Waiting in the bush, Razork. Wonder dodging around. Yeah, you don't win these, I'm afraid. Crescendo not even going to stop the damage coming through.
Razor finds another kill.
Yeah.
Level 11 now. He has that level advantage over Jankos, and Misfits not slowing down. They're grouped up in the top lane. Yasuo being forced back to try and catch this wave, but you have to give props to Misfits, you know? I've definitely been someone that's been critical of their play, been willing to give them the full acknowledgement. Like, you don't go on a 4-game winning streak playing poorly, right? They've definitely been very solid, but I think I've looked at them as a team that has just been solid, you know? A team that showcases strong fundamentals, good play, strong team fighting, and a lot of it comes off the back of Febiven. But in this game, we're seeing B-Boy and Denick and Razor, you know, the players that are new to the LEC stage really stepping up against G2 and not holding anything back.
Yeah.
They've been finding a lot of great picks, they've been going toe-to-toe, and they sit with the gold lead. The challenging part comes from holding on to this lead. G2 is not a team that bends over and just dies once you start getting aggressive, because they will fight back. And now we get to see if Misfits can handle that pressure.
Well, if this game is anything to go by, Caps does sometimes die.
Oh, he does.
When you put a bit of pressure
definitely
onto
does.
him. And we'll see. It looks like Misfits are trying to make a play down towards this bottom side, but there's no one there for them. It's a 2,500 gold lead for Misfits. G2 do have some scaling. We talk about the Sona in late game fights. Yasuo, of course, scales incredibly well. And Aphelios, if you can get some items on him, will do pretty well as well. So if they can get to some of these mid-game fights, they're not out of it by any shape of the game.
Perks is extremely strong right now, and if our observers could quickly flip over to the gold, you can see that it's quite an interesting spread. Notice that Dandan has significantly more gold than Wonder, somewhat as you'd expect, but a lot of the gold advantage actually comes from Perks, as they're now looking for a kill onto Dandan. They're going to force him to flash, but they're not going to let him escape.
Flash forced by the Song of Celerity, but here comes Jankos. Knocks Dandan back, the last breath coming in as well. Dandan uses Showstopper, looking for the Grit Shield, but can't quite find it. Perk's able to escape. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're looking for the Glacial Fissure on Febby. Sentry goes down, it's taken out by the top. In the bottom lane, though, this is what Misfits are doing. They're playing the opposite side of the map. Perks, no TP. Wonder has one, but he's going to go back to base. Inhibitor Tower was not broken by Misfits. They didn't want to go any further, but they're looking to catch out Caps and Mickey. Razzle trading in here, has the power of convergence, jumps back with the Chrono Break. Caps trying to get away, but he can't just about get out. The exhaust on Razzle will not be enough. Perks stayed in the top lane to take the tower, and now Wonder playing this roaming Sona tries to do something. B-Boy almost pulls back the feathers through him. Misfits will turn to their second dragon of the game. It's a Mountain Drake, and they should secure that pretty easily.
The bloodshed is not slowing down.
23 kills in 20 minutes, baby.
Yeah, we're LPL right now, ladies and gentlemen. Misfits, though, 5 towers to 2. G2 were able to finally break another outer tower in the top lane, but that's another thing we have to acknowledge. This siege not the strongest. Of course, given the fact that Aphelios is so weak right now is a large part of that. Usually this champion can contribute a lot when it comes to sieging those towers, but 0 and 8 hasn't even upgraded his boots yet. He's been put very far behind, and a lot of the weight and responsibility is kind of falling on Perks, but you can't underestimate the Sona. The Lich Bane now completed. Sork Boots as well. This champion very fast and does a surprising amount of damage. Very little magic resistance has actually been completed for Misfits, and you'll notice that Merc Treads, while being useful, will not be enough to mitigate a lot of the damage that will come out of this champion alongside the Gragas that's also going full AP. Yes, the Morellonomicon Rush, very debatable. Schalke did release a great video on talking about its efficiencies. I imagine the main reason why he's doing it is to mitigate the healing on Razor, but let's see if they go for this pick.
Oh, great! Featherstorm gets him out. That was perfect from B-Boy. He escapes the first bite of the fight, and G2, they thought they'd caught Misfits, but B-Boy with a split-second decision to pop his ult means that Misfits get to turn to the Baron, and this is what we were talking about, Vedius, the ability to keep that gold lead, to then snowball it, finding a fight like that, although it was on G2's terms, turning it around. Misfits now well in the lead in this game.
Yeah, I can't hype up Razork enough. This man is playing so well right now. Good ultimate from B-Boy. You can see that his Spidey senses are tingling a little bit, and he was definitely ready, but he's able to dodge that one out. Jankos tries to E to get the knockup still, but it's too little, too late. Dantan with a great ultimate to help use Jankos to close the gap onto the Yasuo, and you can see the frustration on his face. Jankos has tried hard to carry this game, but that play was not enough, and now Misfits sit with the Baron. 4K, nearly 5K gold is their advantage.
Mickey, that's all right. Gets out with the Unbreakable. But I do want to talk a little bit about next steps, because we haven't really broken out how Misfits will now push with this Baron. Are we looking at a 1-4? Are we looking at a 1-3-1 for that?
I mean, you would imagine that they would go for a 1-4. utilizing the Echo to try and look for picks alongside the Rakan. Very high mobility champions that could really take advantage of the fact that they are so strong right now. Level 13 for Razor. He matches the level of Perks. He is so strong. Looks like he's also going towards the Nash's Tooth. Here we go.
They don't go for it. They don't go for it. I was very excited there for a second. Denik actually going down towards the bottom lane by himself because he knows he can jump out of the fight if needed just to buff up these minions, just to put the pressure on
Kind of playing like that pike that you often see in a side lane. Razor staying nearby to offer that extra bit of mobility.
Misfits seems settled just to get the mid lane turret for now. It will fall very quickly. B-Voy and Febby can push it in. Now G2, last legs. Their undefeated streak perhaps going to be broken by Misfits' consecutive win streak. Of course, Misfits have won their last 4 games in a row.
Yep.
Only bested in the league by G2, who are sitting at 6, of course. Here we go. Misfits down towards the bottom lane, looking to break open the base of G2. Only 23 minutes into this game. It's still early doors for both these teams. Set in the mid lane, down, trying to split up G2 if he can. He's had a pretty strong performance on this set so far. Wonder heals up with the Aria of Perseverance, but you feel that he's going to be burst through pretty quickly. That Sona so squishy, so fragile when caught out. And this is where you say something, Thaddeus.
Well, I'm kind of looking at the state of the map right now, and you can see they have to dive to force the tower.
Oh, you can say something still. The Glacial Fisher coming out as Razork unable to take caps. He goes golden.
And this is the problem. I think the siege from Misfits, it's a little challenging because they kind of have to play through 2 lanes, and you can see that the wave clear from G2 is actually quite strong because they can use the wind wall to mitigate a lot of the pushing power on one lane, and then they have the AD carry plus the Gragas plus the Sona all just helping to hold the line. So Misfits, they do take a couple towers, but they don't actually break the base yet. And that's what I was about to say. I think they have to try and force a dive if they really want to make or want to take the tower down, and we saw it from Razor, and at the very least he got the exhaust out from Mickey, which is great, because now that's not going to be available for the next fight. No heal on Caps as well, so Razor should be able to just solo kill Caps now. There's very little that he's going to do to stop him, and Denik can just jump on top of him as well, because the Braum is not going to be able to do a huge amount when mitigating that engage that comes out from the Rakan.
You can see how far Caps has fallen behind here. Only Wonder and the supports underneath him. Of course, Wonder's playing the Sona, is expected not to get a huge amount of gold, but is about 3,000 behind Dan.
Yeah, but it's important to, as you rightly said, because he is playing a support champ, and once he gets death cap, that gold difference is probably a little, it doesn't really tell the whole story of how strong the Sona actually is. So I would say that G2 definitely weaker, 100%. You can see that very clearly in the AD carry difference. But I would say that if G2 can hold out long enough, I'm a little scared of how strong this Sona can be and how much damage she can output. Her ultimate is a very effective either engage tool or follow-up tool. But it looks like Misfits may have found G2.
Looking for Jankos. Perks going in with a knock-up. Here comes the quickness, and Dandan's on his way. Looking for that base breaker, pulls them both back in as they were both trying to escape. The showstopper cleansed away, but he can't do much as B-Boy chasing onto Wonder. Mickey there, Crescendo comes out, but it's just the disengaged tool. Misfits once again catch out G2, and maybe we'll look just to break this mid lane in here.
I mean, yeah, that's 30-second death timers on both Jankos and Perks. Featherman sets up the tower. The wind wall is no longer available. Cap's doing what he can to wave clear, but I don't know if this is going to be enough to stop Misfits siege.
G2 will be thankful that Caps has Infernum to wave clear quickly, but still the inhibitor tower falls, and now Misfits knocking on a momentous win for them. Taking down a team like G2 even, I was going to say even with Sona top, but Sona top's viable. Sona top is a strategy.
They have played well. Yeah. You know, they punished the Sona top. They shut down the bot lane. They have, and I mean, so much credit has to go to Razor on his Echo. You talked about it being a signature pick. You talked about how Perks was a guy that was afraid of it. And we get to see why. 7, 1, and 4 on this pick. But they know exactly what G2's trying to do. That G2 think that because they have push top, they can make this collapse down, but they don't have any control over mid, which means that it's easy for Misfits to find this collapse. Really good stun coming in from Dandown. He uses the ult. Yes, Perks tries to QSS out of it, but it's too little too late. And then, of course, Mickey and Wonder tried to come and help and save them, but they can't do anything. The damage is already done. Misfits, they have too much damage. They have so much gold. G2's best bet is to try and win a fight around Baron, but you just look at the levels and you can really see the difference. The itemization as well. Nash's tooth now completed for Echo. This is not normally what I see on Echo jungles. Things like the Lich Bane, sometimes we see things like the early Oblivion Orb for that extra damage, but synergizing with his passive, I think makes a lot of sense, and the damage speaks for itself, right? I mean, the man has been extremely influential.
We're getting to a point where you have to think, is this Echo a must-ban against Misfits now?
Yeah, like, that's the debate.
Razork has had an absolutely stellar performance, most damage in the game on it. And for a
They're just going to melt through this Baron.
For a rookie in the LEC in 2020, he's making a name for himself. We heard Kazi in the Match of the Week's video saying, if I can take down Reckless, I should be rookie of the split. Well, Razork's currently taking down all of G2. Not single-handedly, but he's definitely been the most key contributing factor here for Misfits. 8,000 gold lead with the Baron.
We talked about him at the beginning of the day. Definitely a rookie to watch, and he seems to have only gotten better week on week, and this has definitely been his best performance as of yet. Level 15 on the Echo, extremely powerful. Misfits with the Baron now looking to siege.
That's the damage you talked about, though. B-Void down to half HP from one Lich Bane proc. I think it was the Hymn of Valor.
Look at this from Dan. He's pushing in the mid lane. He wants to make these super minions an extra point of pressure, but now Razork going to take over that responsibility as Dan moves towards the bot. Misfits trying to play through all 3 lanes right now, so that G2 is forced to separate their wave clear as much as possible.
The thing about this is you're trying to get those waves crashing at the same time if possible. Top is a little bit ahead of bot lane, but looks like Dan's going to try and force that wave as quickly as he can. Now Jankos on the flank. Razork will have the chrono break, will be able to dodge back, or can just jump across the wall, and that was wasted. Jankos got nothing out of that. Now they're looking for the inhib in bot and top. There's the Glacial Fisher, caps from the side, tries to land the Moonlight Vigil, only hits on Denick. Meanwhile in the bottom lane, Dan has already taken the inhibitor tower, now looking for the inhib. Perks with the Steel Tempest, only lands on Denick's, not going to do too much. Razork's in the base as well, just acting as a decoy, as a distraction for G2, as Misfits break through the inhibitor line. 2 inhibs down now for G2. 1 more to follow, as Misfits are looking to take down the undefeated. Razork there with the parallel convergence. Febby going forward, but here comes the damage. 1 to force away, already 1 down as Caps falls for what seems like the 100th time this game. The chase is on. Misfits have taken 3. They're just wiping G2 away. This is what G2 do to other teams, and Misfits have given them a taste of their own medicine. Razork jumping in, Perks takes them out in the 1v1, but Dan's there to follow up and mop up the kills. Misfits, 22 kills to 11, under 30 minutes, with a 11,000 gold lead, have defeated G2. They are the first team to beat G2 in 2020.
The undefeated streak comes to an end. It often happens with G2. Whenever we get to 6-0, the conversation around the 18-0, we always talk about it. And then there's always one team in Europe that makes the upset a reality, and it was Misfits. People were not expecting this. I definitely was not expecting this, but so much of the praise has to go to Razork. This man played so well on his signature champion, showcasing that the small nerfs did not matter. The frustration on the face of Grabs. Clearly not happy with that game, and Caps' worst performance of the split, I think it's fair to say.
Well, he got more deaths in this game than he has for the rest of the split.
Yes.
So it definitely wasn't his best. Do want to praise B-Boy as well. I think in that bottom lane, Razork, of course, had influences, but he had an exceptional performance, able to continuously capitalize alongside Denick on Caps over-positioning, overstepping. You saw them just getting kill after kill after kill.
We're seeing a sort of another rogue storyline from last split, you know? A lot of the young players coming onto this roster and having a really big impact. And of course, you guys at home do get to vote for who you think had the biggest impact. Dan in top lane, Razork in the jungle, B-Voy in bot lane. You have to head over to the @LEC Twitter to make your suggestions. I personally think you should vote for Razork. We've been saying Razork differently all throughout the game.
Razor K.
Razor K.
Cut them up.
The Echo main. This man, he smurfed on G2. Really impressive performance, and now you really have to really bring Misfits into that conversation of top 3. What is this team capable of? They've literally only gotten better each week. And you can say what you want about G2's draft. You can say, oh, they only ran Sona top. Like, you don't get to excuse G2 for dying bot lane. You don't get to excuse G2 for some of the plays that they made in the mid game. Misfits played clean, they played aggressive, and it was a lot of fun to watch. This team is only getting better, and they're going to be challenging the Fnatics. They've already beaten Origen. They've now beaten G2.
They've beaten XL. They lost to Rogue in week 1.
Yes.
They lost to Fnatic.
So Yes, so they have already lost to Fnatic. So now they're looking for that rematch against Fnatic, and they're looking like a scary team.
They really are. I mean, they're tied second place right now, and beating G2 is always good for the head-to-head when it comes to playoffs later on as well. Those wins against teams that are above you or just around you really matter when we're trying to get those playoff seedings. I do want to make a quick note. I've been staying with Quickshot and his wife, who is part of the Misfits team, for about 3 weeks now. They haven't lost while I've stayed in that house. So I think I'm a good luck charm. I think that's what it is.
It's definitely all you, Medic, of course.
100%. Nothing to do with their incredible improvement over the last few weeks. It's definitely.
But again, you know, I think the whole score, like, we didn't really talk a lot about Denick this game, but his Rakan, pretty flawless.
So many good plays on Rakan.
I mean, it's great to see. I think he's a player that definitely sticks with his AD carry. Both him and Beavoy have an exact KD, or the kills plus assists are 15 shared between the two of them. So every kill that they were involved in, they were involved together. So clearly a bot lane that sticks together. And then Dan just kind of showcasing that he can be a huge carry every week. So it was surprising that Febiven was the worst performing player on this team.
But that's so good for them. Because before that, we've said someone other than Febby has to step up. And now everyone seems to be stepping up at the same time. We're going to hand over to Law, who's standing by with the Echo Man himself. It's Razak.
What a game from you guys, and thank you for joining me. I think it's your first interview on broadcast, so I have so much to ask, especially about the Echo pick. But first and foremost, beating G2, being the first team after Front plus Phoenix to beat G2, what does it mean to you?
I mean, obviously it feels really great to beat G2, because I mean, they're really good team, you know. But I think we as a team are improving, and I think it feels great that we are showing up in states that we can beat the best teams, you know?
What do you think was the key to your success today against them?
I think we adapted good in draft, because I think like against G2 you have to kind of adapt to their playstyle a bit, and I think like Echo fits really well because you can permanently fight, you know? And that's what you want against G2, you know?
Well, give me a bit more info about this Echo pick, because I tweeted earlier today that it's a nightmare for me in solo queue, and I was really waiting forward to seeing what it's worth on stage. So talk me through the Echo pick, and why did you think it was good here?
I mean, I'm kind of one-trick Echo in solo queue, you know, it's like a broken champion in solo queue. And I mean, I'm trying to convince my coaches, you know, that it's good pick against G2 on stage. And they gave me the opportunity, and I showed up on the champion, you know?
I'm wondering what people are going to say about G2's draft, because last time they played something exotic and spicy. It was against Vitality last year, and it was the Garen top lane. So do you think a blame can be put on G2 for playing Sona top lane? Because we heard that's a hidden OP, but here it really didn't work.
I mean, I think they're actually trying stuff, and like, you know, they put the Soraka meta on top lane. So, I mean, I don't really blame them for the draft, but I think they just, like, didn't expect probably the Echo pick, and I actually really love to play Echo against Sona because I just one-shot her, you know?
And you were so good with this champion, really. What did you learn from this game, winning against the best team in the LEC right now?
I mean, actually, this game was like a bit of fiesta, I would say, you know? So, I mean, I didn't learn that much because I actually, like, know how to play Echo pretty well. I just learned like we as a team can beat everyone, you know, if we just keep working and keep tryharding, you know.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing where Misfits can go. Now, I know you're in contention for player of the game, but I hear sometimes that you might also be in contention for rookie of the splits. Do you agree?
I mean, I'm not sure. Like, first week, I really inted. I was like choking really hard. And I mean, week 2 and week 3, I did pretty good. And now in week 4, first game, I think I did decent. You know, I could also obviously like do 10 times better with Echo. But like, I don't think I deserve the rookie of the split for my performance yet.
Let's give this one later. But I mean, you said you had a decent performance. I don't think a decent performance is what gets you the player of the game. And you got player of the game here.
Thank you. I'm really glad, actually.
Thanks to the fans, and thanks for this amazing performance. Congrats on Misfits for taking this one. Thank you, Razak, for the first interview. And let's really go to you guys in BGL. Take it away.
Yeah, it's so used. I was really sweating.
Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I am Machine, and I'm joined by Frosk and two very smiley Misfits. It's Dan and Febiven. I think you guys are actually just still piecing together that game. you kind of blinked and you missed it. You guys haven't really perhaps have it sink in yet that you are the first team to beat G2 here at this split at the LEC. That's a big win. It's a big scalp, Heavy.
I mean,
let the smile creep onto your face a little bit.
I mean, it's nice, you know, beating G2, but I feel like it's just like another match, you know. Like I feel like, of course, like G2, they are really good, right? And they're the team you want to beat. But I think, like, they're beatable. You know, it's not like wow, it's like we're going in scared. No, it's actually
not like FPX.
Yeah, exactly. Like we can actually go in this game and actually win it. You know, so I feel like all my teammates have that mindset and. It went well.
And Dan, I mean, we just got to hear a bit from Razork getting his first Kia player of the game as well. He was rocking that Echo. Now, he said he's convincing the coaching staff. Did he have to convince you on the Echo, or are you already convinced?
I mean, I'm convinced. I see his solo queue, and then I'm like, yeah, I'd like to lock it in my match. But the coaching staff is always a little bit skeptical when they see it, and it's like, yeah, it's really useless in scrims, guys. But
okay, useless in scrims, but you've just pulled it out. The first time we get to see the Razork Echo. That what did you say? 80% win rate?
Yes.
80%. 80% win rate solo queue
40
Echo.
games, 40 games.
40 games. I'm taking it still. That still counts in my book.
That's past 20,
past 20, you're rocking 80%. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But my question is that, you know, do you think this is going to help? You beat G2 the first time you whip it out. Do you think that you've got a bit better evidence now to bring home to your to the coaching staff? See more Echo in future?
Actually, I mean, it's not like we've never tried the scrims, you know. We've obviously tried everything that we played today. And I mean, we're always open to trying new stuff, you know, because especially with rookies, they want to try new stuff. And like they can make some things they can play it so well, you know, even though no one plays it. And this is why also I think Caps just completely entered it because he doesn't understand, like, I mean, he probably understands Echo, but not like the interaction with the combo on the bot lane, you know? So, yeah.
And what part did Sona play into this? This might just be you guys teaching me League of Legends at this point, but help me out.
Wait, did you expect the Sona first
Yeah,
of all?
that's a good question.
I was really sweating when I literally said like 10 seconds before locked in, like, please don't pick Sona, and then because we were doing draft meeting, and I was like, guys, it's a really big chance he's locked in Sona, and then I was like, nah, he's really trolling if he does it, and then he locked it in, and I was like, oh god.
Yeah, he was trolling. Huh? He was trolling.
I mean, yeah, he was trolling a bit, but I was still sweating, you know.
Were you sweating just because you just hadn't had enough experience on the matchup, and now that you've seen it, you're like, oh, go ahead, lock it in?
I mean, I've just never played against it ever, but I think he really trolled when he like TP'd bot lane and I could just cancel him, and that just really ruined his lane for him, because then he lost like 5 waves on a tower, and then I just knew, okay, I'm good.
Yeah, we've got some highlights of the Echo gameplay. You may have missed this, Febby. You were playing League of Legends at the time.
I was all the time on my own screen because I had to worry about Gragas Yasuo.
This B-Boy was a great survival from him to start the fight and turn the fight towards the end as well.
Do you guys feel that a lot of this was, I know that Razork took away the Kia player of the game, but do you feel a lot of this was just on the bot lane because Caps was just getting put into the ground there? You talked about as he walked over, like, hey, I haven't seen you all game. That game went by pretty quickly.
Solo lane is useless.
I mean, honestly, I don't even know what happened bot lane. Like, I don't know, as I said, I had to worry about my matchup, you know, like I'm playing against Gragas Yasuo, and like every time I'm not looking at my screen, I can get one-shotted. So, I mean, I need to rewatch this game because I don't know how Caps died nine times, but I guess my bot lane did well.
Yeah, what were the casters saying? It was like more deaths than his entire split so far this game?
Yeah, he died more times in this game than the entire split.
There you go.
But he was just smiling. He was smiling before the game and he was smiling after the game.
I mean, you couldn't do it, like literally what happened to him, he's just got CC locked and then he just died.
I mean, yeah.
But I mean, everyone knows, everyone's, you know, from their own personal experience, just how bad losing sucks. But it does seem like the very best tend to be pretty good at losing, at least from my personal understanding. Do you think that's a strength of
confidence?
Is confidence?
Yeah.
To be confident when you're losing, though?
Well, because it's like G2 always just have this idea that it's like what we said, like, are G2 going to make the perfect run?
Yeah.
No. They're
Sure.
probably going to lose just because they try weird things. They also are quite scrappy and quite volatile. If you have a team like Misfits who are bold enough to, like, go toe-to-toe and, like, punch with them, like, you can run away with a snowball, which is effectively what happened. Like, G2 decided to go scrappy, and Misfits, you guys just punched him in the mouth.
He definitely did feel that one, and they'll be feeling it tonight as well. A bit more of a general question, just kind of focusing on the gaps in my knowledge while I have you. Because I hear you, over the last couple of PGLs, I hear players, I heard Finn, I've heard Caps, and Dan just now, you use these words that I don't know. You're like, in my scrim meeting, in the draft, X, the blah, blah. Could you give me a quick kind of understanding of what's like the week leading up to an LEC day is? Like, how are you preparing? You've got a draft meeting, so you have a meeting specifically designed for the draft. Is there anything else that you guys are following
I
through
think
like
teams
that?
do it differently. Some teams are like more structured. For example, last year we didn't do anything. Our coach just said, we're drafting this and you have no say in it, and we're like, nice. But and this year it's just more structured. We just have like draft meeting, then we have some warm-up games against our academy players, our academy teams, where we just run it down 15 minutes. We just lose every game, and then we come in here. And
Hey,
then,
we did well today.
I mean, yeah, we did well today, but the last 4 times I think I had like 40 deaths or something. So yeah, we just got the int out there. So and then we have like food 3 hours before, so our sports psychologist and our cook really, make like a light meal and stuff.
How's the snack game? Is it like strong?
It's really strong now.
Yeah. Shout out to Mo, our cook, best cook in the LEC, for sure.
I agree.
We'll have to come by and try it sometime. Yeah, that's the secret. How do you go 0-2 to 5-2? You have delicious snack 3 hours before your game. That's the secret.
All I'm saying is Splice showed up with some mad snacks last year. Now I'm waiting for like this Misfits guys and the cook to like really start popping off.
I'm just scared of that guy with the huge beard at Mad Lions.
It does look like pretty impressive, like something straight out of Lord of the Rings. It is a brilliant beard. And I can't even grow one, so, shout out to him. But while we do have this opportunity, we can talk a little bit about the Spring Split, because in Fnatic and Origen, they were pulling ahead in the fight behind G2. While we can take a look at it, that's the first one in the L column for G2. Everyone's lost now. Everyone can take a deep breath.
Yeah, while we do have the standings on the board, I do want to ask you guys. So we've polled the entire LEC, really, specifically talking mostly to teams like Excel and Rogue, and everyone always ranks Misfits, including myself, playoff team, but probably bottom of the playoff teams. Where do you guys feel that you are? Like, are you guys like, we're the 3rd place team, or we're the 4th place team? Like, where's your confidence level feeling?
You can be honest, or you can lie to our face. It's up to you.
I think
it's also a hard question because obviously, like, you guys you have to say that we're going to win.
I mean, realistically speaking, I mean, obviously, I think we're the best team. Like I'm gonna believe that. If I feel like I'm not believing this, then I feel like.
Then what's the point?
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
So going in, I feel like I'm always confident. I feel like we can beat anybody. No one can stop us. But realistically, I think G2, Fnatic are like on the top. Like they have stick together, so they have like a really strong foundation.
Yep.
But I feel like their players haven't really gotten that much better. And for example, for us, we have a lot of rookies right now, and I feel like the individual skill is actually like surpassing the older veterans. And I think with time, when we get a much more solid foundation with like picks and how we want to play the game, like our style, I feel like we can be the best team in the league for sure. So I think. We still have to get to playoffs, right? But I think we can actually contest for the finals for sure.
In terms of like development goals, that are like short-term goals. So you say like finals, but I mean, is like the mandatory goal playoffs at least, and then it's how far you get into playoffs, and then in summer, we're unlocking the potential, and we can really show the ceiling of the talent that we have on the roster.
I mean, honestly, for me, if we don't go for me, playoffs is a must. Like I've played so many splits, and I've only missed out on 2 playoffs. And for me, it's like there's not going to playoffs. With this roster, it's impossible. For sure.
Dan, what's your vibe on that? Because obviously, like from Febiven, that makes sense. Like this guy has like so much history behind him. But as someone newer, is it like we better make a deep run?
I mean, I had like different.
He's like, say you better make a deep run right now.
No, but I think my expectations vary between the weeks, because at the start of the split, obviously everyone was like. Who are these guys? It's like 4 randoms and Febiven. I've seen this Razor guy in like EU Masters once, but you don't know, So I guess it was more of a first split. Yeah, we might have like a Schalke run, and everyone's realistic expectations was that we would be good for summer. But then we started having like pretty good scrims, and we were like, okay, we're actually going even against these teams, and then. Yeah, I mean, we're still running it down on scrims a little bit, but we're like a stage team, so that's like good in that sense. So I guess it's hard to like see expectations, because if we play bad in scrims, but then we play good on stage, then it's really hard to judge how strong we are in comparison to the other teams, I think. So
always take the stage wins.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well, especially after today, there is no better sentence to hear than really read into the stage wins. Yeah, you got a big win.
Everyone wants to scrim us for sure.
For sure, you guys have a busy week. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I've heard from so many teams the quote: "Misfits are much better than they have every right to be, is what I've heard from multiple teams on you guys on scrims. So I was like, oh, Misfits must be popping off right now.
But piecing together the bits of information I've had over these 2 weeks, I've had kind of Vedius saying, oh, I think Misfits are going to struggle, and then eating those words the week after. You've then come in and said, maybe we thought we'd be ready for summer, and now, things are working earlier. It seems like the general sentiment surrounding Misfits from players and analysts alike is that you guys have hit your stride much faster than anticipated. So I just say, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. That would be my imparting statement, because it seems like you've had a great week and smiles on your faces. You going to celebrate tonight? You guys going to hold hands and walk by the river or something? What's the plan?
No, we got a match tomorrow.
He is offering you.
Maybe tomorrow.
That's some wholesome.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
After tomorrow. I mean, you can't.
That's like worse than like a friend zone. That was like the high five
I was
zone.
hoping for like holding hands for like half a second, but
come on, bro.
It's Valentine's Day, man. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. You hold for extra half a second when it's Valentine's Day. You don't know the rules? Anyway, neither do I, because tomorrow we've got some spicy matchups with the big highlight coming at the end. Our match of the week between Fnatic and Mad Lions is coming up, and that's an interesting one, actually. While we have you, Mad Lions Fnatic, in the topic and in the vein of underdogs besting the big dogs, what do you reckon in that Mad Lions versus Fnatic? Think they've got a shot versus the...
They're going to pull a Misfits?
Pull a Misfits, as you would?
I think Fnatic will win.
Yeah. I'm sensing doubt, and the absence of answers suggests something similar. So we'll keep our eye on the rookies. One successful rookie today. We'll see if the successful rookies continue tomorrow with Mad Lions. But that's enough from us. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Febervan, Froskuren, and myself. It's soon time for the LCS Academy Rush over in Los Angeles, and after that, you can catch our rebroadcast of the LEC. For now, though, that is all from us here in Berlin. But fear not, we'll be back tomorrow for more League of Legends. See you then. Kisses.
Later.
I did not come to play, I came to dominate. 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 Dominate.
There's always the potential. It's 50-50 going over. Nuke Duck's going to take it to the end. The Orn denying it. That's a bit of spell, but Flare. But now Carzzy in the pit. That's a double TP. Now moving in, looking to get the fight kicked off. Patrick is going to need to find a way out of this one. Leonel misses. Definitely not what they wanted. But suplex back into the team. Goodbye to Patrick. Trying to walk forward, but this is the weakest. Gen X. The point. Gen X incredibly strong. Doesn't have enough time to push it. The hourglass, it will not come through. Excel finds the fight that they were looking for.
Buff Singed because I'm the only player in LEC that can play him.
We take Singed now. We take Singed.
I think so too.
Yes, I like it.
Okay. I love it. Makes things look good. Oh no, he TP'd block. Calm just instantly died. Jacktual's next. They went from winning everything to just dying in an instant. That's going to be another one. No ult on Calm though. He's coming in. He's dunking him down. Reckless now flashing back instantly, but there's a beautiful from Nemesis. It's so clean. It's everything that you wanted. It's self-made and Nemesis versus the world. They're obliterating everyone. Nemesis. That ult was game-changing.
I'm gonna go, okay?
Yeah, just go.
I'm going
Get this done, huh? Nice. Okay, we hit below, no?
It's Rook in the shine!
Hey, guys, go.
Fight top lane.
Yeah, Dan flashing in. Razzle, look at where the power converges. Razzle there with the power convergence. Heavy going forward, but here comes the damage. One that puts away already. One down as Caps. Balls full. It seems like the 100th time this game. The chase is on. Misfits have taken 3. They're just wiping G2 away.
them